1000. Welcome. Welcome. So today we're going to pick up where we left off on the challenge mode with the assassin. The assassin was player 6, magic only. Assassin, Act 1, Merc with the rune slash crafted items for the Act 1 Merc only. And yeah, we're gonna dive back into it. We just got to hell, and I think we need to do a little bit of shopping, see if we can get better equipment, which is the main thing that I think we're focusing on right now is a little bit of shopping. And let's get started. Alright, so let's get a little bit of music running, because why not? I like getting music running. Gives me something to listen to while I'm playing. You know what, let's do... What do I want to do today? Let's do a different style of music. Go to here, and then here. Yep. I got a Final Fantasy station. I bet you there's like no music in here I can actually play. I remember I pulled up one of these stations and said it had like 100 some odd songs in it, but because I can't play certain songs because they're copyrighted, it was like cycling the same one song over and over and over again.
Oh no.
Somebody pointed it out to me like an hour later because I wasn't paying attention. They're like, it's been playing the same song for like 3 hours or something, and I was like, oh, my bad. Oops.
Is Expedition 33 music copyright?
I didn't get any messages on Expedition 33, but then again, I was just playing the game. Sometimes with stuff like that, they usually let it go if it's like you're actually playing the game. Some companies are a little less forgiving, and like even if it's in the game, they still copyright you. I don't know. In the future, I guess maybe we'll find out. The music is getting really popular, and apparently there's like a lot of people playing it, so
Yeah.
who knows, maybe at some point the company will decide they want to copyright the music and like screw everybody over. It's retroactive. So like if a company comes in later and like does something, it'll apply to a video that I made like freaking years ago. Happens on a regular basis. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is we need to get the entrance over there by Charcy and freaking my boy over here, Geed, so that we can actually get in here and like shop without having to worry about like running all the way across the entire thing. We got it on the Nightmare version, but not the Hell version. We need it on the Hell version. Oh, first try, good. Okay, nice. Alright, so now we can run in and out really easily. Let's go ahead and put Burst of Speed on our click here so we can do some easy trading. We need better gloves. We need a better shield. 100%. A jeweler's shield would be amazing. I think we picked up a an artisan shield, which is not awful. We could potentially use that for something. We picked up a couple items like a jeweler's plate yesterday, or not yesterday, day before yesterday. I also got the artisan's crown, but like a lot of this stuff is really like lowbrow. It's like basic, no mods, no nothing on it. The shield's only 3 sockets, not 4. I'd prefer a 4-socket one if I can get one. Which might be a little bit of a pain in the butt to obtain, but we'll see. It's going to take a little while of shopping before we end up with like some decent hell-worthy gear, but we are in hell finally, so we can actually do some shopping, which is important.
Let's deal, my friend.
What's up, Agent? Well, we're in hell difficulty. I mean, there's that. We made it to hell, boys. I don't know if we've got the equipment to really make it through the rest of the game, but... Man, I'm hoping for, like, some better gloves or something, but, like, they just... It's not like... It's just doo-doo. There's a bunch of doo-doo in there. Where do you put the remaining points after you're maxing blades? I mean, depends on what you're leveling. What kind of gear you got? I mean, you can... Fade is really good for this build because I don't have any resistance equipment really. And, like, I need to cover all my reses. So, I mean, there's that. Need like 1 trillion res points. Oh wow. Cruel longsword of amplified damage. 9 to 62. Cruel longsword of amplified damage. I mean, it's 4K. Even if I don't end up using it, it's still better than nothing. Like, I mean, what am I gonna cry about 4,000 gold? Let's buy it, put it in the stash. If it ends up being poopy, it ends up being poopy. Claws everywhere. Look at them claws in your hair. Oh my god, what are claws on your hair? Look at them claws everywhere.
Hello.
Need something good. Give me something good, good, good in the hood.
Good to see you.
Jeweler's Giant Sword of Shock. It's an interesting combination. 1 to 52 lightning damage and amplified damage at the same time. I'm thinking we need amp to get through hell difficulty. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Cruel Blade Talons. Those are a basic difficulty. They've got like halfway decent damage output, but it's not much better than that sword that I was just looking at. Any AR issues? I mean, yeah, there's attack rating issues. It depends. Like, I'm using a fool's weapon right now, so like that takes care of a lot of the attack rating. But like, I would prefer not to use the fool's weapon because I'd like something else, you know, that has better damage. I'm gonna start running into damage issues. I know that much. Like, it's things are gonna get much more spicy from here on out. Nope, stuck with Act 1. That was part of the roll. The roll's in the bottom left-hand corner, Agent. That was part of the randomization. Boom, 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 boom. I'm looking for something with good damage, good AR perhaps, amplified damage. I mean, I got a couple amplified damage weapons. So like, there's this one, which is the cruel longsword of amplified damage, which isn't really amazing. I also have this one, which is the Hawkeye Chris of amplified damage, which is attack rating at the very least. So I've got 2 amp weapons that I could potentially use. The problem with these is that like they focus mainly on AR. The Hawkeye one is really low AR comparatively to Fool's, so Fool's is like 1,000 some odd AR, 1,155, whereas Hawkeye is only 420, so it does make some issues. This is damage, but it doesn't have any actual like anything else on it. I mean, I guess there's a small benefit to it. Okay, I need to re-roll this. I mean, shopping has been a big part of it, yeah. But, like, also I've been finding items as well. Blue, I mean, blue will do that to you, blue items. Like, magical items are hard to come by in, like, good quality, so usually you have to resort to shopping a lot to see if you can pick up the items you need. And my gear is pretty bad. I mean, it's about as good as I can get it. Dun, 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 dun. Cloak of Shadows' problem is that it's not spammable. That's the main problem with Cloak of Shadows. If it was spammable and you could actually keep that defense negative up, like, it would be good, but Cloak of Shadows has a huge problem in that it can never be spammed. And when it can be spammed, it's useless. So it's either useful and can be spammed, or it can't be spammed, or useless and can be spammed, and it doesn't have any in between. It's because they put like a huge delay on it. That's what they did. Like, so because it has a buff. Yeah, and it doesn't work on certain characters either. Like, it's a whole thing. Like, I'm not saying it's bad, and if I had a bunch of extra points to put into it, it could be something that I utilize, but like, the main issue is that it's not useful enough. Honestly, it's just not useful enough. I've got a helmet with a visionary mod, which I'm thinking about trying to socket. I mean, it's really not the most amazing thing in the world, but it does have a visionary mod on it, which is very good for what I'm trying to do. I got +3 shadow discipline helmet. Oh, it's an amazing ability, it just has problems. Cloak of Shadows is tied up together with a bunch of other stuff, which is what the problem is. So it's not just a debuff to the monster, it's also a buff to you as well. And that's where things get tricky. So because they, for some reason or another, they decided that they didn't want you to be able to, like, spam the buff on yourself, to like keep it active at all times. What they did is they made it so that the buff was the determining factor in the skill's ability. So like when you look at Cloak of Shadows, it says duration 8 seconds. Well, you cannot cast it again, essentially, until the 8 seconds is up. And as you increase the level of Cloak of Shadows and you make it more useful, the duration increases. And as the duration increases, it lasts longer. But it also has a longer recast time. So the more points you put into it, the less useful it becomes, essentially, because you can only cast it once every certain number of seconds. It's like, imagine if you had an ability that had a cooldown of 8 seconds. And then when you put points into it, the cooldown goes up, not down. And the more points you put into it, and the more powerful the ability becomes, the longer the cooldown is. And eventually it gets to the point where, like, the ability is like god tier, but the cooldown is like 60 seconds. And that's essentially where you end up with when it comes to Cloak of Shadows. Cloak of Shadows is absolutely amazing. But the more points you put into it, the worse the cooldown gets, until eventually the cooldown is so bad that nobody ever wants to use it, because by the time the cooldown is up for the next pack of monsters, you've already killed them. And you'll go through 4 or 5 packs of monsters before you are able to recast the ability. Boom, 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 boom. Wonder if I ever made a video on fixing that ability. I can't remember. Did I ever do a fixing Cloak of Shadows video? I'm not throwing 20 points into it. Correct. I'm not throwing 20 points into it. But if you don't throw 20 points into it, it doesn't have any useful ability. Like, it doesn't actually provide a useful amount of reduction. So it's either you put points into it and it's useful, or you don't put points into it and it's not useful. Like, the ability, the amount of reduction that it gives is not useful at low levels. You have to invest to make it useful. It also overrides other curses too, which just like why would I want to override amplify damage, which is going to be a huge increase to my output? And it doesn't apply to bosses. I don't.
Good day.
There's too much wrong with the ability. It just doesn't work. It never really has, unfortunately. Like, it's always been one of those abilities that's just been held back by stupid choices. Like, it still needs to be addressed. It's one of the things that, like, easy low-hanging fruit that the Diablo 2 developers, if they even still exist, could do to, like, fix that skill. My advice would be to take the duration, which is 8 seconds, and cap it. Cap it at 8 seconds. So the duration no longer increases. You cap the duration at 8 seconds, it might actually be semi-useful. Is it going to be amazing? Is it going to be like end-all be-all and like included in every single build? No. But like, is it actually going to be useful and people might actually put points into it and actually, you know, have fun with it? Yeah. Like, if they cap the duration at 8 seconds, I think it might actually be useful. Okay. Try to see what you got for me. I need something really good. Try to see what you got for me. I need something under the hood. Probably not gonna make it. I'm probably gonna break it. What you got for me? What you got? What you got? Dying. Honestly, what would be really good is if I found like a jeweler's weapon. A jeweler's weapon with like amplified damage. That would be like the ideal right now. 100% ideal.
Let's deal, my friend.
Take like 3 Eth runes. Drop like 3 Eth runes into it. 4 Eth runes maybe even. Just negative 100% targets defense. Wouldn't have to worry about defense problems anymore. Could focus on damage and resistance in other slots.
Greetings.
You want to find your own titans. I mean, to a person who doesn't have a titans in their hand, I can understand why you might be a little bit upset that you haven't found one yet. But to those of us who've been playing the game for a very long time, I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that I have probably found over 1,000 titans in my gameplay. Over 1,000. So it is not a question of if you will find a titans, it is a question of when you will find a titans. And once you find your first titans, and then you find your second, and your third, and your fourth, and your fifth, and your sixth, and your seventh, and your eighth, and your ninth, and your 10th, and your 11th, and your 12th, and your 13th, and 14th, and 15th, and 16th, and 17th, and 18th, and 19th, and 20th, and 21, and 22, and 23, and 24, and 2 at the same time, eventually you're going to look back at this and you're going to be like, man, I was stupid to be like crying about not being able to find a titans. Like with how many titans I've found over the years. Like it's absolutely insane that I ever was worried about it in the first place. Because they are so common. And now that I realize how common they actually are, I feel silly about like how I behaved in the past for not being able to find one after 2 hours. Like, and that's legitimately what's going to happen, because people in here, I guarantee you, there's a couple people in here, at least 4 or 5, that are just like me, who have played the game for a long time, and who can tell you that Titans is one of the most common items in the game, and drops all the time. Like, I have found more Titans than probably I have found. Actually, I don't want to say Eisenheart breastplates, because I found a lot of those too. But I've found more Titans than I've ever found Harlequin Crest Shakos, as an example. Like, my Harlequin Crest Shako is probably somewhere around, like, maybe like 40, 50, maybe 100, if I'm, because I can't really count them all, but like, a lot. Titans, on the other hand, is probably approaching the thousands mark. Like, yes, it literally gets to the point where you're probably not even going to pick them up because they're literally not worth picking up anymore. Dude, Haas is super rare. You are absolutely right, Michael. Like, Haas, that is something that for some reason eludes me. Like, I will play an entire season and never find a Haas. That thing is ridiculously rare. And it's stupid, too, because you can trade for it super cheap. Like, it's not even that expensive, but, like, good luck actually finding a Haas yourself. Like, when one drops, you get, like, super excited. You're like, oh my god, it's a Haas. I can't believe it. Eatvow does not believe us that we've found Titans over 30 times or Harlequin Crests over 30 times. I mean, thankfully I don't need you to believe me, because I literally have video proof of me finding Titans and Harlequin Crests all throughout my channel. And if you wanted to go back and look at all the random Harlequin Crests and Titans that have dropped over the years, I'm sure you can add them all up for me and tell me what my total number is.
What can I do for you?
Titans, I almost always find it. Too many of them, in fact. I would wager a bet that if I went back to my previous seasons and actually looked to see how many Titans I had found per season, I would wager it's probably somewhere around like 1 to 10 per season, every single season. 1 to 10. I would say 1 to 10 personally found by myself every season for every single season that I've played. Now, finding an Ethereal Titans, on the other hand, now that can definitely be challenging. Ethereal Titans with good mods and like a good percentage, like that definitely is something that's a little bit more rare. Usually by the end of a season, Titans is trading for like nothing, basically. Like it's literally trading for nothing. Ooh, upgrade, boot upgrade, 20% faster run walk, cold res 17 to 40% faster run walk and cold res 33. Yes, boot upgrade, my friends. But I will prove it to you how cheap Titans are. Let's pull up the trade website real quick. So let's pull up D2R Trade, which is Tradery. Tradery is the main place you go for Diablo 2 trades. Let's pull up the D2R trades and we're gonna search for Titans, right? Alright, Titan's Revenge. How much are Titan's Revenge recently trading for? Gull, 2 Ist runes, 4 perfect amethysts. That one is an ethereal unidentified for a jaw, so that's really good. Ethereal ones are exceptionally rare. Here's a regular one, 172, 3 Ral runes and a perfect amethyst. Mal rune, rune, jaw rune for an ethereal, pretty standard practice. Vex rune for an ethereal. We've got another regular one here, 3 perfect amethysts 14 hours ago. Let's load some more. Pull rune for a regular one, unidentified. Ist rune for a pretty high roll on the enhanced damage, but not ethereal. 2 perfect amethysts for a 172, which is kind of a mid-roll, a little bit low-end mid-roll. Vex rune for a almost perfect 199. It's 200 is perfect, so that's a pretty good price. 2 perfect amethysts for a 170. 2 perfect amethysts for a 155. 6 random perfect gems for a 150, which is a bottom roll, by the way, just like the worst freaking one in the universe. They're so common that literally they trade like freaking like 10, 20 a day, like every single day, like all throughout a ladder. And unless you've got like a perfect ethereal Titans that's upgraded into the next tier, you're not going to get more than a couple gems for it. You're talking about eBay. Perfect amethysts aren't even like that's like less than a penny. Good luck trying to eBay a perfect amethyst. I don't even think that has a value. That's like a piece of dirt on the ground as far as eBay is concerned. There's no way Titans can be found 30 times unless you play 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for years. For years? Buddy, Titans are not even rare. They're not even rare. Look, there are items in the game that are exceedingly rare, like a Zod rune or Astrion's Iron Ward, which are exceedingly rare, by the way. And you can go entire years without finding them. There are items that are mildly rare, like Burr runes and a Jaw rune, or like a Harlequin Crest Shaco, which is mildly rare, right? Then there are items that are rare but not like exceedingly rare, like Ohm runes and Vex runes and Gull runes, which Gull is only made more common simply because of the fact that you can get it from the Hellforge, right? These items up here are so far out of the league of a Titans that Titans doesn't even, it's not even in this category. Titans is so far down the list that it's pretty much around the same thing as like an Ist rune. Actually, I wouldn't even put it in the Ist rune category. I would put it in the Mal rune category. It's about as rare as a Mal rune. No, because no, it's no, because I find less mouths than I find titans. I would put it in the co rune to, no, not lum, but lem. I would put it in the co to lem like category. Titans are about as rare as a co or a lem rune. That's about how rare they are. And if you're complaining about like a Titans being too rare to find, my friend, I hate to tell you, but these items up here are going to be out of your like league entirely. Like, because if you think Titans is rare, a Zod rune or an Astrion's Iron Ward is about 1,000 to 2,000 times harder to find than a Titans. I would put it higher, even. Like, I would probably put it at like 3,000 times more difficult to find than a Titans.
Titans drops in Nightmare too, as well, right? It's not even a hell like necessary item.
No, it's not. I can literally pull up a video of me finding a Titans in Nightmare. I literally have a video of me gearing up my Javazon.
You don't even need a strong character. Get it?
Let's see here. Single player Javazon Nightmare. Let me pull up my Javazon video. I'm trying to search. I'm not trying to like pull up a weird list. Is this one it right here? Let's see.
Memento mori.
No. I think I've already got my Titans in this video. I'm not sure. I can't tell. Actually, I'm not in Act 3 yet, so I probably am just using like a random maiden javelin until I got to Act 3, because I'm pretty sure I farmed it from Mephisto. Let's see. It's in my single player series, so let's type in single player. Bong 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 bong. Yep, this is it. Alright, so find the point where I stop farming Mephisto. There you go. That's the part where I stopped farming Mephisto, which means I probably found it. Didn't even take me long either. It was like 2 hours. Pretty sure I frickin' found it in like 2 hours. Two hours, 26 minutes, and 44 seconds of farming Mephisto in Nightmare difficulty. Let's find the exact time limit where I managed to find my Titans. And this was with me deliberately trying to find it. God forbid it ever drop randomly on its own. Thing used to drop all the time everywhere. Frickin' cow level while I'm leveling through hell. All frickin' 9 yards all the time. Oh my god. I don't understand. Did I find it? Apparently I just went over to my Javazon and started playing. I must have found it long before this then. I must have just kept farming Mephisto just because I was like, man, I was like, I farmed Mephisto and he gave me a Titans way too fast. Oh yeah, I got the Hone Sudan Yari too. Yep. Oh, there they are. Titanos. Got some pretty good boots there too. Hey, look, there it is. Here you go, buddy. Nightmare Mephisto. Enjoy. Hey, look, there's my ugly face. I'm pick my nose. Get in there. One of 1,000 Titans that I found in my time playing the game.
I'm pretty sure, like, whenever I do a new character in D2, like, my first kill of Mephisto and Nightmare has dropped, like, a high percentage of that time I've gotten it.
Dude, it's one of the most common items in the game, and you can literally target farm it because it drops like 1 out of 1,000 times. It has a drop chance of like 1 in 1,000 or something like that if you have a decent amount of magic find. You go to like Nightmare Mephisto and farm Nightmare Mephisto a little bit, you'll end up with freaking like 30 of them. Farm him for like a whole day. You'll be throwing them away. You'll be bringing them into free games and dropping them on the ground.
Yes.
Nobody trades for like basic Titans. Like it's not even a consideration. Like it's got to be a good Titans, otherwise people won't even look at it. The only time anybody cares whether you found like a random Titan with like bad mods is like at the beginning of a ladder when nobody has Titans. Like when you're completely Titanless and nobody has a Titans, everybody wants your Titans. And then as soon as like 2 days goes by in the ladder, like you're like, oh, I found a Titans, guys. Anybody want it? And they're like, well, what percentage is it? Is it ethereal? Is it a 9% life leech? Does it have 200% enhanced damage? Oh, it's only 198% enhanced damage with 8% life leech? Well, that's trash. Throw it away. I'm like, okay. Does anybody not have a Titans who would like a Titans?
Let's deal, my friend.
I can't count how many times I've actually said that. Like, I've actually said that multiple times during a ladder, like finding an item like a Titans and then trying to give it away and like having to like fight with people. They're like, oh yeah, I could use a Titans. What's the percentage on it? And they're like, oh yeah, that's garbage. You throw that away. And I'm like, I said, does anybody need a Titans? I didn't say, does anybody want a like 2% upgrade on their life leech for a Titans, you little freaking turd. Start throwing them in swap games. I'm pretty sure a lot of Titans have ended up in the ground in swap games, actually, now that I think about it. Not ethereal ones. Ethereal ones usually end up going for good. That's where things get tricky. Finding a Titans is not the problem. Finding an ethereal Titans with good enhanced damage and some other nice stats, that's where the tricky part comes in. Because F Titans is where it's at. That's the moneymaker.
And you need 2 pairs for when you run out.
Yeah, you always need a second. I always need a second Titans. Because they run out so quickly when you just throw them and you can't repair them. So you can't go back and repair them. So you need like a... actually, like, honestly, you need 3. You need 3 Titans if you're going to do it that way. You need 1 on your character, like, and 2 in your cube, or like 1 on your swap and 1 in your cube.
Yep. That's the right way to play it.
I mean,
Sorry, I can't do any damage,
the
guys.
other problem here at Val is that like you're focusing way too hard on like one item. Like, I hate to break this to you, but Javazons do not need Titans. Javazons can literally clear the entire game with a white basic javelin that you get in normal difficulty when you start the game. Like, you can literally clear the entire game with a white javelin. Easy. Titans is not even required by any stretch of the imagination.
A lot of times I get good spear from the Anya quest, is it? Like they give you a good class plus the skills and stuff.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can get a really nice plus to skill little javelin from the Anya quest, as long as she doesn't give you a bow instead. I made this.
You can also Charcy, right? You
can also imbue an item. That's what I do. I usually get like a maiden javelin and I imbue it for like the early javelin. See if I can get something that's got some, just some stats on it, like anything. A little bit of mana leech goes a long way. A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Good to see you.
I see my internet's messing up, or at least YouTube is. It's like some sort of like, it says unable to maintain a smooth video because not receiving enough information. I don't have any notification on my program that things are going wrong, so I don't know.
May I help you?
Greetings.
This is tiresome. Necessary, but tiresome. I was watching Harry Potter again. He gets his wand and he's like, and he who shall not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Titans are good, but like you can find, like going around and like looking at rare maiden javelins and stuff like that, and like playing around with stuff. You can find ones that are actually like pretty amazing. Like you can find rare ones that have like amazing amounts of plus to skills, like +2 Amazon with like +3 Jav skills. It's got like +5 total with life leech and like Fool's Mod and a bunch of other things. Like I know Titans are really good and they're generic, and obviously like finding them and putting them on is amazing, but there are some pretty darn crazy rare ones that you can find too. And they're actually harder to come by than Titans. But like if you're running along and you happen to find one of those ridiculous rare freaking like javelins, just put the damn thing on. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. Just put it on, enjoy it. Enjoy. I got a jeweler's full plate, don't I? I got like a basic, jeweler's full plate. There's nothing like special. What's the defense on that one? 160. What's the defense on this one? It's 157, so that one's not even better than the one that I'm currently holding on to, just in case. At Val, like, I have to question, like, you seem to be hunting for items that are rare, like Shaco, for instance. Harlequin Crest Shaco is rare. It's not like one of the rarest items in the game, but it's rare. The thing is, though, it's like because you don't really understand how common these items are, and you don't seem to have a grasping understanding of like that Titans is very common, for instance. Ravenfrost is also very common, but like Harlequin Crest is not as common. It's much harder to come by a Ravenfrost than it is a Harlequin Crest Shaco than it is a Ravenfrost. You'll probably find 3 or 4 Ravenfrosts before you find one Harlequin Crest Shaco. I mean, are you looking at build guides? Are these build guides telling you to use specific pieces of equipment? Like, I feel like a lot of the times these build guides are ruining a lot of the fun for you because they're pointing you to pieces of equipment that they feel like you should have, and these pieces of equipment are not necessarily needed to make the build work. But I'm getting the feeling from like the way that you're communicating that like you think that these items are like 100% required to make the builds work. Javazon doesn't need a Titans to make her build work. She can clear Hell difficulty without a Titans. It's not even required. Ravenfrost is nice, but there's other ways to get Cannot Be Frozen that are a little bit more difficult, but still work just fine. Like, for instance, you could be using a Rhyme Shield as an example, which is very cheap and very easy to get. Rhyme Shield is just Shale Eth in a 2-socket shield, and literally gives you Cannot Be Frozen in combination with a nice Javelin in the other hand. I'm trying to figure out whether or not like you're falling into that trap where you're looking at builds online and the builds are telling you to get specific pieces of equipment, and then you're feeling like you're not like succeeding because you're not getting the pieces of equipment that the build is telling you to obtain. And like, I mean, it's not really a good way to play the game. Honestly, like it's a bad way to play the game to like focus so specifically on pieces of equipment that you don't have. It's much better to focus on pieces of equipment that you do have and strive to get those pieces of equipment eventually, but like hoping and praying and like, you know, like what's the term? What's the saying? If wishes were kisses. I mean, you're basically in a situation where like if wishes were kisses, like it's are you going to succeed or are you not going to succeed? Like you're basically wishing on these items. And while it would be really nice if you had these items, like it's not realistic to have every single thing that you're going to need. Like if I make an example, like on my solo self-found runs, there's always things that I wish for. There's always things that I wish for. But like what I find is the reality, and what I wish for is what I hope for, right? And like there's a disconnect there between the wishes and the reality. And I think you're living in the wishes and you're not living in the reality. The reality is much more fun than the wishes. If you give it a chance, if you give the wishes, you know, the reality a chance, I think you'll have a lot more fun instead of focusing so tremendously on the items that you don't have.
Good evening.
What's up, Maniac BG? Hi, you are a Ginger Gaming mentee. Thank you for the membership. I watched the prior PSIC video, and I'm with you on balancing the game. What's your take on this? Expanding the mercenaries slots to maybe 1 ring or 1 amulet? I mean, the mercenaries are hard to balance because they have, like, some of their stats are hidden behind, like, walls. I do feel like they should have more slots, but I can understand why the developers didn't want the... They didn't want the mercenaries to be that powerful. They didn't want the mercenaries basically playing the game for you. But I don't necessarily think it would be impossible to add some more like power to the mercenaries and still maintain that, because, well, there's huge penalties involved for mercenaries, and the penalties are not going away unless they remove them. And so no matter what, the mercenaries are just never going to be able to like outperform you when it comes to bosses, for instance. Bosses are one of the examples, like that basically mercenaries get highly penalized on bosses, and they're just not capable of killing bosses. Like you can't really take a merc into the Ubers and actually have the merc survive, not unless you're willing to like invest considerable effort into like like spamming holy bolts at it, or like buffing it up with several auras, like giving it as like all the support in the world, and even then, like it still might not be possible. Like you really gotta like min-max the entire scenario just to try and make it work. I mean, so I don't necessarily see anything wrong with buffing up a little bit of the mercenaries' power. Giving them some extra slots would definitely help. It could be something that you go overboard with though really easily. So I'm not exactly sure what slot you would give them over anything else. A ring slot might be too much because mercenaries are often very dependent on leeching, and giving them a ring slot basically just allows you to give them like a huge amount of leech for free, and then it opens up all the other slots to other pieces of equipment, which they're very balanced currently around leeching, so I'm not really sure about that. I mean, giving them a boot or a glove slot, well, a boot slot would be relatively innocuous, and a belt slot would be relatively innocuous. I don't see either one of those going badly. I don't see anything wrong with a boot or a belt slot. Gloves could be bad. It's pretty good. It's better than what I'm wearing, sort of, ish. I was thinking about trying to like get 2 sockets. What is it? 19 plus 19 is what? I mean, I guess technically that's not better than 2 sockets, so if I could find a jeweler shield, that would be better. It's actually what I've been looking for. One of the things I've been looking for in here is a jeweler shield.
Greetings.
I have a superiority complex on D2? Not at all. Many people would come in here and tell you that I'm not as good as most of the other people that play the game. And I would agree with them. My focus is different than most people's. I don't focus on speedrunning the game. I don't focus on doing all that stuff. I just focus on having fun. What I'm trying to tell you at Val is that that you may be playing the game in a way that is not fun. That's all I'm trying to say. That you might be going out of your way to kill the fun for yourself.
Greetings.
And then if you take a little bit of time and you focus more on like your current equipment and what you have available to you, you might have more fun with the game rather than focusing on the things that you don't have. It's very easy to get caught up in focusing on the things that you don't have. Like I don't have a Harlequin Crest Shaco. I don't have a Storm Shield yet. I don't have a I don't have a Titans yet. I don't have a Thunderstroke yet. Like if only I could get this item, I'd be a god and among men and elves, and I could rue the day that they ever looked at me. But instead of focusing so hard on what you don't have, if you just focus on what you do have and have fun with it, a lot of the times the rest just follows naturally. It just follows naturally. Like as a course of just playing the game, all of a sudden you'll find a Titans and you'll be like, oh my god, the moment I stopped looking for it, it just fell right into my lap. And you're focused so hard on what you don't have that you don't see the fun that you could be having. Like, oh, I don't want to play this game unless I have an Enigma, Harlequin Crest Shaco, a Titans, and a Storm Shield. Like, I can't play the game without it. Like, you're like, I'm never gonna find it, and then like it never drops because you're so focused on trying to find it that like it just eludes you, and then the moment you stop looking, it just like falls right into your lap. I think I'm done with this guy. This boy already told me a lie at the beginning of this conversation. He told me, well, what was it that he said? Let's actually like read it directly. We're gonna read exactly what he said. Etval, I don't believe you have if you are saying that you found it 30 times. Did you find it or get it from others? I found it. How are you putting in 20,000 hours? There is no way a Titan can be found in 30 times unless you play 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for years. This homie said 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for years to find Titans. One of the easiest to find uniques in the entire game. Pretty much rivaling things like Mantled Heel and Nagelring. Like, it's literally right up there with Nagelring. I mean, I'm not being superior. I'm not bringing any kind of, like, odd attitude to this, Etval. You're just coming in here and lying about some of the most basic things that anyone in the game who's played it for a prolonged period of time would know. Nobody in here is fooled by what you're saying. Like, we're not dumb. Everybody in here who has played the game for a significant period of time knows how easy it is to find Titans. You can come in here and lie and basically spread falsehoods all you want, but you're not fooling anybody. Like, you're not gonna, like, pull the wool over our eyes. And the silly thing is that, like, if you don't already know this information, then you obviously haven't been playing the game for very long. It's one of those things that's like it's like a litmus test of, like, are you alive? And the person answers yes. You basically failed the litmus test of knowledge of the game. The moment that you didn't know how easy it was to find a Titans, the moment that you didn't know the answer to that question, you shouted out from the rooftops to everyone your inexperience. Everyone in chat knew immediately that you didn't know what you were talking about when you said that it took 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for years, and you would never find that many Titans. We all knew. Nobody needed to be told. You might as well have went into a mechanic shop and said something about a flux capacitor needed to be replaced in your car. Well, yep, you know, got to get your flux capacitor replaced every now and then. And then everybody in the mechanic shop's looking at you like, this ain't Back to the Future. There's no flux capacitor in a car. Not unless you happen to be driving a DeLorean.
Good to see you.
Never mind, guys. He was driving a DeLorean. He was actually driving a DeLorean. My bad. He does actually have a flux capacitor. I had to let him know, though, that we don't carry that part. I'm pretty sure nobody has that part, actually. It was a custom. It's a custom mod. He was pretty disappointed, but...
May I help you?
I don't have any problem. I just don't tolerate people coming here selling lies. And faking questions, too. Like you ask a question, then you get your answer, and then you get upset because the answer wasn't what you wanted. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Do you want us to lie to you and tell you that Titans is really rare and that you can't find it? Like, oh my god, yeah, you're right, man. Titans is super rare, and they need to change that. We got like a document together, and we want everybody to sign this document. And we need your signature, Etval, because we're trying to get the developers to, like, fix the drop rate on the Titans, because that thing just, like, never falls. It's so rare that it's worth like 17,000 Zod runes, and that's just unacceptable. Like nobody can afford that. So we're trying to get like the developers to fix it. If you could do your part and just, you know, sign the document, and we're gonna submit it to the developers with our firm recommendation that they do something to fix Titan's very rare availability, because everybody wants one but nobody can find one anywhere, you know, and it's really bad. I wonder if I should grab the +2. I already had a +2 trap, so I think I sold it.
Good day.
Ain't no problem here, Adval. I tried to give you legitimate advice and you rejected the legitimate advice. I mean, feel free to do whatever you want at this point. Hang out and chat and, like, be weird. Don't join my Discord, though, please. I definitely don't need people like you in the Discord. People who want to learn are always welcome. People who reject any kind of learning whatsoever, I mean, you're not welcome. Like, if all you want to do is fight when somebody gives you an answer, like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, hey, what color is the sky? Oh, it's blue. Oh, no, it's not blue. It's purple. What are you talking about? You're an idiot. Like, dude, you just literally just asked me the question of what color it was. And I told you it's blue. It's not blue. It's purple. What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, why are you an idiot? Like, that's basically you right now. You came in, you asked a question, you got an answer, you didn't like the answer, then you started insulting people.
What can I do for you?
There's no way that you found that item. It's impossible even if you farm for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 300 years, you'd never have that many in a million, trillion, billion years. Like, who answers a question like that? It is so freaking weird. Like, who asks a question and then comes back with, like, an insult right after they get the answer? This is obviously the troll from the other day. Like, he keeps coming back with different accounts, and it's probably just the same troll from, like, a couple days ago. It's whatever. This is the kind of stuff that this troll does, is he asks questions and then insults you after you answer the question. It's the same exact kind of behavior, which is, it's probably just him all over again. The funny thing is he thinks that nobody recognizes the behavior, but he does the same exact thing every single time, so, like, it's entertaining at least. Mana. I need another, like, visionary mod helmet, like, but better than this one, because this one kind of sucks. It has like 8 life on it. It'd be nice if I could find a visionary that had, like, a second mod. You did not insult people. You called everyone a liar who told you that Titans was easy to find. You told them that they basically were never going to be able to find it in years of constantly farming, and that anyone who said that they had found one was a liar, basically. That's what you said. And then you insinuated that they purchased it off of eBay, which is also an insult. So when someone tells you that you find something, they're like, yeah, I found one of those. And you're like, found it, not purchased it off eBay. I'm doing the head bobs because this is how I imagine that you talk. Like, found it, not purchased it off eBay, question mark. If anybody in this chat, I'm gonna shame people in this chat right now. You can make fun of me for shaming people at Val. If you have ever purchased a Titans off of eBay or purchased a Titans off of one of the RMT websites, what are you doing? Like, it's one of the easiest to find items in the game. You can go farm it yourself in like 2 hours. 2 hours farming Mephisto in nightmare difficulty with an easy to create sorceress. You could have like one, if not multiple of them of your own. Why are you purchasing one of the easiest items to find in the game? That's one of the questions I would have for you. Why are you buying one of the easiest items to find in the game? I mean, buying items is one thing, but like buying one of the easiest items to find in the game, why are we buying the really easy to find stuff? Like, I mean, save your dollars for like the hard stuff, like Ashrion's Iron Ward, or like some Burr runes or Jaw runes, or things that are actually difficult to come by. Like, why buy that specifically? What is that, like $1?
Where can I take you?
Moving on. If it's the guy that I think it is, he'll be back with another account within about 5 minutes. It's not a bad little doojank I picked up. Jeweler's Scissors Guitar of Butchery. And Elemist, please don't defend the trolls. That guy came in here with no other reason other than to troll. Do not defend the trolls, please.
Greetings.
Cody. What are you doing, buddy? Cody apparently wants some snacks. Either that or he's got to go pep a dude.
Good day.
Elmas is just too kind-hearted. That's all it is. He thinks that guy's actually being nice or sincere. I'm sure somewhere in Elmas' head he believes that guy's actually being legitimately truthful and honest. And I can almost guarantee you he's not. But that's just that's the fault of being too kind-hearted. That's all it is. And I've been there too. That person did not want help. He wanted to come here and complain. And when his complaint turned out to be illegitimate, when he found out that the thing that he was complaining about was actually not really true, that it was actually a really easy to find item, and he was deliberately complaining about something that was super easy, and the community let him know that it was actually really easy to find, he bucked back because he didn't like being second guessed. He was right in his complaints, and that was the most important thing. It wasn't about getting information or knowledge. It was about complaining and being right in his complaints. But he wasn't right in his complaints, and he got upset about it. No, I don't think I did, Crypto.
Yes.
Ugh. What's the matter, buddy? I know you got food and I know you got water. Is somebody outside doing something? Is that what's going on? Are you bored? Did you play with your alligator today? How about his horn? Did you chew his horn? I have to constantly remind Kubis that he has boys.
Good to see you.
It's just not worth the time and the effort. Like, A lot of the times when stuff like that happens, guys, like it's just not worth the time and the effort. Sometimes people want to be right even when they're wrong, and that's really all there is to it. Like, they want to be right. He wants to be right. That's really all there is to it. He wanted to be right so bad he would rather call me mentally unstable than admit that he had made a mistake. But like, oh, okay, this item might be a little bit more easy to come by than I think.
Good evening.
I mean, the worst thing you can do to somebody sometimes is tell them the truth. Some people say the worst thing you can do to somebody is not live up to their expectations. That's wrong. The worst thing you can do to somebody sometimes is tell them the truth. That's the worst thing. Just tell them the truth. If you tell them the truth, they get mad at you because you tell them the truth. Truth's not allowed. We're telling ourselves stories today. Oh, I made a lifelong enemy. A troll that shows up all the time. He said to me, what did he say to me that day? He said, I'm gonna get you. He says, you're never gonna know whether it's me or not. That's what he said. He said, I'll show up all the time. He goes, and you'll never know whether you're talking to a regular person or whether you're talking to me. He goes, and that's how I'm gonna get you, is that I'm gonna show up all the time and pretend to be random people so that you won't know who I am. And I responded with, I was like, buddy, I always know who you are because you always talk the same way every single time. Like, there's something wrong with you. Like, you have like a specific way that you talk and behave, and it's very obvious when it's you almost every single time. It might take me like a minute or two, but I'll figure out it's you relatively quickly because you just don't seem to know how to talk or behave like a normal person. And even if it's not him, I'm sure I don't want that kind of person in my community. I had somebody like that in my community one time in my Discord. Was constantly going around telling people wrong stuff. Like, somebody would ask a question and they'd be the first one to answer. And I don't normally answer every single question. I let the community answer questions. But like, in this particular case, you know, that's a really nice find. Jeweler's Light Plate of the Whale. In this particular case, like, he would respond, like, he would be the first one to respond every single time when somebody asked a question. And I remember at one point I was, you know, I pay attention, and he would answer the questions wrong, like horribly, horribly wrong, like just completely derailing these people into like the abyss. And I just couldn't have that inside my community. Like, somebody who is going to like respond to questions in the worst possible way and lead people down the wrong path. Like, I just can't have that. And I tried to talk to him about it instead of, you know, banning him, because that's not the kind of person I am. I don't just ban people. And he basically told me to go shove it. Like, that like, I didn't know what I was talking about, that he knew what he was talking about, and that like he was answering the questions correctly and I was answering the questions wrong. And that I was the stupid one who didn't know what he was talking about, and I was just like, "This is so dumb." I'm like, what am I doing? I was like, "This person is just going to be in the Discord all the time," like, and he would hop on questions too. Like, he would jump on them. Like, people would ask a question and he would jump to answer. And I just don't know. What's up, Jesvin? Jesvin said, don't feed the trolls, and he has now subscribed with Prime for 11 months straight. Jesvin is one of my ardent supporters, and I really appreciate it. He's always hanging around. He's always in my live streams. I gotta recognize Jesvin for being just an amazing guy. Or gal, I don't know. I'm assuming a guy. Jesvin kind of sounds like a play on like Jesse or something, or like, I'm not really quite sure. Do I think it's possible respecking to shift some skill points around, maybe 15 points per blade skill to shore up more skill points for something else? Trying to change the subject. I was planning on doing a respec at some point just for like, just to like really shore up rail difficulty. I think I'm getting close to like, to the point where I don't want to do any more shopping. I found some stuff though. I've gotten some things. I was really hoping on a better weapon, but one thing I was thinking of doing is taking one of these amp weapons. I've got 2 of them. I've got the Cruel Longsword of amplified damage, and I've got the Hawkeye Crest. I was thinking of maybe taking these and trying to Larzik them and see if I can get 2 sockets, because then I could put 2 Eth runes in there, and I think that would be the optimal choice. I mean, obviously the damage on them isn't the most amazing, but if I could get 2 sockets, which I don't know if it's even possible, that definitely is a potential option. It's up there. I mean, I've got some choices here. We're gonna have to figure out our equipment here eventually, but I've got some choices.
Yes.
I mean, people come in here to troll all the time, Viking. Like, I don't have no control over it. Like, I learned a long time ago that you stress about the things that you can't control and let the things that you can't control just roll on by.
Good evening.
That guy didn't even bother me in the least. Only reason I banned him because he was spreading false information. That's one thing get you banned real quick around here. Come in here, start like putting a bunch of false information out, yeah. You'll be gone real quick. .30 attack rating. It's not a visionary mod, but isn't that kind of better than the one that I've got in here? Like poison length reduction. Yeah, 30 attack rating is better than a little bit of poison length reduction, so that's not bad. No, there is a 50% chance that a blue item can get 2 sockets. This is a really like annoying thing in the game because it doesn't happen all the time. It's actually something I really wish they would fix because like it's rare. Like it's more rare than it should be. Like it's supposed to be a 50-50 chance of 2 sockets, but more often than not it just rolls 1. But Larzik does have the possibility of rolling 2 sockets in a rare item. It is something that he can do. It is rare, and like I have socketed like 3 items in a row before, and only gotten 1 socket every single time. So I don't know if it's a percent chance thing, more so as it might be like a seed thing. It might actually be like based on seed codes, and if you're in the wrong seed, it might just like never give you 2 sockets. I don't know. We're about to test it though because I have access to 2 socket quests, and before we begin hell difficulty here, I am definitely going to like head over to Larzik and we're gonna see if I can get 2 sockets on some of these items because it's gonna be a big boon if I can. If I can't, well then we might end up going a different direction. 2 sockets is magic only. Rares always get 1. Rares can have more than 1 socket, but only if they roll with the modifier for more than 1 socket.
Good morning.
I was really hoping to find like a Jewelers of Amp in here. Like that was like one of the things I was really hoping to find. Like jewelers with amplified damage on a weapon would be absolutely amazing, and then I could just customize the weapon to like what I want. Haven't seen it yet.
Greetings.
So speaking of Larzik, since we're talking about Larzik, So Larzik has the ability to socket items. Yes. He always sockets to the maximum number of sockets on every single piece of equipment except for magic items. That is the only exception to the rule. If you socket a white item, it will always be the maximum number of sockets that that item is capable of getting to. And that does not mean the maximum number of sockets for the item base. That means the maximum number of sockets for the item. So specifically, what you have to understand is that like not every item has the ability to go to every number of sockets. And on top of that, not only does not every item have the ability to go to every socket, but also there is other restrictions like item level restrictions. So for instance, if you have a shield that is capable of 4 sockets, then it has to be higher than like, I think it's like level 25 or something like that, eye level 25. So it has to be higher than eye level 25. If you find a paladin shield that's like really, really, really low level, that's below 24, then it won't get 4 sockets even if you take it to Larzik. It only gets 3, which is how a lot of people get their early like spirit swords. What they do is they specifically hunt down bases that have lower number of sockets than other bases, which is something that you can easily do by controlling the C level of the M level of the monsters when you kill them.
Greetings.
The other thing is that like magic items and specifically roll between 1 to 2 sockets for some reason. I'm not really sure why they decided to make it roll between 1 to 2 sockets. But it's a point of contention. It definitely makes things annoying.
Good day.
Well, I got 2 pairs of boots. I got a cold res pair and a fire res pair. That was a good find. So we got 2 40% increased walk speed boots with cold or fire res, depending on what we need at that particular moment. We may not even need the resistance on the boots at all, so that'd be something that we can potentially check once we actually get like our gear together. I do have some mana leech gloves in there. I don't know if these are better than the ones I was running. Oh, nice. Ooh, 178,000 gold. It's worth it, though. So that was a really good find. So now we got ourselves a Jeweler's Ancient Armor of the Whale, which trumps quite severely the Jeweler's Light Plate of the Whale, because now we have 83 life with 4 sockets instead of 84 life with 3 sockets. So we just got ourselves a Jeweler's Ancient Armor of the Whale, which we can now sell back the other one because we don't need that anymore. So I think we are set on the armor now. Like we are 100% set on the armor. That is definitely like best in slot for us at the moment. Now we just need to actually find some stuff to put in it. We may have to make some choices on what we're putting in it. We could always pull some stuff out, but I don't think I found a hell rune yet. So. So a Jeweler's of Amplified Damage is the ideal for the weapon. And that's why we're trying to hunt. We're hunting for a weapon, like a really good weapon base. I mean, some of those will work, especially if we can get 2 sockets in them. I'm not mad at it. Like, they definitely could potentially work, but like, I don't know if I want to use them over potentially something else. I was also looking for maybe like a visionary, a better visionary, because we got a visionary Grand Crown. I want to try and socket that too, see if we can get 2 sockets on that. So if we get 2 sockets on the first weapon, we'll try 2 sockets on the helmet too. We'll see if we can get a helmet 2 sockets. I'm half tempted to maybe use some hero editor here. And let me run this past you guys to see what you guys think, because like, I don't know exactly what the chances are of getting 2 sockets, okay? I don't know what the chances are. Like, I have not socketed enough magic items with Larzik to really understand, like, how many helmets like, or how many items you have to go through before you get 2 sockets, or like what's the % chance of getting like really bad numbers, and or you know whether or not like socketing multiple times in a row like gives you better results or something, like, or is it seed code related? Like, maybe it's something that we could potentially test out together today, as we could get a bunch of items and try like socketing a bunch of items. Like, I could keep reactivating the quest, and we can try and like socket the item multiple times and see like potentially how many 2-socket like helmets we get. Like, take this same 2-socket helmet and then just like Larzik it like 10-20 times, because we can just copy the helmet, right? And then see how many of them roll 2 sockets. So there is an interesting question here, and this comes down to item codes. So I don't know if a lot of people know this, but there is a very interesting thing when it comes to upgrading uniques, that uniques always upgrade to the same defense value. And the reason why they upgrade to the same defense value is because the defense value is based on the item code, not like randomized, like in any way, shape, or form. So an interesting thought here is that what if the 2 sockets is also based on an item code and has absolutely no bearing on the like chance? Like, there's no chance essentially. Like, it could potentially be that the item code is determining the number of sockets, and that it always ends up with 1 socket, or it always ends up with 2 sockets. It could be in that weird category. Michael said, won't rare items only spawn 2 open sockets? If they don't spawn with 2, they only get 1. So they have to spawn with the affix. So there's multiple affixes within the game that determine sockets, and they basically revolve around the 3 modifiers. So the 3 modifiers are mechanics, artisans, and jewelers. Those are the 3 modifiers, and they determine the number of sockets that an item can have. A rare item can roll with basically mechanics, artisans, or jewelers, from what I understand. But even if it rolls with mechanics, artisans, or jewelers, it can only have a maximum number of sockets of 2. You'll see this happen in magic items too, like magic items that will roll with jewelers but still only have 2 sockets, because the maximum number of sockets that they're capable of getting is 2. And it doesn't matter. Like, if any of them roll on an item that's rare, mechanics, jewelers, or artisans, it always ends up being 2, and the item then has 2 sockets, which is actually a really rare and really sought after mod for rare items, because it opens up so much like customizability in the item. It definitely makes the item very valuable. Like, if you have a like a really god tier like diadem or something, or a circlet, and it happens to roll with 2 sockets, it ups the value tremendously. Like, that's the point at which you're like in the many burr territory if you happen to find like a circlet that has the 2 sockets on it.
Let's deal, my friend.
Looking for Cruel Longsword of Chain Lightning. I mean, I think we have enough to proceed. One way or another, I think we have enough to proceed. So maybe we go. I wonder what my current resistances are with that shield. Like, if I cast Fade. So with that new shield I got, I'm at 50, 52, 75, 29. I mean, I was thinking of just dropping 3 diamonds in this. I mean, what would that bring me up to? My lowest resistance is fire, which we can fix that really easily by switching to the fire res boots that we just got. So the 28% fire res run walks. So we are sitting at, without the shield, we have 28%. Our lowest is 21. So what do we need to hit 75 on all these reses? So we take 75 minus 21. We are at 54%. Divide that by the number of diamonds that we can potentially put in there. So we've got 19, so divided by 19, 2.84. So 3 literally just covers it. So once we put 3 diamonds in this shield, we are set. Like, we will have 75% all resistances between the boots and the poison res on the belt and the lightning res on the shield, or on the gloves. We're set. Like, we basically have all the resistances that we need, including the Rainbow Amulet of the Life Everlasting, so that's good. We could probably drop... So we're definitely dropping this. We're moving to the Jeweler's Ancient Armor of the Whale. Let's just take this and put this in here for the time being. The weapon, I like my weapon, I do, but I really wish I had some mana leech or something. Huh. The Visionary mod, I think, is going to be more powerful than, like, the socketed piece of equipment here. But, if we happen to get, like, no 2-socket on this roll, like maybe if it's just 1 socket, this one might be better. So what we can do with this one is we can put diamonds in it. Diamonds are 100 attack rating apiece, and we could potentially put 3 diamonds in there, which is 300 attack rating, which gives us an additional 30 attack rating, so that's 330 attack rating total. And that's 330 base, not 330, like, modified. This one gives us, at current, for Blade Fury, it's what... But it's because we're using this. This is the problem. So this is being modified by this. So 7, 8, 9, 10... It's rough. See, like, we really just don't have the attack rating unless we're using the Fool's mod. Which is the only other solution, I think, to this is a multi-socketed, like, Ethrune. So as many Ethrunes as we can put inside of a weapon. So we get, like, 1, 2... I'm sure we can come up with more Ethrunes, but, like, as many Ethrunes as we can to reduce the monster's defense. If we put, like, 3 or 4 Ethrunes in an item, then we're at negative 75, and then finally negative 100 if we get 4. Which is why I was really trying to find a, if I could find one, I was trying to find, like, a jeweler's weapon in here. But it seems to be beyond me at the moment. The other problem is that bosses reduce the negative target's defense to half. So whenever you're fighting a boss, the negative target's defense isn't at full value anymore, and then the boss is sitting at whatever the defense is, like, divided by 2. So, like, if you have negative 100% enemy defense, and you go up against a boss, it's only negative 50, as an example. So in that particular case, you would still need enough attack rating to overcome 50% of the boss's defense, as opposed to the entirety of it. I'm not sure. 2 doesn't sound bad, though. Like, I mean, this weapon right here, if you got 2 sockets, would be FF, so that would be negative 50% amp and a decent amount of damage, which isn't awful. Endures target's defense doesn't work on bosses at all, Carnage Master. It doesn't work on bosses at all. ITD isn't even, like, in the realm of working properly on those monster types. The raw minus defense, that would be nice too. I wish I could squeeze that in somewhere. Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze. I do have a Jeweler's Military pick, and I could put 4 Ethrunes in this Jeweler's Military pick. Which, I mean, if I want to go 4 Ethrunes, that's a pretty powerful combo, and I'm not really going to have a lot of, like, accuracy problems if I use 4 Ethrunes. Like, that's going to be pretty ridiculous. And I could use this one, throw diamonds in it, and I'd be pretty well off, like, attack rating wise. So 330 attack rating here, put this in place of the Visionary mod, which the Visionary mod doesn't really do much without the massive, like, flat attack rating, so it's kind of useless. Like, if you don't have this, then it's really not doing a whole lot. So So maybe go with the Artisan's Crown of Radiance instead, and then throw like 3 diamonds in there. We don't really have enough diamonds right this second, but it's an option. The Jeweler's Ancient Armor of the Whale, I mean, we also have to think about what we want to do with that as well. I mean, we could go for survivability, which is actually really easy, utilizing things like soul runes, for instance, which have damage reduced by 7. We could also go with mana after each kill. I mean, damage taken goes to mana. Like, there's a lot of various options that we could potentially choose from. We already have this ridiculous Rainbow Amulet of the Life Everlasting, which if we combine together with some more damage reduction from, like, soul runes and stuff like that, I think we could probably push it really far to the point where we're not getting hit very hard at all by anything. Just, like, stack. Just try and, like, stack soul runes in the item or something like that, just to get as much damage reduced as possible. Unfortunately, the jewels I've found have been pretty terrible. There's not really much to talk about there. We pretty much fixed the resistances with this Artisan's Tower Shield and Negation, unless I find something better. I'm trying not to dump the diamonds in there just yet, because I want to make sure that I'm not wasting them, but... Like, see, there's an ITD, but ITD doesn't help versus bosses or elites or champions or basically anything worthwhile, so that's not going to help me very much. I mean, I could always keep it on, like, a swap and just use ITD when I'm fighting trash mobs or something. But it only works versus trash mobs, so it doesn't really help me out as much as you think. Doesn't negative defense only do anything after the first hit? I mean, negative defense is nice. It only applies to one monster, and it only applies to you. But in this particular case, and I don't really care. I'm the only one attacking the monster anyway. Alright, here's my thinking on this. So, my thinking is first we try the attack rating Chris. The attack rating Chris, it seems to be the better choice, I think, because we are going to be low on attack rating. So we try and socket this. If it gets 2 sockets, we put 2 Etherins in it. If it doesn't get 2 sockets, then we try and socket this. And if that gets 2 sockets, we put 2 Etherins in it. If neither one of these get 2 sockets, then we use the Jeweler's Military Pick and we get 4 Etherins. And we see how that goes. I think 4 Etherins would be a very interesting push in that direction. So now I think I'm pretty much done shopping. I mean, we could do 1 or 2 more little shops real quick. Why not? Maybe we'll get super lucky and we'll find something ridiculous, but I doubt it. I mean, I say I doubt it, but then something will pop up and I'll be like, oh my god, I can't believe it. It's the most godlike doojank that ever doojanked the doojank plant. I mean, I wouldn't be mad if, something amazing popped up at the last minute. And it's like, oh yeah, don't lose that piece of crap. Why don't you use this? This is amazing, and that's garbage.
Good evening.
Bow 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 bow. I don't see nothing good in here. Got a jeweler's great helm of charged bolt though. 10% chance to cast a level 3 charge bolt when you are struck, and I don't think that's very good for me. It probably won't do any damage, see, but that's okay, cause I like how it shines. It glitters and it shines in my mind. Oh, charge bolts, I love you. Look at you dancing around, short-lived, but that's okay. I need some charge bolts, okay. Give me some of them beautiful charge bolts. I need some of those beautiful charge bolts. like static lightning in the night. Gonna give myself a fright.
What you need?
Charge bolts, charge bolts. Lovely, lovely charge bolts. Shiny, shiny charge bolts. Love 'em everywhere. Shiny, shiny charge bolts. Put 'em in your lovely hair. Like a static balloon makes your hair stand on end, and you's gonna get some friend 'cause we got some charge bolts. Lovely, lovely charge bolts. Jeweler's helm of charge bolts. Exactly what you want, yeah. Jeweler's helm of charge bolts. What does Doojanks mean? Doojanks is basically a word that derives its meaning from the context of a sentence. It is the culmination of an idea that spelling and grammar don't matter so much as the context of the sentence matters more than anything else. And I've had this conversation many times with people. Context of a sentence is more important than just about anything. Without proper context, the sentence loses its meaning. With proper context, the word gains its meaning. Take Doojank and put it in the place of any word, and as long as the context of the sentence is correct, then, likewise, the word will be correct. So the meaning of Doojank is a specific meaning that is derived solely from the context of the sentence.
Let's deal, my friend.
I said I was going to stop shopping, but I'm still shopping. Somebody stop me, like pull my hand away from the keyboard or something. Like, I'm still shopping. Why am I shopping? I already got my Doojanks, but I'm still shopping.
Greetings.
It's actually one of the things that, like, if you're still in school, that you really need to learn is that context is king. Context is always king. I can give you examples. Like, for instance, there's a story in the Bible where the people are bashing babies against rocks. Yeah, in the Bible, they're bashing babies against rocks. And people are like, they're like, see, the Bible's evil. They bash babies against rocks. And context is king. The story is just that, a story. It's a story of evil people doing evil deeds.
Good morning.
Actually, not even evil people. It's a story of righteous indignation against an evil person, where the righteous people did evil deeds because that the evil person did. And thus is the entire purpose. Like, understanding the context of a story is very important. And that's why when you take things out of context, the entire term out of context, when you take things out of context, you ruin the context of the meaning, right? So that the meaning loses its meaning. Doojank only derives its meaning from context, so it's a word that means absolutely nothing unless it is in the correct context. And in the correct context, it only has the meaning of the word that you're using. What is Doojank in French? I don't know what Doojank is in French. That's a good question.
to see you.
I'm not here to have a conversation of the Bible. I'm just talking about taking something out of context. To understand what somebody says, you often have to understand context. It's important. It's very important. Context is more important than almost anything. I mean, I can give you examples. I could make up a story about Leon. Leon killed a man in defense of his family. Now it sounds better. Now the context is more important, right? Leon killed a man in defense of his family. The man broke into his house and tried to kill his wife and his child. Now Leon sounds like the hero. At first, Leon sounded like a villain because the context was very bad. Now Leon sounds like a hero because the context is very good. Context is more important than anything. Yeah.
Please start my door.
Oh, Lord. I only use Leon as an example because he's in chat with me.
Greetings.
But hey, if you take somebody out of context, then you can use it against them and, like, make them look bad, right? That's how we do things. Wow, a cool, great axe of the quickness. 28 to 96, 40% enhanced with 221% enhanced damage. Wow. I mean, it's only a baby little axe on level 43, but, like, that's still a cool, great axe of the quickness, though. It's the Stingy Ho song. That's right.
Good to see you.
Stingy, stingy, stingy ho. She a stingy, stingy ho. Look at, she's a stingy ho. Stingy, stingy, stingy ho. She got them gold coins coming out everywhere. They falling out her purse into the grass on the grass. Stingy, stingy, stingy ho. Stingy, stingy, stingy ho. Sweet Phil is Leon's cousin? Wow. Are you bald like Sweet Phil too?
No, but I shaved his head for him.
Sweet Phil did a wigathon. That's one of the coolest ideas I've ever heard. He did a wigathon where he wore a wig the entire time and he like changed out wigs and stuff. It's got to be one of the most brilliant ideas I've heard of in a while. That's right, Jasmine. $2. Stingy, stingy, stingy ho. Stingy, stingy, stingy yo. Stingy, stingy, stingy yo. Alright, last time, I promise, last time. This is it. This is the last one. This is the do-jank. The last do-jank. We're checking Charcy and then we're checking Geed and that's it. And this is it. We're finalizing the deal. Finalizing the deal. Poison res. We got a Artisan's Tower Shield with nothing good on it. Okay, now Geed.
Hello.
Now Geed. Check Geed real quick. Maybe he's got something really good. Gotta check, make sure. Can't miss out. We won't miss out. Look, I'd said last time I ended the stream, I was like, look, tomorrow's going to be a bunch of shopping and it's probably going to be boring. I was like, be prepared because I'm going to have to shop for a while before I get something good. All right, so now we need to go socket. So let's go socket. So our first attempt is going to be the Chris. I think that's our first attempt. We do the Chris, see if the Chris gets 2 sockets. I think the attack rating is more important than the damage. So let's see if we can get 2 sockets on this Chris. Let me verify that Chris's actually have the ability to get 2 sockets first, though. Harriet, Plateau. Some of these items actually don't have the ability to get 2 sockets. Daggers especially, some of them are only capable of like 2 sockets or less. So we need to double check. A Chris is capable of 3 sockets, but look, see, dagger 1, dirk 1, blade is only 2, etc. Like, see how this could have gone wrong really badly if it was like a dirk or a dagger or something. So the Chris actually does have the ability to get 2 sockets, so that's good. Okay, so Larzik, do me good here. I want 2 sockets, please. Oh, 2 sockets on the first one. Okay, all right, that's good. That's really good. I like that a lot. 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 Doodle 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 dee dee doo. So now we need 2 Eth runes. So that's pretty much where we're going with this. So 50% negative targets defense. All right, now we are sold. Like, so now we have what basically is going to result as like our final weapon for the game, because it's got amp on it. It's got negative 50% targets defense and a decent amount of attack rating. All right, now we need to figure out whether or not this gives us 700 attack rating right now. That's a lot of attack rating. If we could get 2 sockets in this, we could put 2 diamonds in it, which would give us 200 more attack rating, which I think would be like the play. So let's see if we can get 2 sockets in the Visionary helmet. So we'll use our Nightmare quest on the Visionary helmet. Come on, Larza, give me 2 sockets. 2 socket, 2 socket, 2 socket, 2 socket, no, 2 socket. Oh, just 1 socket. Pathetic. Pathetic. Alright, so at this point, we need 3 diamonds in the shield. The 4th diamond can go in the helmet to give us 100 bonus attack rating. So now we're getting like 1,000 easy attack rating from the helmet. So we've got 4,000 attack rating and negative 50% targets defense. So it should work out very nicely for most of the monsters in the game. That only means 25% for bosses though, but you know that's all right. Now we need the armor, so we got to figure out what we want to do with this armor. We got 4 sockets to use in this armor. I'm gonna go take a quick restroom break. You guys decide.
And his name is John C.
You guys decide what I'm going to put in this thing. I'm thinking about it. Like, I was thinking soul runes for damage reduced, just to have, like, a massive amount of damage reduced, but I'm not sure. What's the magic damage reduced one? I can't even remember. All right, so I mean, I don't need the resistances, so let's go to hell real quick since we got all our doojanks in place. We're pretty much like gearing to start with hell at this point, so we just need to figure out what we're putting in this armor. So let me cast up my doojanks here. So here's my doojanks casted. So see, I'm at 75% all res. So resistances are done. Like, we don't have to worry about resistances. In fact, like, we could stack more dexterity for more attack rating. I think that actually might be a good idea. which one would be better, like HP wise? Like let's do a little bit of a test here. So like, we gotta write it down. So dexterity is 5 attack rating per point. And we can get, what is that? I think it's like 10 dex for a perfect. Yeah, we can get 10 dex. So that's 10 times 5, some 5, which is 50. So 50 per perfect emerald. So we get 50 attack rating. Or we could potentially go with life, which is 38 life. So this is what I'm thinking. So like each one of these is 38 life. So 38 times 4 equals, what is that? I don't even know what 38 times 4 is. So 38 times 4 is 152. Alright, and then 1 point of vitality for us is... Can you remember what she gets per point of vitality? So per point of vitality, she gets 3 life. So she gets 3 life per point of vitality. Alright, so we're running an interesting calculation to here to see like where we can get more life or more attack rating, like in both situations, like which one would be technically better, right? So like we could put 4 rubies, which gives us 38 life per. 1 times 5 times 5. It's times 5 again. Or times 10. Times 10, sorry. I just left out a multiplication because it's 1 dexterity equals 5 AR times 10 dexterity, which is 50. So you end up with 50 attack rating per gem, which actually multiplies out even more. So it's 50 times 4, which is 200. So it would be a total of 200 AR. My math isn't mathing. You shush. Alright, so 200 AR for 5 gems versus a 152 HP. 3 life per vitality points. We could potentially drop vitality and go for health instead, which is basically what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking about like dropping vitality and going for dex, or the other way around, like which one is better, right? So like to get the same amount of life as 152, I would need to invest, what is that, 152... 152 divided by 3, which is a total of 50 vitality. So 50, so this is the equivalent of 50 vite. Or I go the other way and I put in 50 vitality or 50 dexterity. So 50 times 5. So that's 250. So looking at this, it looks like the rubies are a better bet than the dexterity, because I can pull that HP and put the points in directly into dexterity and end up with more, essentially, is what I'm looking at. So if I take my dexterity, or the 50 vitality that I'm gaining here, and I put it into the other, I should be getting more basically attack rating that way than the other. So the rubies are a good investment, essentially. The rubies give me more HP than I would otherwise gain by just simply stacking into vitality. Do I have any, give me like, I've got an all-res 12 jewel here. I don't know, I don't need that at all, so like, unfortunately kind of useless. What else do I have jewel-wise? 17 attack rating, 5 strength. So that would be the equivalent of what? Like 5, 10, 15. So 3 dexterity. That'd be equivalent of 3 dexterity, and it would also give me 5 strength, which could potentially help me get more But that's only, what, 5, 6, 7, 8? So that's only the equivalent of 8 dexterity or 8 vitality, which isn't quite enough. There's a 9 strength. Yeah, I just don't have any jewels that are really, like, super duper worthwhile. Like, they're all pretty dookie. There's nothing in here, like, amazing. I should have, like, paid attention when I got, like, a jewel, because it might even be worthwhile to, like, take a jewel and re-roll it and see if I get something that's not garbage. Dookie butt. That's right, dookie butt. I was thinking, honestly, a soul rune would be pretty darn, like, good as far as damage reduced by, because I already have 16 damage reduced by here. And if I put in soul runes, I felt like that would just be better. I've got 6 magic damage reduced by here. I've got a little bit of, like, MDR and PDR, and, like, stacking soul runes in here. Like, if I just stacked 4 soul runes in here, that would be, what, 28? And all of it essentially stacks whenever you're being hit by, like, certain targets. So what would that be? That would be, like, 16 plus 28 plus 6. Be sitting at, like, 50 damage reduced by, so anything that touches me would just get the damage reduced by 50 before it even encounters my HP. I think things like this actually function better than hit points, in my opinion. Just like in general, actually. We only have one of them, though. I could probably make another one. I think I have enough shale runes to make another one. Isn't it shale to soul? We're going to scraping the bottom of the barrel here. I've got 3 AMs. Is it AM to soul? I think it's AM to soul, isn't it?
It's Am.
Yeah. I can't remember which gem it is to upgrade AMs, but...
Chipped Amethyst.
Chipped Amethyst.
Yep.
Alright, so I've got 2 soul runes. That's 14 damage reduced by. I'm probably not going to be able to come up with any more. So maybe we just roll 2 soul runes and 2 rubies. 2 perfect rubies sounds like a good idea. I don't need any resistances. I don't really need the damage taken goes to mana, although the damage taken goes to mana could be useful. I mean, that's an option. 15% damage taken goes to mana goes a long way. So, like, if we're just talking about customization, like, that's huge in terms of, like, restoring mana. And I did lose my mana leech, actually, now that I think about it. So that actually might be a really solid play.
You can always redo it with a Hell Rune, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't really have a lot of, like, extra stuff, but I do have 1 Hell Rune, so I can redo it at least 1 time. Most of this is just resistances. Nothing too fancy. Obviously, we've got dexterity, life, mana, like regeneration. This is all just stats. I think at that point, it's just more life. I think we just stack more life in there. Because it's already got 83 life on it. So we stack 2 soul runes, an ith rune, and 1 ruby. And I think that's a pretty good play. Because that'll pretty much defend us against most of the stuff in the game. Give us a little bit of survivability that we desperately need. Increase our HP pool. And just kind of set us on the way. Where resistances are already good. Like, we're fine with that. We also have some physical damage reduced thanks to the fade. So we're sitting at, what is it? Physical damage reduced by 16%, and we have a DR of 30 and PDR of 30 and a MDR of 6, which should go a long way to helping us survive. We also have amp damage now too, which is massive. Can't upgrade any of this stuff, unfortunately. It's sad. I really need better rings, but I never really did find better rings. I think what we probably do now, which is the smartest thing that I can do, is we're just going to take a lot of this stuff that's garbage, we're going to sell it. anything that wasn't really useful, and then I'm gonna go see gamble rings. I think that's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna see if I can get something better, like maybe a mana leech ring or a life leech ring or something of that nature, like anything that could help us like continue ring wise. Unfortunately, you can't shop rings, so we do need money to keep the Merc resurrected, but I think we'll be alright. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of the jeweler's full plates. We don't need that anymore. Rings are expensive. They're like 50,000 gold a piece.
You have are you allowed to use an edge bow
No.
for gambling?
No, we already covered that. I'm not allowed to use an edge bow because it's it's a rune word. I'm not allowed to touch it.
Full gamble pricing.
Not allowed to touch it, unfortunately. We don't need this anymore. I do have the mana leech gloves. These could be swapped in. I wonder if do I lose my lightning res does go down when I swap in the mana leech gloves. That's
I think
unfortunate.
that's fine for this act.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely there's going to be areas where not having capped lightning res will be fine. Like there's nothing wrong with it. Just trying to like optimize my survivability here. I don't have very good defense. Trying to like optimize what I can, which isn't unfortunately enough in a lot of situations.
The amplified damage is gonna feel so good.
Oh yeah, the amp is gonna like soar me through here, and then I have the other stuff that I need too to actually make things work. So that's good. Got a bunch of like I do have a mana leech ring, a single mana leech ring. I don't know if my attack rating is gonna be good enough to use it, but get rid of you, get rid of you.
I think bosses are gonna be your only issue.
Oh, they take forever. Oh my god, they take forever. It's not even a... yeah, it's just gonna take forever. I could do like an overhaul on my charms too and see if I have any that can be replaced. That's also a small thing I could take a look at. I do have this ring, which is 27% poison res, 6% life leech, but I don't need the poison res, and I really need the I really need the attack rating. I think that's kind of the goal here. The goal is to try and see if I can gamble a ring that actually has like life leech and attack rating at the same time, or mana leech and attack rating at the same time. If I can get that, I think that's the final like nail in the coffin for this build. I think both of these can go. Actually, I was re-rolling these, but I think that Paladin one is actually worth money. Paladin ones tend to be, yeah, 27,000 gold. I remembered the Monty, they worth Monty. Dollhaz, they worth Dolums.
3 rings.
Alright, so I've got 954,000 gold, so I can gamble quite a few rings. And they're almost always magic rings anyway, so like I'm gonna get a bunch of magic rings. Hey look, a dual leech, dual res rare ring. Bruh, get that out of here. This is magic only, bro. Bro. Oh look, an all res, lightning res, attack rating, strength, dex, faster cast ring. Bruh, like this is not what this is about. Like, what are you even doing? I don't want to spend all my gold. Like, I do need to keep the mercenary rezzed, so unfortunately I'm gonna have to kill it at a certain point. We're gonna try and re-roll these rings too, so like get more chances essentially. I mean, we can get like a couple extra chances just by re-rolling them. An amulet of the life everlasting. +3 strength, 91 mana. Bahamut's Ring of Might.
It's a lot of mana.
That is a lot of mana. One more. That's all I can spare. I'm not going to have enough money to actually like make it through the game otherwise. Okay, well, we can still pick up rings and re-roll them as we go. I still have some mana and life leech rings, which I can try and swap in. I'm not actually sure how well they'll work, but with no attack rating and our attack rating being so low, like, we're kind of at a crossroads there. Alright, time to go. No more delaying.
They'll never see me coming.
Oops. Gotta take that off of the attack button. Punk.
I am overburdened.
The amp is working beautifully.
Experience trying on me.
I gotta get used to hearing the amp sound all the time. I'm doing Ubers? What the hell? And magic only? How's that work? What kind of crack y'all smoking over there? Pulsethorn the Slasher. What's up, Pulsethorn?
I am overburdened.
Alright, let's go get our Den of Evil quest done.
So dark. Perfect.
Charles has it on VHS. Oh my god, not VHS. Not 240p. What's up, Shamo91? How's it going, man? I love how Twitch actually tells me things when people join my chat. Like, for instance, it notified me that Shamo91, that was the first time he'd ever participated in my chat before, right? It also lets me know, like, other things, like whether they're possibly a scammer or whether their account has been stolen. Like, it's like, this person's account might be stolen. Like, please be aware. Like, this is the first time the guy's ever commented in your chat before. Like, you should say hi. This guy only has one arm. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't say anything about arms. There's no arm messages. That was a
I can't carry
joke.
anymore.
They're working on that for next year. What's the matter, Boogie? You gotta go to the bathroom? You gotta go potty? You gotta go doo-doo? You gotta go pepper doodle? Might take Cody out after we do Den of Evil real quick so we can Have uninterrupted hours of streaming. Takes me a while to kill these regular zombies. It's a couple shots. Ain't no joke. I think I might be struggling on the ancients. Like, judging by how many shots it takes you to kill one ancient, it will take you approximately 3,745 shots to kill one. Like, dang it. I like how Blade Fury pinpoints targets, though. It's always one of my favorite abilities for that reason. Like, you kind of just sit in the back and you can just, like, target anything. And, like, it'll cut through the entire line to get to that one target just so you can kill it. Like, right now, I'll, like, target the shaman. And, like, anything that gets in the way gets, like, murdered. And you're just targeting that one thing in the back of the pack. It's a great, like, elite boss, like elite monster, like sniper. Just doing bail runs, huh? Ever since they brought Terror Zones in, I do Terror Zones instead. Bail runs are okay. Like, they're still good for like a certain amount of EXP, and especially if it's a Terror Zone. Oilstone's on Terror Zone, like, then it's really good, but like, I just prefer running through the Terror Zones most of the time. You get more EXP solo than you do in an 8-man bail run. So the more people, the less EXP you actually get. It's because Diablo's weird, and that's just how it works. You do get more EXP for being in an 8-player game, but when you're next to 7 other players, they actually steal a portion of your EXP. That's how the game actually functions. So when you're playing in an 8-man run, you do get a lot less EXP than when you're playing in an 8-man solo run. I did like tons of testing on this, like back in the day, like before Terror Zones and after Terror Zones. The Terror Zones, once you reach a certain level, are basically the best EXP you're going to get, like, bar none. But you have to be at the level where Terror Zones become the best, essentially. Like, bail runs will be good for a while. Like, they're not going to be bad for a while. But, like, once you get to a certain level, I think it's like 95 or 96. I can't remember the exact level. Terror Zones end up, like, outperforming bail runs by miles. It has to do with the level of the monster compared to the level of your player and how much EXP you get based on the level of the monster, yada yada yada. Like, it's a formula. I probably should have figured it out a while ago and like come up with an actual chart. Die zombies. Thank you. From 94, you should stop bail runs and either go Chaos Sanctuary or TZ. I mean, I'd probably stop sooner than 94. 94 is... I mean, it's hard enough to get to 94. Like, I think once you get to around 93, like, you're already struggling for bail runs. Bail runs aren't going to give you much EXP at all, really. And 93, 94 just gets worse from there. Like, the higher you go, the worse it gets. Yeah, 92, get to 93. And then once you're at 93, like... I mean, solo E8 TZ runs are just going to be better in general. Like, they're going to be miles, leagues, tons better. How many other, like, random units of measurements can I put in? It's not a matter of number of runs. Like, it's a matter of getting EXP or not getting EXP, Shamo. So, the amount of EXP that you get from a monster diminishes the bigger the gap is between you and the monster. So, as the monster's level stays the same, and as your level increases, the amount of EXP that you get decreases, okay? But at a certain point, you get nothing. Like, it's not just that it's like 50% less or 75% less or 100 or like 95% less. Like, eventually it gets to the point where you get nothing. Like, you're going to look at your EXP bar, you're going to kill a monster, and it won't even move. You're like, oh, okay. So I get nothing. And it's not necessarily that Terror Zones are that much better than Bail Runs. It's that Terror Zones give you something, whereas Bail Runs give you nothing. And once you get to the point where Bail Runs are giving you nothing, then, like, you pretty much don't have a choice. Like, it's Terror Zones or nothing. Like, you literally cannot run Bail Runs forever and level up to 99. You can run Bail. Bail is level 99, and so he gives good EXP no matter what. But, like, doing an entire Bail Run just to get to Bail is... that's rough. Players 1 Terror Zones is always going to outperform Bail when you get to the point where the monsters stop giving you EXP. It's not even a contest. What's up, Bishy Bosh? How goes it, my friend? That's a Bishy Bosh, and him's dead. No, you don't get any EXP past a certain point, Elemis. I'm pretty sure when you're 98, you literally do not get EXP for any monster that's not, like, within your EXP range. I'm pretty sure I tested this. Like, I went out and actually, like, wrote down the number, and then I went back and, like, killed the monster, and then checked my EXP and see if it went up even by, like, 1 EXP, and it didn't go up at all. I'm pretty sure there's a point at which your EXP literally just doesn't go up at all. I think it's level 98, if I remember correctly. I think once you're level 98, nothing gives you EXP anymore, unless they're the right level. Like, TC-87 monsters just don't do it for you no more. You're immune to them. You're immune to their charms. And that guy was painful. Superior Matriarchal Bow. +2 with 11% enhanced. Could be an upgrade, but I don't have a socket quest, and I can't put 4 sockets in it. Actually, it would get 5 sockets, wouldn't it? Yeah, I would get 5 sockets, like, no matter what. Oh, the EXP penalties in Diablo are beyond ridiculous. They are beyond ridiculous. Like, a lot of people don't know how bad the EXP penalties in Diablo 2 actually are. They're pretty rough. And when I mean pretty rough, I mean very rough. And when I mean very rough, I mean, like, ridiculously rough. Like 20 grit sandpaper on your butthole rough. Those last couple penalties are killer. Without Terror Zones, good luck ever getting to 99. Like, I mean, just for graphical representation, let me bring up the D2R level penalties. I'm pretty sure I can find them around here somewhere. That's only half the chart. Where's the rest of the chart? Oh, well, here's the only part that matters. Okay, here's the only part that matters right here. All right, so this is the level 90, like 91 to 93 or whatever chart, right? So notice the 5% EXP penalty here. So like if you're not killing monsters that are within your like level range, every monster basically only gives you like 5% EXP. It's pretty atrocious actually. Like the monsters have to basically be your level or nothing. And if they're not your level, you're basically getting like 5% EXP for them. Like at 91, you can kind of get away with a little bit of adjustment. Like, as you can see, there's a little bit of a grace period there where it's 7% instead of 5. But like once you start getting into like level 98, it's like hard locked at a 5% penalty for everything. Then there's this tab right here. So you see this tab? This is a modifier on the EXP that you get. So not only is there a penalty for being in the wrong place, but there's also a modifier on the EXP you get that comes in the place of essentially like making it so that your character receives even less EXP than what would normally happen, right? So like to give you an example, imagine you're fighting a monster and you kill the monster and the monster gives 10,000 EXP. Well, you're already reducing that by 95%, which is only 500. Then you're multiplying that by 0.59, which means you end up with like even less EXP than what you would normally get. So let's say you kill like something out of your range and he only gives you like 10 EXP. Well, then that's 95% reduction, and then minus, you know, like times 0.59, and then you're getting like a whole 0.295 EXP from that monster, and then the game always rounds down. So because the game always rounds down, 0, right? And like it's absolutely crazy the amount of EXP penalty that is in this game. Like not only are they penalizing you like 95% of whatever the monster would give you, but then they're multiplying it by like a penalty, like a penalty advisor thing, which I can't even remember what that column actually says. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the full doohickey that actually includes like what the columns actually mean. Yeah, here you go. So level penalty, there you go. So there's your level penalty right there. So percent level penalty, which doesn't start until like you're in your 60s, I think. Yeah, like 79. So the level penalty doesn't start until 70. So right after you hit 69 and you go to 70, that's when the level penalty first starts. And then the level penalty gets worse and worse and worse every single level as you level up. Like right now, you said you're what, 92, so you only have a 3.42. Next level, it's 2.54, and then after that, it's 1.95, and then 1.46, and then so forth and so on, until it literally hits like nothing. Actually, that's not 0.59. That's a percentage, so I was multiplying it wrong. My bad. That's 0.59%, which is... what is that? Basically like a half of percent. That's a half a percent is all that's left. So if we were to run that calculation properly, it would look more like this. So like 10,000 minus 95%, minus 99.41%. So roughly about like from a monster that would give you 10,000 EXP, you're getting roughly about 2.95, most likely rounded down to 2. Well, that's just it. Terror zones didn't exist until later, so like they if you go by the original game, like it was basically impossible to hit 99. Like you had to like dedicate your life for months to do it, or have a bunch of people help you out. No, I avoid it. It makes the game too easy. Once you start using JSP, then you just end up with everything that you need in the world, and I think it's too close to real money trade. Honestly, I don't like real money trade. It's basically just real money trade with extra steps. I use Tradery. I'll trade on Tradery. That's a website that you can go to for trading. Stop resurrecting everything. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna take Cody out after Den of Evil, didn't I? Let me take a quick break here. I'm gonna take Cody out to go Pepadudos. And because I think he does have to go. He's giving me the nudge. What's the difference between trading items on Tradery and trading items on JSP? JSP uses a currency which can be purchased with real money. You could buy it off of eBay. You can trade it for real money. Like, it's against the rules in the thing, but that hardly means anything at all. It's like the first thing anybody tells me. They're like, oh no, you can't, it's against the rules. And I'm like, and then I pull up eBay and show them where you can literally just buy JSP currency whenever you want to. But anyway, like, Tradery doesn't use any type of currency. It's basically just trade for trade. So T for T, which is essentially where you just trade an item for another item. I mean, there are some things that sort of act as currency, like perfect gems and runes for the most part. But there's no, like, legitimate currency within the game to exploit. I mean, there's nothing to say you couldn't just, like, go on a real money trade website, buy a bunch of items, and then trade them on Tradery, but there's nothing I can do to stop that. At least I'm not directly participating in a website that has its own, like, customizable, like, buyable currency like JSP does. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm going to take Cody out to pee. Them cats got some serious muscle. You talking about Maine Coons? These things are ridiculous. Ain't nothing to squawk at. Man, I'm starving to death up here. I need something to eat. Cody, would you like an end piece? I'm gonna make me a sandwich real quick. I'm gonna make all you guys hungry. It's gonna be a turkey sandwich. I like turkey. A little bit of mayonnaise, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. Some turkums. On some white bread. You know what they say about eating? You gotta eat or you die. It's not my saying, I'm not the one that made it up, but it's true. It's definitely true. You will die if you don't eat. That is true. That is a 100% true statement, my friend. You gotta eat or you die. I got some delicious turkey. Cody's watching me make my sandwich right now. He's like, yeah, turkums. He's like, yeah, that's good stuff there. That's turkums. He goes, that's a good. He goes, you got the blackened turkums with the spices. Yeah. He says, I like that. I like that. So that's good stuff, Daniel. You got the turkums. It's like, you got the turkums. Am I gonna play Dune Awakening? What is that? Is that the is that like MMO style game, or like I couldn't get a beat on what the hell that game was. I do like Dune. I'm not entirely sure about the game, but I do like me a Dune game. Alright, turkey sandwich has been created. And you put some pepper on it too. What pepper hiding at? Dude, give me some pepper. I need some peppums. You look like a salt and pepper kind of dog. Give me some peppums. I need some peppums. Go to the Donald's. Don't got peppums just sitting around waiting for some peoples. Huh, I thought I had my pepper right here, but oh well. No pepper on the doojank today. A pepperless turkey sandwich. The travesty.
His handiwork lies buried here. I am overburdened.
Alright, that was a delicious sandwich. Sandwich. Ring? 12 to minimum damage, level 73. Holy Jesus. That's a lot of minimum damage. No wonder it's level 73. Would Weaken make Lilith hit much less, or does she have enhanced damage? I would assume she has enhanced damage. I don't know. Weaken is by far one of the worst curses in the game. I would not advise putting any significant investment into it. The problem with Weaken is that enhanced damage cancels it out completely, basically. And it does essentially nothing when enhanced damage is in play. And what counts as enhanced damage and what doesn't count as enhanced damage is still up in the air. Like, I don't exactly know the answer to that question. Like, when you get players count, like if you have like a players 2 game, does a players 2 game count as enhanced damage? Because the monsters do get enhanced damage, like when they have a higher player count. They also get increased defense, and they get all sorts of other things. So if something as simple as player count can cancel out Weaken, then does that mean Weaken can only work in Players 1? And even then, in Players 1, there are still other situations that could cancel out Weaken, like champion status, any monster that has anything that resembles like extra strong, which is an enhancement that enhances damage, fanaticism, might. I mean, like, there's a lot of different ways to get enhanced damage. Enhanced damage is not a baby like effect that doesn't exist on most of the monsters in the game. It's an effect that's very readily apparent. Like these monsters right here, they all have might, and so they all have enhanced damage, and so Weaken would be absolutely useless against them. Like, but like, I don't know about like Ubers. I don't know if they were given enhanced damage in certain ways or how that stuff works. Does enhanced damage on a weapon skill count? Like, that's also something. Because all enhanced damage sources stack, right? So, for instance, if you look at an ability has enhanced damage on it. Like, let's say we look at ability on the assassin. So when you look at, say, Tiger Strike. So Tiger Strike is an ability, right, that gives you enhanced damage. 100%, 200%, 300%, whatever. Do the abilities on Lilith actually have an enhanced damage like our abilities do? Because if they do, then that just immediately counts as it out, if that counts. If it does count, which it most likely does, because we know for a fact that in all calculations, all enhanced damage sources stack and are equal to each other, right? So, as an example, if you have, say, like 300% zeal, right, and then you have, say, 400% fanaticism, like fanat, and then you also have like an additional, say, like 200% coming from might on a mercenary, and then you have like 300% coming from your laying of hand gloves. They all stack. All of these are equal in the eyes of enhanced damage. So like that's 300 plus 400 plus 200 plus 300 equals like your total amount of enhanced damage, because that's how enhanced damage calculates. So, does she have enhanced damage in any way, shape, or form? I don't know the answer to that question. Does her main ability, like her main attack, is she just attacking? Or is that an actual ability? Like, Diablo attacks with something called Cold Touch. And when Diablo attacks with Cold Touch, that Cold Touch ability may have an enhanced damage attached to it. And if it has an enhanced damage attached to it, then that cancels out Weaken. It's very hard to know whether or not Weaken is actually being useful or whether it's not being useful. And then the other thing is when you're doing Ubers and things like that, you generally want Life Tap, because Life Tap is going to heal you better. It's going to keep your HP up and full like 99% of the time, as long as you're dishing out some kind of physical damage. And it helps tremendously for survivability. So even in a situation where Weaken might work, Life Tap is going to be superior in most of the situations, because it's going to help keep you alive better than Weaken would. Nova Sork versus P1 Lilith. I would not recommend that. That's like Superman taking on a monster made out of kryptonite. What's your main source of HP on a Nova Sorceress? Your main source of HP on a Nova Sorceress is Energy Shield, right? Stacking Energy Shield. Poison bypasses Energy Shield entirely. Lilith spams poison. She literally spams it. Like, you cannot fight her without being poisoned. You will be poisoned all the time while fighting her. It just doesn't really. It's like it's like oil and water. Like they're not ever meant to really mix together very well. And you have to be in melee range to fire off Nova. Like, she's gonna be close enough to beat the crap out of you. And her poison is not nice. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Even if you kept an entire belt of antidote potions on you while fighting her with an energy shield sorceress, like, that still wouldn't be enough. Like, you'd need more antidote potions than that, because every single time you chug an antidote potion, she would just re-poison you. It's definitely not the class or the build that I would choose specifically for fighting Ubers, but, I mean, it can be done on that class. I don't know about that build, but it can be done on that class. I've seen people kill Ubers before on Sorceress. It's usually like Meteor, it's usually Meteor Sorceresses. That's usually what end up doing it. Like Meteor Firewall, Meteor Blizzard, Meteor Orb. Usually using like lower res wands and like the boots that like lock them in place. Like you can use the Mirror Walks that have like a pretty decent amount of bone prison charges, and you can basically just like try and lock them in place with the bone prison charges, which is pretty much the only way you can do most of the Ubers, is just locking them in place and then spamming like single target damage effects on them repeatedly, like Meteor or like Blizzard and stuff like that that hit like a specific area. If you can't lock them down though, it becomes very difficult. Like, once they, you know, chase you and start beating the crap out of you. There's a passive sorceress build that that has defeated Ubers, utilizing some pretty interesting pieces of equipment like Pride and whatnot to fire off like many firewalls all over the place. Ugh. This negative 50% target's defense is working really well. Like, I'm even hitting them with like Blade Sentinel, which has like a very meager attack rating of 1,896. I'm very impressed with this negative 50% target's defense. I mean, give it a try. I don't know. I've already given you the answer. Like, I don't know what else you want from me at this point. I don't think I could have been more thorough in the answer that I gave, even if I tried. I gave you all the knowledge that I've got on the topic, and the answer is really I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if she does. I don't think anybody knows if she does. What's up, Zanetti? Doing pretty good. How about you, man? Back to the good stuff. I'm trying to sneak in some Diablo in between games. We got Elden Ring Night Rain coming up soon. That's on, I think it's May 30th. So we got like 7 days until Elden Ring Night Rain. I actually took off some vacation time for that one. Well, technically I took off vacation for my birthday, so not necessarily for Night Rain. But I figure, you know, they lined up, so. Ready to bash my head into the wall in an Elden Ring game again. I kind of told myself I wasn't gonna get there next game though. I promised myself I wasn't, and like, I think I'm falling for it. Like, I didn't like the direction that the DLC went, the Elden Ring DLC. Like, I kind of felt that the Elden Ring DLC was like a bad direction for the game overall, and it indicated that they were going in the wrong direction for like making the game harder. And I didn't particularly care for the way that they made some of the monsters difficult in the expansion or the DLC that they came out with. It just it was kind of trolly, like a little less difficult and a little more random, a little just like some of the hitboxes were just awful. Like I don't know. I had like told myself I wasn't gonna like buy the next game just simply because I felt like the next game was probably gonna be even more of the same. You know what I mean? I'm not sure. I'm really not. Yep, it's my birthday, June 1st. I will be... I don't know how old I'm gonna be. How old am I gonna be? It's a good question. $41? I can't even remember. Am I gonna be 41? I think it's 41. 84 to 94, 94 to 04, 04 to 14, 14 to 24, 25. This is 2025, right? So I'll be 41. So I don't even know my own age. Look at me. I'll be 41 years old, years of age. I'm only 40 right now. Still old though. I'm old. I don't look old though, right? Right? I look pretty good. I look like Methuselah, like 700 years old. I'm gonna be 39 in 3 days? Well, happy early birthday, Charles, just in case I miss you. Not much changes. I don't feel any different.
Thank you.
Trying to win a big Magic the Gathering tournament? Well, I hope you win, Zanetti. If you win the big bucks, you gotta split it with me. I'm just kidding, you don't gotta split it with me. Heavy bracers of life leech. Heavy bracers of the life leech. Come on down and eat some bleach. Oh, don't eat bleach. Don't do that. I don't know why I said that. Don't take me out of context. You would split your last Twinkie with me? Oh, man. Dead. This is going a lot smoother than I thought. Bomba, little evil carver demons. Gonna hit them right in their beamins. Right in the butt cheeks. I don't care, my friend. I punch them right in the poo. Right in the doo-doo. Right in the gazongas. Punch them in the balls. I don't really care. I just laugh when they fall. Gazongas. Bally tackers. Tallywhackers. Punch them in the poo. Punch them in the poo. Secretly building a time machine to stop World War III. Oh man. What's up, All Out Style? How's it going, man? I'm doing okay. Doesn't sound very convincing, does it? Doing just fine. I don't even know why I'm looking. Ain't gonna be no better than my woman. Anybody got some cheat codes for life? Like, I could use some life cheat codes right about now. Anybody got like an infinite money glitch for real life, or like infinite HP maybe? Surely some infinite HP glitches.
It is clear.
Yeah, but you need to be reborn for that? Oh, man. Reborn? See, that's tough. It's hard to do that. Then you gotta go all the way back through the whole thing again, and I gotta go back to school and stuff and take all them stupid tests. That's rough. Oh, it's an on death modifier? How do you know that on death modifier really works though? Like, have you tested it? Have you tested it? I don't think he's tested it, guys. I don't think he's actually tested it. It's... Yep, lagging up. I'm not sure if it's everywhere or if it's just YouTube. I don't know. Anybody on Twitch getting lag, or is it just the YouTubers? Might be YouTube is dying today. Maybe YouTube is just dying. Maybe they are dying. I never did put in my remaining stat points, did I? I think we put them in attack rating. Let's just drop those remaining points right in the decks. I mean, that's survivability. It's attack rating. Block chance. I mean, our block chance is probably atrocious, but something.
I can't carry anymore.
What would you do if he tested it out, but only on other people? Oh, man. Did you test it out on other people, Charles? Are you like an evil supervillain? You've been testing out these things on other people. Let's see if he comes back. 2 hollow points to the chest. Hey, you're back. I didn't think that was... I mean, welcome back. You shot me. Dun, dun. Dang it, he keeps coming back. Turn YouTube off and back on again? I guess. That's one way to do it. I need to keep collecting items so I can keep selling them for money. Keep gambling more
I can't carry
rings. I need to keep gambling rings until I get like a leech with AR. It's such a simple combination, just life leech and attack rating, or mana leech and attack rating, but you know. I'll find the mana leech but not the attack rating, and I'll find the attack rating but not the mana leech, and so everybody keeps telling me Last of Us is good. Last of Us is good? The TV show, not the game. I couldn't care less about the game. Who wants to spoil Last of Us for me? Probably never gonna watch it, so. Spoil away. Spoil it. Spoil it. Spoil it. Spoil it. An IO rune. What? Well. You haven't had the time to watch season 2 yet? Unfortunate. There's a trellis armor. It's not worth that much money, but it's worth something. Worth enough to take back and sell for a potential gamble drink.
Hello.
No, I don't have cane yet. Ah, no cane. This is terrible. I don't got no cane. I don't got Deckard cane. He's not gonna invite or untight or identify nothing for me no more, cause he don't got Deckard cane. He's still stuck in a tristram. In a gibbet hanging from the tree of Ristum, and I don't know what to tell Deckard Cain. He's stuck in there. That's really lame.
The order will
We gotta go rescue. So in Last of Us, it's fungus, right? Not zombies, it's fungus. There's fungi, the fungus among us. How can it be frozen blows chunks? Alright, we still gotta find Treehead Buttfist. Treehead Buttfist. Treehead Buttfist. His fist is a butt. His head is a fist. Treehead Buttfist. Mm-hmm. Treehead Buttfist, get on down, Buttfist. Treehead Brown Fist, cause he punched a butthole. Rare
I am overburdened.
demon hide boots and a rare ghost armor. Interesting. I mean, completely useless to me, but interesting nonetheless. That serpentine skin armor is probably worth something for selling. Gonna sell it. I'm gonna take it and sell it to the bank.
Good day.
And this one too, we gonna sell this one to the bank too. Bank, bankity bank. Gonna sell that dude Jenks to the bank, and I don't care what you gonna say. Gonna sell that dude Jenks anyway.
Greetings.
Doody 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 Jenks. Doody 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 Spanks. You got a question for me? I'm the one that researches drop patterns. Yeah, I've been playing around with drop patterns. What's up?
How is This tree is.
Have you discovered the secrets of the universe? And if so, are you willing to share? I pretty much decided that pursuing the drop manipulation is, even though I'm 100% sure it can work online, given the correct time and effort spent into it. I don't feel like ruining Diablo 2 for the rest of the world. I've pretty much determined that yes, it's possible, yes, it would take a long time, and yes, it would ruin the game. So, I'm doing my best to hold my hands back and not mess around with it. Yeah, technically you already asked a question, so... Oh, he asked the question. That was the question he asked it. Yeah. May I ask a question? Yes. Technically, by the rules of D&D, asking a question, if you can ask a question, is a question, and then therefore you've already asked a question, so you are already done, sir.
Greetings.
Do I think that RNG favors certain patterns over others? I think that the pattern that you use to play the game is what usually ends up resulting in, like, lots of runes. Like, if it makes any sense, like, when you get lots of runes, it's because of the choices that you made. Not because of the seed specifically, but because of the choices that you made in the seed. If it makes any sense...
First to fall to Diablo's wrath.
Imagine the seed... That was not what I meant to open. Imagine the seed like a canvas, alright? So this is the seed. The seed is a canvas. It's very blinding. That's very white. And then on this canvas, one thing is drawn. I don't know why that is specifically what was chosen, but that's okay. Well, you know, let's do double stars. We'll do a second star on top of the first star, and then let's do a third star on top of that star. Alright, so when you open up your canvas for the first time and your seed is essentially activated, there's going to be one thing drawn on the seed. That is the starting point the seed begins at. The starting point of the seed is really the only thing that matters. The map type matters a little bit because the map changes where you go, but it's more or less that the seed always starts with a single, like, static variable. This static variable is the beginning of everything, okay? Once you get this static variable, everything that you do from that point forward is controlled by you. So it's things that you introduce into the seed. So these are all things that you did. Okay, you did this and you did that and you did that, and like you drew in, like you changed the color and you did like a little straight line there, and then you changed the color again, and then you did like another star. Like the thing about seeds is that they are essentially blank canvases, with the exception of that first very first seed generated. Everything else you do from that point changes what happens. So when you go to an area, when you kill a monster, the order in which you kill the monster, how many items you have in your inventory, all of this stuff comes into account, right? So let's say you go into one run and you get this weird looking pattern, right? And then you get tons of runes, right? You're like, oh my god, I got tons of runes. Here, let me put some runes. Here's some runes. We got some runes. All right, you got runes. Okay. Now you picked up these runes. All right. Now the problem is that the next run you might not get runes. Do you know why the next run might not get runes? There's two reasons. Number one, the original seed value changed to a value that basically doesn't want you to get runes because it's the starting one is different. But also you pick these up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You added items. Okay. Item count is one of the primary modifiers for what drops in Diablo 2. Okay. So you get a run. A bunch of good items fall. You pick up those items. That changes the next run. You picked up an item. That changes the run. Okay. Just changing the item count changes the run. So adding items to your inventory, adding an item to your stash, adding an item to your cube, adding an item to your shared stash, adding an item to your inventory, like putting another piece of equipment on that has more runes in it. Like anything that you add to your inventory changes the result. So when you have a bunch of items in your inventory and you're in a game that's dropping you like a bunch of runes and you pick up all these runes and then you go to the next game, the problem is the runes follow you. Okay, what you picked up is part of the equation. So when you go to the next game, you're already starting at a different slate than you were before because you picked items up. That's why I call Diablo 2 the living game, because everything that you do in the game changes the results that you get. From just simply picking up an item to going to a specific place to which monster you choose to attack first. All of it changes the results. Right? So if you pick up items, that changes the results, and the results will be different the next time, guaranteed, because now you have more items in your inventory than you had the previous time. The only hope you have of keeping the results the same, or static essentially, is by keeping all of the variables the same, which is next to impossible. But if you keep most of the variables the same, there's a very good chance you could still get likewise results, if not identical results. However, as soon as you pick up the runes that drop on the ground, you change the result for the next game, and the next game is no longer the same as the one before it. And this is the way that Diablo 2 seems to keep almost an infinite level of freshness. It doesn't stale. It doesn't get stale like other games, because every single game that you play leads into the next one. And as you pick up items and drop items, sell items, buy items, store away items on your mule, you're inevitably changing the result of the next game. Where you go matters. Like so with the TZs, when you go to all the different zones, it changes the result too. So you might be farming like Chaos Sanctuary one run because it's TZ Chaos Sanctuary, and then it goes to TZ Halls of Pain, and so you start doing Neelathak. And now you're going to a different area and you're killing different monsters, which changes the results. Does character A picked up an item and put those into the stash transfer to character B? Yes, because all inventory space is counted as long as it is on that character. So if that character has access to it, then all inventory is counted. It does not count your personal inventory on another character, but it does count shared inventory on another character. It also counts everything that that character is wearing, everything that that character has in their inventory, everything that's in the cube, everything that's in the stash, everything that's in the shared stash, everything that your mercenary is wearing, every single rune in your mercenary's equipment, every single rune in your equipment, and so forth and so on. If I were to give you a number of items that I was carrying at the moment, or what my specific item count was at this particular moment in time, I'd have to add up everything. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. The gems count. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. Yes, weapon swap also counts. 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68. Then I would have to go to town, and I would have to start counting my stashes, and everything in my stash counts. So I'm at 68 so far. That's 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 171 so far, 172, 173, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 180, 181, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 100, so that's 300. So, or 200, right? 200. So 201, 202, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 210, 211, 212, 213, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So I'm currently at 231 total items that are currently in my inventory. My item count is 231. If I pick up or add or do anything to remove or add items to this item count, I change what I'm going to get. And this value is used across pretty much everything in the game. It's used to determine what drops, it's used to determine the stats on the item, it's used to determine all sorts of things within the game. So just picking up runes off the ground can change my total item count, and then therefore everything that happens afterward. For super chests, item count determines the effects on the item. So it determines the actual effects. For killing a monster, item count determines what drops. However, the order you kill the monster also determines what drops. So if you kill a monster with 231 items, he'll drop an arrow. But if you kill his friend next to him first and then kill that monster, he'll drop you a potion. The order matters, the item count matters, all of it matters. And so basically the game is basically alive in a way. Because as a person, you're going to be constantly picking up items. You're going to be constantly throwing them away. Another interesting thing that we found out is that mercenaries, since mercenaries count, we were like, okay, well, do summons count? Well, summons, not only do summons count, but they also seem to have equipment. And the equipment seems to have, many different pieces. So when you summon a wolf, for instance, I always assumed that the wolves just had stats and that was it. But no, when you summon a wolf, it changes the results drastically. So the wolf is wearing equipment. He has a helmet and gloves and a weapon on and boots and a shield and stuff. And and that goes along with what we know about the Valkyrie, and that goes along what we know about the the Shadow Warrior and stuff, is that they actually wear equipment, right? So when you summon a Valkyrie, you're actually changing the results. So just the act of having a Valkyrie summoned changes the result versus not having a Valkyrie summoned. It almost randomizes the amount, because when you summon a Valkyrie, it gives them random equipment every single time. So if the equipment is random, then there's a very good chance that, then the item count that's being added to the total is random. And if that's the case, then summoning your Valkyrie over and over and over again can randomize the number, basically changing it up and down randomly as the Valkyrie dies and then comes back to life and dies and comes back to life. And all sorts of stuff like this apparently occurs. Apparently wolves and minions, the little spirit wolves and all the other characters, they all have equipment too, apparently. And so when you're a druid and you're doing a summon druid and you summon a full army of minions, or you have a full army of necromancer minions, apparently they have equipment on. And apparently it messes with the drop tables, which is probably why I've had so much good luck magic finding on necromancers, probably because it randomizes so much. Because every time one of the skeletons dies, and then you res another one, and then so the count is probably always fluctuating in a way. Does the low count allude to possibly better drops? Seems more like the lottery to me. It's like winning the lottery. Do the right things in the right order, have the right combination of numbers, and you win. Have the wrong combination of numbers and you lose. I know you guys wanted to hear that. I could feel it. What equipment does the Oak Sage wear? I don't know. I mean, you can test and see whether something is wearing equipment just by summoning them and running a test. Doesn't really take much effort. Wow. Bone you. Bone, bone, bony, bony, bony hue. That's a bone, that's a bony, bony hue. That's a bone hue. That's a bone hue. That's a bone hue. Woo, 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 woo. I'm currently working on a theory, and it's just a theory at this point because I can't prove it 100% without a shadow of a doubt. But I have a theory that unique items are basically unaffected by Magic Find. Set items too. Like I've done some tests. I've done quite a few tests using the like manipulation, and I've tried to figure out like how I can potentially test such a thing. And so what I did was I gave myself like 8,000% Magic Find. And I wanted to test to see if I could like force unique items to fall. I wanted to force them. I was like, okay, I have got enough Magic Find. I'm gonna brute force this Magic Find, this unique item to fall. Like I'm gonna brute force it. And like, I failed. I failed miserably. I tried for hours, days, to force an item to fall, to force something like a unique item to fall, to just take a white, find a piece of gear and like force a unique item to fall from that piece of gear. Because what we've always been told is that it rolls between it's like it rolls everything first. It rolls unique and then it rolls set and then it rolls rare and then it rolls blue and then it rolls white, like in that order or whatever, right? And so like it was my understanding that if you had enough Magic Find and that you could maybe like force an item to become a unique item, right? And it didn't seem like so far-fetched of an idea. And I tried 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 and no matter what, I could never force an item to become a unique item. I could never force an item to become a set item. The only thing I was ever able to do was I was able to force an item to become rare. I was able to do that a lot. I was able to like really I could basically take any item no matter what it was. Like if it was a hand axe, I could force a hand axe to become a rare hand axe, and I could like take a pike and force it to become a rare pike, and I could brute force specific items like rare items and magic items. I could never brute force a unique item with Magic Find. I could never brute force a set item with Magic Find. It was impossible. I don't know why. And this started to like make me think to myself. Okay, I started to think about this. And basically I came to a conclusion. I was like, well, maybe the reason why you can't force a set item to fall is maybe because, or a unique item, the reason why you can't force them to fall is because they always drop anyway, which was a very interesting hypothesis. My hypothesis was basically this, that the reason why you can't force it to fall is because it was going to fall anyway, right? So when a unique item actually does fall, it falls on its own, and it doesn't need any coercion from any other outside source. Like it's just guaranteed to fall no matter what, right? And I couldn't quite figure out exactly that I was wrong. Like I tried to disprove my theory as well, and I couldn't disprove my theory. I've actually had many anecdotal like situations that have occurred with me where that has happened, like where I'm literally playing a character that has 0% Magic Find. 0. And a wind force will just pop out of a random monster's butt, and I'm like, oh, okay. Or like 0% Magic Find and a Mara's comes out of a monster's butt. And I had to like ask myself the question, like, are these items... and I coined a term for them. The term I coined for them is basically this. are these guaranteed drops? In other words, when a unique item falls, is it guaranteed to fall? Like, no matter what your magic find is, like, if you roll the right numbers and a unique item is falling, then magic find plays no part in it. Right? And I tried to, like, through some very strict testing, force a unique item to fall. And I could not. I could not force it to fall. I don't know what it is that causes a unique item to fall. I don't know, like, the exact mechanism, but what I do know is that Magic Find plays almost no part in it whatsoever. Like, when a unique item falls, a lot of the times a unique item is going to fall regardless of how much Magic Find you have or not. Rare items and blue items were highly susceptible to Magic Find. If you want to increase the number of rare items that you're finding, if you want to increase the number of blue items that you're finding, then Magic Find seems to have a strong correlation. And I mean strong correlation with blue items and rare items. But when it came to unique items and set items, I literally could not force them to occur through Magic Find. And to give you an idea of what I mean by forcing it to actually drop, I did some significant testing with Magic Find, and basically what I came to the conclusion of was that Magic Find is more like a key, and the key opens a lock, right? So when you get the right percentage of Magic Find versus the right monster, it basically opens a lock, essentially, and it gives you a better drop than you would otherwise normally have. This is a very odd, like, way of talking about it, but it's basically like a key and a lock, right? And if you have the right key, it opens the lock and you get the item. If you don't have the right key, well, then you get trash. You get a booby prize, which is usually like a cracked item or like a crude item or something. And I could turn white items into blues. I could turn blue items into rares. I could not, however, no matter how hard I tried, I could not turn a white or a blue into a unique or a set. Sometimes I could get a set item to fall. I think I got like an Eisenhart's breastplate to fall at one point. Hardly a win. Magic. Well, actually, it's kind of the opposite. So basically what I'm saying is that Magic Find seems to do nothing. Let me write it down so that you can understand exactly what I'm saying here, okay? What I'm saying is that Magic Find increases rare and magic items, right? But other than that, seems to do nothing. So large amounts of Magic Find mean large amounts of rare and magic items, okay? But from what I was able to determine, large amounts of Magic Find don't change unique or set drop rates at all. Zero, zilch, nada. No, I don't play PD2. I do not play PD2. I don't want to play PD2 either. Bow, bow, bow. So I did a test, King Boo, over an entire game, and I recorded every single item that I obtained with like 8,000% magic find. I did an entire game with 8,000% magic find, King Boo. And what I found is that it extremely increased the number of rares and magic items, and the set items and the unique items remained roughly about the same as with 0% magic find. I'm talking about clearing an entire game from start to finish and recording every single item that dropped. Rares and magic items went up substantially by a factor of, I think it was 10, like 10 times, if I remember correctly. It was like a 10 times increase for rare and magic items. And it was a relatively no change whatsoever in unique or set items. And I think a term here is definitely warranted, placebo. Placebo would be the correct term here. I tested all different types of percentages, King Boo. 8,000 was only the beginning of my test. My first theory was just simply more is better. That was my theory. More is better. I was immediately disproven. More is not better. Higher is not better. That's not how Magic Find works. It's about having the right percentage of Magic Find to cause the item to fall, not about having the exact percentage to force the item to fall. Think about it more like a situation where you're looking for the right key to a door, not where you're looking for a big enough hammer to break down the door. Increasing your magic find to really high numbers is essentially the equivalent of you getting a big hammer and trying to break down the door. You're trying to brute force things, right? You're trying to make it happen. Like, I want this to happen. I want it to happen so bad. Like, you know, and you just keep stacking magic find on and hoping that eventually it will fix the problem, right? But Magic Find doesn't work that way. Magic Find works on a key basis, which is where your direct percentage of Magic Find is placed against a chart, essentially, or a table, and it's determined whether or not you're going to get the item and what item you get. What item you get is dependent on your exact percentage, down to the single-digit number. So if you were at 700, you're going to get one item, and if you're at 702, you're going to get another item, and if you're at 701, you're going to get another item. And they very rarely overlap. Most of the points on the chart are garbage. So for instance, 701 could be a garbage item, 702 could be a garbage item, 703 could be a garbage item, 704 could be a garbage item, and then 705 might be a rare. And if you kill that monster with 703, you get a garbage item. If you kill it with 705, you get a rare. The only thing that I did notice is that the numbers are the keys are closer together, like the good keys. The higher percentage you go, the keys are closer together. So imagine it like having a bunch of keys on a key ring, and and the guy's like, well, how many winners are on this key ring? And you're like, well, there's like one. And you're like, dang, there's like 200 keys here. That seems pretty rough. And then the higher you go, the more keys on your key ring are going to be winners. So it's like, how many winners are on this key ring? And he's like, oh, there's 3 key winners on that key ring. And then you go up a little bit higher, and then he's like, oh, there's 4 winners on that key ring, and so forth and so on. The higher you go, the more winners that are on the key ring, but there's no guarantee you're going to get anything good with your exact percentage. In fact, there's many times where literally your exact percentage could potentially be better than your higher percentage. Like, for instance, if you go in with like 703, and let's say later on you find like a slightly better charm, and you upgrade your magic find by like 2 or 3%. And then all of a sudden you notice you're not finding anything anymore. You're like, what's going on? I hit like a dead zone or something. Like, nothing's dropping. I don't understand what's going on. What's going on is you changed the percentage of magic find that you had, and you had the good number, and now you have a bad number. And it really is that simple. Ooh, at 119 platinum. Ooh, baby. Yeah, finally got something good from the lottery rings. Let me see if I could show you a list, King Boo. It's been a little while since I've looked up any of my old files on this because it's been a while since I tested it, but here, let me pull it up. I'll show you what I mean. I'm not lying to you, if that's what you think. Like, I'm just trying to tell you what my testing showed. Alright. So here's my testing. Like, blind all you guys with horrible white stuff. So I was unaware when I first started testing that each individual percentage mattered so much. So when I first started, I was only testing like really high numbers. I would test like 8,000 and stuff like that. And that wasn't good enough. So eventually, like, I went from testing like, you know, large numbers to 5%. Then I started to realize that, well, like 5% wasn't enough, like that it was each individual percentage point that mattered. So eventually it got to the point where I started testing each individual percentage point. And of course, this isn't like all my data. This is just one snippet of like some of the testing that I did. So as you can see here at 280%, I click on the item and I got garbage, which was basically a crude man catcher. In this particular test, I was trying to force the crude man catcher to become a Viper Fork man catcher. That was my goal. I wanted to pick an item that I could try and force to become a unique with Magic Find, and I wanted to see if I could make it happen, right? Now, what I did was I literally sat there and I micromanaged my Magic Find. So I had 281. Still a crude man catcher. 282, still a crude man catcher. 283, still a crude man catcher. 284, still a crude man catcher. Now, the interesting thing was when I hit 285, I got a rare man catcher. I was like, huh, that's pretty cool, right? I went to 286 and I got a rare man catcher. I thought I was onto something. I was like, oh man, maybe 285 is the magic number. Maybe you got to have 285%. Maybe that's the percentage that starts to turn it into the good stuff, right? But then at 287, it went back to a crude man catcher. So I went backwards, and I went back to 286 and rare man catcher again. And then I went forwards back to 287, and it went back to a crude man catcher. Then I went backwards back to 286, and I could do this all day. Like, and so I started to proceed forward. I'm like, okay, maybe those are just magic numbers. Maybe these two percentages were just the magic number that unlocked the rare man catcher, and if I didn't have that percentage, I wasn't going to get anything. So I started going forward, and I started testing further, and like 287 was crude, 288 was crude, 289 was crude. 290 was interesting. It was still crude, but I got more gold. It was really weird. Like, at 290% exactly, I got more gold. It was interesting. 295 was crap, 305 was crap, 310 was crap, and I went through like basically every percentage, and I started to like try and figure this out. I also ran into a very interesting thing. It's not in this particular testing data, but one of the testing entries was nothing, and I didn't think this was possible. I was always under the impression that Magic Find could never make things worse. All right, that was the impression that I got. And everything that I understood about Magic Find was that Magic Find could not make things worse. But I found many times where exact Magic Find percentages would give me nothing. So when I would click on the monster, or click on the corpse, or click on the chest, or whatever it was I was testing at that particular moment, when I clicked on that chest, at this specific Magic Find percentage, nothing would fall. Right? And that was another really weird discovery that I found, that Magic Find not only can apparently the individual Magic Find percentages determine what falls, but also specific individual Magic Find percentages can cause nothing to fall. And I proceeded with this testing. I think I went all the way up to like 800% or something at 1% intervals, all the way up to 800%, and I could not force the rare man catcher to become anything other than a rare man catcher. It stayed a crude man catcher, and then eventually the crude man catcher would become like a blue. Sometimes I got some blue ones, sometimes I got some rare ones. Could not get obviously a set because those don't exist. But I did pay attention to the durability on any of the items to see if maybe the durability had changed. And durability never changed, so it was never rolling as a set item. And then I never got a unique item either. How many times did I kill each monster for each percentage? It doesn't matter. It's the same result every single time. You could do the test 1,000 times, and as long as you do the test the same way, you will end up with the same result.
Such corruption in this place.
What is the entropy system on the testing data relating to? I don't know. Let me pull it back up. Ah. This was something a theory I was testing. My theory is that it was using something from the system to determine the seed code, although I never really got into this at all. Like, I never really like dove into that. That was something that it was an idea that I had. The general gist of this is that I was assuming that the seed code was being pulled from a specific source. And perhaps that specific source that the seed code was being pulled from could be red, and then you would be able to determine the seed code from that source. But I think it ended up being proven false, if I remember correctly. Different seeds will have different results, yes. So different seeds will have different outcomes in terms of like what they're going from, because they start with a different stack variable. So basically how the system works is variables are built on top of each other like building blocks. These variables are going to come to a result, right? And depending on what variable you're at, when you reach that maximum block, that's what you end up with as a result. The seed code is literally just giving you your first variable. That's all it really does. So imagine... this is oversimplifying it by a mile, but imagine you're counting by fives, and you can count up to 500. And when you start the seed, it says your first number is 50. Okay, your first number is 50. Well, then at that point, the next number can only ever be 55, right? So you're counting by fives, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, right? You go to the next game, and the seed says you're starting at 75. Then you go to the next game and it says you're starting at 5. You start the next game and it says you're starting at 450. Basically, the seed code is literally just a start to the calculation, and all it really does is it just gives you a starting point for everything to hop off of. It doesn't necessarily mean that like it's going to change everything in the entire world. It just starts where your first number comes to. And as somebody who was in the PRNG field taught me, it doesn't matter where you start, because you can still wind up at the exact same place. It just takes a little bit longer. So for instance, if you start at 50 and the optimal item drops at 100, and then the next game you start at 75 and the optimal item still drops at 100, then the only thing that's changed is your starting point has changed, not necessarily where the item falls. If that makes any sense whatsoever. I mean, King Boo, if you're really interested in my testing, I mean, it's all on live streams. You can go back and watch me test everything. Like, I'm pretty sure I did everything on live streams. Well, almost everything. But I did mostly everything on live streams. And you can go back and you can follow me along with me step by step the whole way as I'm like asking questions and answering questions and asking questions and answering questions. Like, it's all there. It's not like I've hidden anything. Another interesting thing that was found out by one of the kinship members, not by me, was that you could get a lot more superior bases by having your magic find at a specific percentage. So the general understanding of magic find is that magic find does not affect white items, right? That's the general understanding of magic find. Well, I'm going to tell you right now that the answer to that question is no. It does actually affect white items. Magic Find actually has been proven to affect white items, and I proved it myself when I did the Magic Find testing. It does, in fact, affect white items. 100% does. What it does with white items is it causes the white items to change their rarity based on the percentage of Magic Find that you had when you killed the monster. And one of the things that was discovered by someone in the kinship, which I need to like give him proper credit because my brain's not working right now and I can't remember his name. But he found out that if you had a, what was it, a odd number? I can't remember. Can't remember if it was an odd or an even number ending in your magic find. Is it Nico? Even? No, that's not right. Superior items. Let's see. Let me see if I can find his post. Bum, 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 bum. And I can confirm his findings too, because I was able to not get superior items, but I was able to change the quality of the white items by using this method. Ending in 9. You remember? Let me see if I can find it. You gotta ask, what's the kinship? The kinship is where we all gather and have fun in Diablo 2. Why am I having trouble finding this? Am I in the wrong channel? Like, I feel like I'm going crazy here. Anyway, if I remember the gist of it correctly, it's basically just that if it ends in 9, if your magic find ends in 9, you have a much higher chance of getting superior items. Now, in my testing, I found out that you could change a crude item into a normal item, and you could change a normal item into a superior item, and so forth and so on, by changing the magic find percentage. And that, yes, you could manipulate white items with magic find. And basically what he found out with his testing was that if the magic find percentage number was ending in 9, you had a much higher probability of getting a superior item as opposed to a regular normal item. Which follows right along with my testing of being able to manipulate the white items by changing them from crude to cracked, and cracked to normal, and normal to superior, and so forth and so on. I didn't write down all of the normal bases because I didn't really think about it at the time. And I'm glad that other people were testing it too, because, like, it would have just completely passed me by that the white items were in fact being affected by Magic Fire. Alright, Jason, you have fun, man. Got some Doojanks to sell. Oh, poison resist 10%. I don't really need the poison res, but... It's a Discord. We're always on Discord together. Discord. We do ladder starts together. We do all sorts of stuff. There's some rules that you got to agree to if you want to join the kinship. I'll hold you to them as well.
Good day.
They're nothing super fancy. Don't be a dick. Watch your mouth. That about covers it. Well, a lot of the stuff that I uncovered had apparently already been uncovered. So manipulation of magic find percentages and whatnot was apparently something that already existed for a long time. I started to like really dive into it and uncovered articles from like back in like 2003 and 2004 of people like manipulating it and sharing their results on the forums and whatnot. I mean, there was a time when like an exact magic find percentage would give you a unique item every single time, and there was a bunch of other crazy stuff that occurred back then, like being able to manipulate Soj drops and all sorts of nutty stuff. And a lot of the stuff that we're dealing with now is a result of the changes from those systems, from the previous systems.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, my rules are a little bit different. I mean, there's Discord rules, and I'm sure the Discord rules are very much the same as all the other rules you read, but the rules for the kinship are not. Because I'm a YouTuber, and this is how I make my money, there are some rules in there specifically for, you know, how to behave yourself on live stream and whatnot, you know, and the fact that it's my server. And you gotta watch your mouth. Like, it's, apparently very difficult though, because like a lot of people come in cussing like sailors and I get demonetized in a matter of minutes, so.
I can't carry anymore.
I'm pretty lenient on the entire topic. Like, I usually don't get on people's cases about it, and I try my best not to like make a big deal out of any of it, but like I shouldn't have to, really. Like, I really shouldn't have to. Well, that's another thing. So that was also in some of the testing we did. Mehmet Simondag was that players count drastically changed the results. So it's not just that players count increases, like, you know, the drops by decreasing the total of no drop rolls. That's not that's something that we've been told for forever, and that is correct, but it's not the end of what changes in player count. So player count, not only does it change like the number of items that are falling because the no drop rolls decrease, it also changes what drops entirely. So the drops that come from like higher player counts, like, they're not just more items like we've been told for forever. It's actually different items. It's more specifically not the same item that you would have gotten if you were playing in a lower player count. And that's not how we've always been told. We've always been told that player count just changes like the no drop rolls and increases the total number of items that you get, right? Makes it more likely that an item will fall. But the actuality of it is that player count directly changes the drops entirely. All of the drops change when player count changes between specific sets. So 1 and 2 are a set, 2 and 4 are a set, 5 and 6 are a set, and 7 and 8 are a set. When you change between those sets, the drops change entirely. I don't think player count decreases the items that drop anymore, no. I don't think it does. And I don't think player count increases the items that drop anymore. I think it changes the drops entirely to different drops. And yes, there are less items in the different drop table, but it's not the same drop table. It's not like saying, you know, like, hey, I got a bag of marbles here, and this bag of marbles has 10 marbles in it, and if you reach your hand in, you might get a marble. It's like changing out the bag of marbles for a bag of eyeballs. And then, like, in another player count, you're changing out the bag of eyeballs for a bag of, you know, like rocks. Like, it changes the way that the drop table works entirely. Like, all of the items, everything changes. Superior Demon Hide Sash.
A malice.
Player count would change the drops that the boss drops you entirely. So if you were to go in with like one set of variables, assuming that you don't change anything, and you kill the boss with that set of variables, and he drops you an Eisenhart's breastplate, a Venom ward, and a blue sash, and then you change the player count, but you keep all the variables the same, and you kill the same boss in the same way and the same exact time frame with a different player count, it's not going to be an Eisenhart's breastplate, a Venom ward, and whatever. It's going to be something different completely. Like, my testing showed that the player count not only changed like the number of drops, but it also changed the drops themselves to completely new items. So in other words, the whole like drop table changes. And I know there's no drop tables in the way that the system works, but it's the only way that I can explain it to make any sense.
Try and cage me, demons.
I mean, like, let's do something like this. Oh, let's see. Okay, so here's an example of how this might work. So here's a prize sheet. So this is a silly prize sheet from some website. I have no clue what website. I'm just gonna like put it up here, and we're gonna look at it. So let's say you're in Players 1, and this is your prize sheet. All right, this is what you're gonna get. You got maybe you get a Lego City toy, or you might get some stickers, or like whatever, right? Then you change the player count. All right. When you change the player count, you get more drops. You do. But you also get an entirely new drop table. So you're going to get something else. It's going to be a new drop table, not the same drop table as the one you had before. Now you change the player count, now you got a whole new drop table. Okay? And new items are falling. All right? Player count doesn't just like increase the frequency. It changes all the items entirely. It like changes everything that falls. It's a completely different like table of items that it's pulling from. Specifically designed around that player count. Like, you're not just increasing the items, you're changing the whole prize list. I mean, there probably are more items in the prize list because they're adding more stuff into the table. But the silly thing is that, like, does that necessarily translate out to better items? I don't know. Like, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if that really translates out to better items. I know it translates out to more, and I know it translates out to different. More and different are definitely key words there. But better, I don't know. There has actually been some evidence that like specific player counts are best for farming specific runes. specifically because specific player counts drop those runes more often. And I was looking into that as well, kind of like as a side to the whole like seed thing, like that specific runes drop more often in specific player counts, which goes along with the changing the prizes thing. +3 battle orders, that's worth some money. Some people get really depressed when I talk about this stuff. I've had a couple people tell me it ruined their Diablo 2 lives. And when I started to tell them, like peel back the curtain and tell them about the inner workings of the game, they just said we can't work up the gumption to play anymore. That it's awful. Like the game just isn't fun anymore now that we know that it's not truly random and we don't have, you know, like an equal chance of getting an item every time we kill a monster. Like, what if we were playing the game wrong? Y'all think I'm joking. I'm not even joking. These are actual comments that I've gotten. Let me see if I can find one and show it to you. Bom 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 bom. Which was the video? It was the variable video. I think it was the variable video. Bom 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 bom. Huh. Maybe they deleted it? Do. Yeah, well, whatever. It's not really that important. I got too many comments on my channel. I'm getting to that point now, guys. It's got too many comments. I can't sort through them all. Jail level 1. I haven't found a ghost yet. See how we got to do against ghosts. We're physical. We do have amp, so I mean we should be able to handle it and handle the ghosties. I don't see any reason why not. You know what? We gotta still keep rolling these rings. I kind of see it more as a giant roulette wheel. Very poorly, like, placed in your favor. And instead of the ball moving, the ball is just simply placed. It's going to be the silliest roulette wheel game you've ever seen. Think about it like this. Think about the entire, like, drop table of the monster is a giant roulette wheel from 1 to, like, 800. And your percentage of magic find directly places the ball in one of the slots. Okay? In the roulette wheel. When your ball goes into the roulette wheel, you know, birds and the bees, when your ball goes into the roulette wheel, out pops a bouncing baby. What is the bouncing baby, you would ask? The bouncing baby is the item that you would get. The item that you get is determined specifically by the magic find percentage that you have, the monster, like, and the roulette wheel is basically what the monster can potentially drop. Well, if you have a specific magic find percentage, you could end up with a rare item. Another specific magic find percentage could end you up with a blue item. Another specific magic find percentage could end you up with a white crude item. And another specific magic find percentage could end you up with a superior item. You could also end up with a cracked, or a rusted, or a crusted. Like it changes depending on the percentage that you get. It's like just slapping down your number, like choosing a number on a lottery machine, right? And then it rolls, and then you get your prize. Like, okay, number 5 gets a brand new black latex balloon. Like, congratulations. The problem with this system is that the majority of the spokes on the wheel are garbage. So this is where the trick lies, okay? And this is how Diablo 2 fools you into thinking that you're not finding anything good. Is that the majority of the spokes on the wheel are garbage. They're all garbage. Like, there could be 800 spokes on this wheel, and 750 of the spokes are all garbage. So when you kill a monster, the possibility of you getting a good item is very low, because the spokes on the wheel are all garbage. And so when you kill the monster and the monster drops his item, it was like predestined to be garbage, basically. Like, I did a test, and this was an interesting test that I played around with, was basically where I took like the wheel and I basically turned it, essentially, right? So I just kept like finding each item. Like, I would change the percentage by one, or the variable by one little variable, and I would find the next item, and I would just keep going and going and going, and I would keep finding the next item. And 95%, 98% probably, more likely, 98% of the items that came out of like the wheel were all trash. Plus 2 strength charm, plus 1 strength charm, plus 1 light radius, plus 2 dexterity, plus 1 to 2 cold damage. Like 98% of the stuff that comes out of the wheel, the spokes in the wheel, trash. Absolutely trash. Like you could sit there and then just go like one by one on the wheel, and you could just keep winning prizes. And that's exactly what you're doing, winning prizes. You could keep winning prizes, and every single one on the wheel was just garbage. Like, and then occasionally, like once in a while, once in a blue moon, you'd have something that was halfway decent on the wheel, and then it would go right back to garbage. Like it's an interesting like way to see behind the machine, but like as I saw more and more behind the machine, like I kind of wanted to just play the game. I'm like, look, the game's good. I was like, I'm judging it. Like I'm judging the game now based on knowledge of like how the inner workings work, but I liked how it was working before I knew. I remember people getting upset when they said they were going to nerf Hammerdens. They didn't specifically say what they were going to do to nerf Hammerdens, but they said they were going to nerf Hammerdens. And they did. I mean, in a roundabout way. They didn't actually physically nerf Hammerdens, but they gave everybody else a buff that did not apply to Hammerdens. So that in the end ended up being what they did. And it was a good buff too, because basically all Hammerdens became like a little bit less in the eyes of the gaming community, because all the other builds became a little bit more, and like that was a good thing. It was a very good thing. It was a good patch overall. The connotation was that they were going to nerf Hammerdens, which, I mean, like in a very roundabout way they did, but I remember I made a video where I was like, oh, nerfing Hammerdens, and everybody got so upset. They were so mad. They were so mad. I remember people being so salty about it too. They were like, "Oh my God, how dare you nerf my hammer? And that is, I'm never coming back here again. And you literally just you're killing the game. And I can't believe how horrible you are as a person." And I could probably pull up the video, and like that video is still up. I'm sure there's tons of comments on there that were nasty. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but, like, I remember like it was yesterday. I do remember like it was yesterday. I'm going to type in nerf, and I bet you it's going to come up like right away. Nerf druids. Nerf, nerf, and nerfs. Nerf, 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 nerf. Nerf, 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 nerfy, nerf. Nerf, 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 nerfy, nerf. I wonder if it was a live stream. It wasn't a live stream, was it? Oh, it was a live stream. Let's discuss the hammered-in nerf. Sort by top comments. Apply. Boom, 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 boom. Tons of D3 kids in the comments. There's a lot of comments on here. I mean, none of them really all that like fun to read or anything, but sorry, I should have brought it over here so you guys could see it. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, I think they did a good job with the Sunder Charms. Sunder Charms kind of fixed a lot of the issues with hammers, so like hammers became a lot less popular. They did a good job. It's too bad we only got like 4 solid seasons of changes, but I would like to see like more stuff happen to Diablo 2 Resurrected, but they're not interested, so. I'm still happy with what I got, though. I'll tell you that much. I'm very happy with what I got. Diablo 2 is Resurrected is everything I ever wanted. Could they have done more? Sure. Did they? No. Is it the end all be all if they don't? No, it's not. Oh Lord, we're gonna have to deal with these guys in an indirect way. Fanaticized ghosties, no thank you. That'll get you killed real fast. Somehow I got the fanaticism monster. The one that actually has the aura. It's stuck for some reason. That's hilarious. Might be best to just skip these guys, to be perfectly honest. Best way to skip these guys is do the old teleport loop-de-loo. So first we put a portal over here. Let them follow us. And we just take the exit. Anyway, my merc anyway. How many folks were like, I'm unsubscribing? Oh man, the number of people that threaten to unsubscribe because I say the stupidest stuff. I can't watch my mouth. I know that. Sometimes I say mean stuff. I mean, if I ever said anything mean to you and I didn't, and it was undeserved, then like, I apologize. I mean that. My life ain't the easiest. Things don't always go your way. Sometimes I'm grumpy, to say the least. And sometimes I take it out on you guys, and I don't mean to. And for that, I'm sorry. Wow, 20% faster cast rate with 39 cold res. I don't think that's worth any money, though. I can be sorry if I want to. And I can leave my friends behind. If you don't, get it on bound. I can be sorry if I want to, and I tell you what to do. And then I turn around and punch you right in your big old ugly poo. My merc just like stuck on a wall back there. That's great.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Xylar? How's it going?
Doing pretty good.
Haven't seen you in ages. You've been missing for ages.
I know.
Eons and eons.
I haven't even turned on my gaming computer for the last 13 days.
Dang.
So I'm trying to figure out what I want to do.
Serious stuff going on?
Yeah.
Thought you were-
I mean, just work related.
I thought you were on vacation. Didn't you go on
So I
vacation?
did. I went on a 2-week vacation, and then I came back, and then I had a workshop to go to. That was a week, and then another thing and another thing. So it's been a while.
Huh. That sounds like no fun.
Yeah. So season 9, I was looking at the notes.
It looks
What?
good.
I don't know. Season of like Nightmare Dungeons. I don't know.
I mean, it's basically like everything that they added in season 8, because you know they did like the whole boss ladder stuff. They're not taking
Right,
that
right.
away, so that stays. And then they added some more unique items. A couple look really interesting. Like the barbarian cleave one looks really good, and the spiritborn thorns pants look interesting. They're nerfing the crap out of overpower though, so overpower's like getting like punched in the wiener, like directly in the wiener, like right on the eye of the wiener.
Yeah.
They did like an 80% nerf to overpower, and then they also hit the modifiers as well. Like,
They keep on going back and forth on overpower. It seems like.
well, you know, when they give you a unlimited ability to overpower as much as you want, and then like I never really understood the whole thing. Me and Leon were talking about it earlier. Like the you know the percent chance to overpower was 3%. That was the percent that they set.
Yeah.
And then they gave everybody all these ways to like bypass the 3%, and they're like, oh yeah, but you can, if you like punch yourself in the eyeball like 6 times and then you like jerk off real fast, you get like a free overpower. Like, it's amazing. And then
Yep.
and then they added so many of those, and people started taking advantage of them because they're like, oh, free overpowers, this is good. And then like now they have so many ways to overpower that you can pretty much just permanently overpower all the time, just by like doing some little ritual dances. And
Yep.
and so they took away the whole like balancing mechanic of overpower. Like, overpower was supposed to be, no pun intended, overpowered, but like it was supposed to be something that only very rarely happened, right? Like a 3% chance of an overpower, not a
Right.
100% chance of an overpower. And then, so like when they changed it to a 100% chance, of course it was unbalanced. Of course it didn't work right, because now it's a 100% chance to overpower.
Yep.
And then they added so many ways to do it. You know, you've got like the built-in earth thing on the druid, and you got like the bard of the bear has a bunch of like free overpower stuff, and then there's like the barbarian had like a bunch of free overpower ways he could get overpowers, and then there was the banished lord's talisman and all that other stuff. And like, I mean, at this point, if you're building a build and you can overpower and you're not overpowering, and the question I would ask is, why are you not overpowering? Because it's still overpowered. But yeah, they decided they wanted to just like nerf that into the dirt for some reason. My opinion was very simple. I think they should leave overpower exactly as it is, and they should just remove a lot of these ways that you can get free overpowers. Like, turn it back into what it was supposed to be, which was an amazing thing that happens occasionally where you're like, oh my god, did you see that hit I just landed for like 10 trillion damage? And then, like, then you go back to your regular hits, like back to our regularly scheduled programming. Like it should have been, it should have stayed at 3%. I mean, that's basically the only answer. Like it should have just stayed at 3%. They should just make it really strong. Take the overpower modifiers off the items. Like make it so that when an overpower happens, it's like ridiculous. People love ridiculous numbers, right? So like you're attacking and you're doing like a million, and then all of a sudden you get an overpower and it's like 3 trillion damage, and you're like, argh! Right? It should be like a momentous moment when you get like the overpower to happen.
Have a good,
so it feels good instead of it just being like a 100% chance to overpower. And I think that's how it was originally intended. It was supposed to be like a feel-good moment where you get like your overpower and it's massive. But then they took the feel-good moment and they turned it into something else, and I just don't know. Some of the characters are based around it. Like, unfortunately, that basically means all the characters that are based around it just get like smacked around. Smack my booty, call me Charlie. The big giant Hydra sounds a lot of fun. Have you seen the big giant Hydra? So they added a unique item.
Sounded fun though.
They added a unique item which basically makes it so that every time that you would get an extra head, it like adds a multiplier to your Hydra and makes it grow bigger. So the more heads you add, the more damage you get because your Hydra just keeps getting bigger and like stronger.
That's pretty cool.
A lot of people are looking at that one for the next season. I think that one's going to be very powerful. What's up, David, 1975? Hyperion Shield, that's worth money. Also on Amazon, 70 life. I've been doing a challenge on Diablo 2. I'm doing a magic only run on Diablo 2. Magic items only. It's interesting. I managed to get a jeweler's ancient armor of the whale though, which was pretty cool. 4 sockets, lots of HP. And Xylor's eyes are glossing over because I'm talking about Diablo 2. Test Realm's on the 27th. You're going to be online for the Test Realm?
Yeah.
I should be testing all day. Bar any kind of, like, you know, catastrophic life incident.
That's the plan.
I remember I used to tell my boss, like, I never missed a day. Like, ever. I was never late. I was like, he's like, what about if you're not here? And I was like, if I don't show up? I was like, you might want to call 911. I was like, because if I don't show up, I'm probably dead or dying. He laughed. I was like, I'm serious. Like, if I'm not here, I'm probably dead or dying. Like, I don't have like a bunch of like crazy stuff that gets on me all the time. So like most of the time, I'm always here. And like, there's going to be very rarely any case where I'm not here. So I don't just call out willy nilly. It's like, if I'm not here, you might want to worry about me. I guess I'm something like I might be dead in a ditch somewhere or something. Stone crumble. My only critique on all your videos, Eternity Runeword, lots of potential. Eternity Runeword? What? Isn't that really bad one? Yeah, it's one of those ones that's way too expensive and doesn't really have much benefit. Like, no open wounds, no deadly strike, very little crushing blow, damage is okay, it's indestructible, sure, but it's also 5 sockets, and it requires a freaking Burr and a Sur rune and an Ist rune. It's too expensive for what it delivers. There's way better items. Way better items than Eternity. It's one of those failed Runewords, basically. Like, just doesn't really match up to a lot of the other Runewords they created. What the hell is my mercenary? She's like in a completely different room killing like a different pack of monsters. What's going on over here? Merc, what are you doing over here picking on these poor little fallens? I mean, it's not a matter of why don't we all use grief. Like, Death is better than that. Phoenix is better than that. Like, there's a lot of better weapons than that as far as, like, damage output goes, crushing blow goes. Like, I mean, it does have cannot be frozen on it, which could come in handy if you're trying to set up, like, a cannot be frozen build. But, like, it's not better than Breath of the Dying. It's not really better than, like, Death. I mean, I guess maybe if you want to use revives, is that your basically your go-to there? Is you're trying to like use the revives and have a weapon at the same time? Because the other weapons that have revives don't have good like damage in combination with the revive charges, I guess. I mean, I guess I could understand it from that point of view if you're just trying to do revives, but like, you kill all the damage whenever you make it non-ethereal, though. Like, that's another big issue. Like, all the damage goes away when you take away the ethereal status. So now you're just back to a 0 damage weapon, basically. I mean, I suppose if you were playing a character that didn't necessarily care about damage, like a smiter, I mean, I guess maybe it could work on like a smiter or something. Bladesin cares about damage. You think I'd be using a crappy weapon if I could get a better weapon? Like, I'm just using a weapon with no damage because I don't have a weapon with damage. But like, Bladesin benefits from damage on the weapon tremendously. Like, you get 75% of the damage of whatever weapon that you're putting on. So having a really high damage weapon is a huge boon. It makes a huge difference on this character. I've had some people tell me that they think Lawbringer is the best Bladesid weapon, like, in the game, and I'm like, why? It's like, why would you pass up on all that free damage that you can get from whatever other weapon you're using? Like, there's tons of weapons in the game that can give a huge amount of damage to your blade skills, and like, you're just gonna turn it down? Like, just like, nah, I don't want damage, fam. I just want, like, ease of access. That's all I want. I just want things to be smooth like butter. I don't want to worry about killing things fast. I just make it smooth like butter. Ding 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 ding. Where am I even going? Did I even find the waypoint? I don't even remember if I found the waypoint. I need to check. Oh yes, I did. So moving on to Catacombs level 4. Dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end. Dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end. Champion rune. Wonder if I can, like, side load the door with 2 janks like this. 1, 3, 4, 5. Alright, then open the door. I can. Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't think you could do that. So what you thinking about playing for the next season, Zyler?
Probably a sort.
You gonna do the Hydra deal?
Yeah.
They nerfed Lightning Spear into the dirt, so Lightning Spear is not really an option anymore.
Yep.
And neither is Cataclysm on the Druid, and like they took a nerf hammer to pretty much everything like overpowered in the last couple seasons. I mean, rightfully so. Like every single Druid using a Cataclysm ring, like the Magellanic ring, was a bit much, and like every single sorceress being a Lightning Spear sorceress was a bit much. Like it was a little crazy. They may have overdone it though. I'm not really sure Lightning Spear is even like viable as an option anymore for builds. Moving on. I can't remember how many Hydra heads you can get on equipment. I didn't play that season where they made like... Apparently they did some change where you could add like a bunch of heads to your Hydra or something, and like... So I don't know. I think I could have sworn I saw some people running around with like 10 Hydra heads though.
Oh, dang.
And honestly, the Hydra thing looks really OP, and it's probably going to be broken this season. I don't know what they were thinking, to be perfectly honest. I think they're dumb. I'm starting to think that the dev team is just like either they're dumb or they're specifically trying to make things broken, one or the other.
Oh, I mean, ever since Jackson left, it seems like it went downhill.
But like, so the way that the item works for Diablo 4 is for every head that your Hydra would have gained, your Hydras gain 100% times increased damage instead. So, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure you could get like 10 plus heads. And there's also 2 heads on the item. So, if you get 100% times per additional head, and you can have 12 additional heads, you do the math on the multiplier on that. 1,200% increased damage. That's a lot of increased damage. That is a really big multiplier. Like a multiplier that seems like it might be a little too far, like to a degree that it might actually just like break the game. At least that's what I'm thinking. And I don't even know if that's the cap. I don't even know how many heads you can potentially have. Like I don't know if there's more than that. There could be more than that. I remember distinctly people running around with like 10 head Hydras though. So like, it's like a temper you can put on your equipment or something, I think, and you can get it on some pieces of gear. So all you have to do is like temper it, masterwork it, like get it up as high as you possibly can. I mean, who knows? It might be like 4 per piece if you get like perfect triple masterworks or something. And then like I don't even know what you get to at that point. Like I bet let me do a search real quick and let's see, like Diablo 4 maximum Hydra heads. Let's see. So how many Hydra heads can you have with patch 1.5? You have a baseline of 2 Hydras that have 3 Hydras with the aspect, 4 heads while healthy. You have a 4th Hydra head by enchantment, 5th head. You have 5 Hydras by Winterglass. Per temper, you can get 2 extra heads. So I'm guessing you have this stat on Wand and Focus, which means 2 plus 2. And then, of course, you can increase that by 25%. So we're probably looking at 4 plus 4, so 8. And then 9, 10. So the original number was 12. And that means that the new number is 14, so you can have 14 Hydra heads. I'm not sure if he's counting the original 3 heads, though, or I can't remember if he's counting the original ones. It's a lot of heads. That's what she said. Oh, yay, conviction aura. Time to just sit here and fire shurikens at the door. Nothing gets through this door of mine. If you come into this line, I'm gonna kill you. I'll kill you dead. You better not even peek your head. Freeze them! And once they got amp on, they go down like a sack of potatoes. Potato. Potatoes, precious. Potato. You know, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Snotshank. Oh, my buddy Snotshank. What's up, Snotshank? I'll take them full juvies. Thank you very much. Another Grand Charm. My luck with charms hasn't really been the greatest. Well, I can't say this hell run is going very badly. It's going pretty good. No bad, no bad, no bad.
Good day.
If I could tank her or not. Probably not. I can kick my booty cheeks. I've been making a fair bit of gold. I kind of want to see if I can do some more gambling rings. Maybe I get me another leech. A leech ring. That's my dream. My dream is a leech ring.
Greetings.
80 attack rating, replenish life 4. I mean, that's not like awful. Every day we jambalin'. Jambo, 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 yeah. Jambo, jambo with them G. Jambo, jambo, bambo, yeah. Gonna jambo, rambo, yeah. Gotta jambo. Gotta jambo, bambo. I have a feeling one of those undead soldiers is a and a burn. Yep. Gloom Carver. Found you. I was wondering why I was going down so quick. Like my HP and my mana disappeared really fast. That's because of him.
Yes?
Let's try that again. And that poison's Calacious. Even with 75%.
Greetings.
Poor Mercenary can barely survive.
Death becomes you, Ondariel.
Ethereal round shield, garbage.
Look at
Get attack too, boys. All magic items. I feel like our setup's pretty good by the end here. Like we really kind of refined it down to a science with the magic equipment. Why the hell is that worth 35k? I think we need to make some more money so we can gamble some more. It's always about the gambling. Time to gamble, boys. Alright, so how are we going to make money for gambling? Well, we're going to gamble the way we make money for gambling. We jambly jambles. And we do the jambles, and that's how we get the money for the jamble. Now, we're going to use the chippy recipe is what we're going to do. It's a way to make a lot of money really cheaply. We don't need any of those gems anyway. We pretty much, like, capped ourselves out. I don't really care. Even if we find something amazing, like, it doesn't even matter at this point. So what we're going to do is we're going to look for, like, anything in here that's, like, dirt cheap. We want, like, dirt cheap wands, dirt cheap staves. It really doesn't matter, to be honest. Just anything that's, like, the cheapest. Like, there you go. There's one right there. We'll use that one. Not exactly a very comfortable size, but that works. And then we're going to take this and we're going to turn it into money, which is how you make money. So we're going to take 3 chippies and put them in there. And look, now we got +2 fireball. Just like that. And so now our +2 fireball staff should be worth a lot more than what we paid for the other staff. So, and we can just keep doing this to make more and more money. I've got tons of gems, so like, why not? We can do it. Walk in and out, see if we can find another dirt cheap staff. It's got to be cheap, otherwise it doesn't work. Like, otherwise you're not making money. So it's got to be like really, really cheap. You want like cheapos. There you go. There's a 3K. That's cheap. There's a 2K. That's cheap. There's a 2K. That's cheap. There's another 2K. That's cheap. Cheap. I've become a bird. Cheap. And then we take chippies and we convert. And we got life tap, which is moderately valuable, I think. And now we got Blood Golem and Division, which I think is also moderately valuable. Mana Leech, not valuable at all. +2 Bone Wall, maybe. +2 Attracts. Alright, let's see how we hauled out. We played like 2 to 3K for each one of these. So we got a 19K, a 27K, a 19K, and a 35K. And just like that, we've now converted a huge amount of our chippies into gold. I've got another 167,000 gold here. Let's do it again.
Allow me to advise
+3 concentration. 35,000 gold in the bank. +3 blizzard and +1 teleport. That's another 35,000 gold in the bank. How many more chippies we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that it? 5. We got 5 more chippies. So we can only do 1 more transmute.
Can't carry anymore.
+3 meteor, +2 frost nova. Another 35K in the bank.
I am overburdened.
No more chippies. No more chippies. Yeah, no more chippies. Okay. So we are done with this recipe. We made about as much money as we can from it, which is about 400,000 gold. That's enough for like 4 rings.
Hello.
We got in here. Well, no luck. Hey, at least we tried. I need my at least I tried cake. And then somebody throws it in the trash. The hell? We're just over there getting their butt kicked.
Tell me your troubles.
That's what I really needed the gold for. I should have saved the gold to res my merc. It's gonna die about 10,000 times.
How much?
Time to sell everything I own just to keep my merc running. Socketed grip. Oh. One socket, of course. One socket. I have a feeling it's the other way. I'm feeling it. Like the tile set looks very interesting. Like it's like that looks like a curve of like the end of a zone. Like it looks like it's over here. Do I have a favorite or preferred class in Diablo 2? I mean, I have favorites. I don't really have a favorite. Like, if you ask me to play one class forever, I don't know. I don't know if I could pick any specific class. I mean, they're all fun in their own ways. Like, Paladin is my favorite melee class by far. Like, it just is. It's the best melee class, I think, in the game. Which is funny, because, you know, like, Barbarian is supposed to be the best melee class, and it's totally not. Barbarian is a pale comparison to the melee class that Paladin is. Paladin has Zeal, they've got Sacrifice, they've got Vengeance, they've got tons of fun abilities. I mean, sure, Barbarian has Whirlwind. Honestly, I don't even really like half the abilities on the Barbarian. Like, I think they all suck. The only one I rather enjoy is Double Swing. I think Double Swing's like my favorite ability, and I was actually really sad when I found the Double Swing in Diablo 4 was like nothing like the Double Swing in Diablo 2. But Paladin is like obviously the best melee class, like by far, and then Amazon the best range class by far, and then I really enjoy Necromancer, which is the best summoner class by far, and I like all of them. Like, I like the melee, I like the summoning, and I like the ranged. And Amazon ain't terrible at melee either. Like, it's crazy that Barbarian was supposed to be like the weapons master and like the best at melee attacks, and I swear the Barbarian is the worst at melee attacks out of all the characters. I don't know what they did wrong with the Barbarian, but like he just doesn't do well. I mean, I've made some successful Barbarians, don't get me wrong, and having find item, like puts him at a league in its own, like just simply because, you know, it allows you to force item drops, but like no, Whirlwind is not AoE. It's not even, it's not even in the AoE category. Whirlwind is more or less like attacking really fast as you pass a target. It's like, oh, I'm passing a target. Okay, how many times can I attack this target as I pass the target? And then you're like, okay, I can attack 10 times. All right, I'm going to attack this monster 10 times as I pass the target. Whirlwind really starts to suffer when you start to spread your damage out a little bit too thin. That's when things go really bad. Because if you have a really long reach on your weapon, you just hit everything. And it spreads out the hits. So, like, you only get, like, 10 hits as you pass by the monsters. And, like, it'll take your 10 hits and spread it to all the monsters. And good luck killing anything when you're dishing out, like, 10 hits to 10 monsters and every monster gets hit one time total. Like, it's so dumb. I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but it doesn't really work very well. It's great for killing one monster really fast, but it sucks for killing a large group of monsters. Have I tried the throw bar belt? Oh, I don't even know what killed me. Have I tried the throw bar belt? Yeah, I've tried a throw bar. Like, it's basically a double swing barbarian that has range. Add splash damage. The paladin literally is the epitome of splash damage is not needed. They just need to like actually like build the game properly, like build the character properly. Paladin is one of the most fun melee classes that's ever existed, and I don't know why other games don't like have the paladin in it. Like, I haven't seen any game with zeal. No games with vengeance. Like, not a single one with like an ability like sacrifice. Just a simple, strong hitting single attack. Like it just doesn't exist. Like auras, the auras don't exist. Like, I don't know. Oh, attack rating definitely needs an overhaul. I already came up with my plan for that like a long time ago. My plan is really simple. Attack rating needs to go up massively in the base numbers. That's the main problem, is the base numbers. And the easiest way to fix the problem, like by far, is to increase the amount of attack rating that you get from dexterity. That's it. That's all you have to do. Like, change it from 5 AR per dex point to like 15 AR per dex point. And just like that, just like magically, solved. You've solved it. You've solved the problem. It's done. Now, building dexterity actually makes you more accurate. Who would have thunk? Put the words back in. What words are we putting? Where are they going? What? I mean, why not? Like, it's the simplest way to fix the issue. It fixes the issue for everybody. Like, if you build dexterity, you get attack rating. If you don't build dexterity, you don't get attack rating. Like, it rewards you for building dexterity, which is honestly a good stat anyway. Like I don't understand why it would be a bad thing. I don't think at all. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. Another way that you could potentially do it, and this is a second option, is instead of it giving raw attack rating, which honestly I think raw attack rating is the main thing that needs to be buffed, so at the very least from 5 to 10. But you could also potentially give it some percentage-based attack rating bonuses, like 1% per dexterity or something. Increased attack rating. The only reason I suggest like a percentage-based increase is because some classes don't have percentage-based increases. So like when you're dealing with, say, like a necromancer or like a basically any class that's not attacking with an ability, like maybe just wants to swing at the air with like a basic melee attack. Like any class that's not using an ability has basically no attack rating percentage, which is a big issue. And like essentially what this would allow is it would allow some characters the ability to like spam a little bit of percentage into their build where they might not otherwise be able to get some percentage, which I don't think would really make that big of a deal. So maybe bumping dexterity to like 10 attack rating per with like 1% increase per point or something like that. You know, so that like you get a rather large percentage increase. Percentages increases are usually rather useless for the most part unless you have base attack rating, so I don't see anything wrong with it. Like it essentially gets you to build base attack rating and then gives you a percentage increase as a result.
Thank you. Thank you.
But yeah, attack rating needs to be adjusted, like it just needs to. I wouldn't entirely be against taking attack rating out completely and just making it so that people can hit the target all the time, because there's just a really big imbalance between like spellcasters and like melee and ranged, because they always have to worry about attack rating. But it's not even just that they have to worry about attack rating, they also have to worry about block chance and any kind of evasion that a target might have as well. And so like it comes down to like multiple factors. Like it's not only that a target can't be hit, it's that a target literally, you know, like has multiple ways that they can avoid your attack, and also you have to worry about hitting them. You're like, okay, they got like a 50% block chance, that sucks, and then you start working in some of the other problems, and you're like, okay, well I only had like a 50% chance to hit him in the first place, so I got like maybe like a total like hit chance of like 25%. Like if I'm lucky. Oh yeah, and the guy's higher level than me too, so never mind. And instead of 25%, it's more like 10%. Radaman is immune to physical, guys. It's gonna be a long, long time until Radaman sits down this time. Yeah, poison damage. I can't really take all the credit for that one. That was, what's his name? The other YouTuber that kind of like clued me into it. Skull something. He's like Transylvanian, I think. My brain doesn't work these days. No, definitely not Macrobio Boy. He didn't. No. Definitely not him.
Vengeance.
Me and Macrobio Boy best friends. He bans people from his chat for saying my name. Yeah, I had several people tell me they were talking about my testing on something or other, like my poison testing or something like that, and brought it up in his channel, and like they got banned almost instantly. Not allowed to say my name over there. It's off limits. Do I have beef? Not really. Like, I remember he made some sort of really silly like claim about something, and I corrected him on it, and he didn't like the fact that I corrected him on it. He basically called me an idiot, and I told him he was wrong. I think this had to do with like Diablo 2. It was when they put the Sunders into the game. You remember that video he made about like Blizzard sorceresses are not going to be so OP or something like that. They're going to be like they won't be as bad as you think or something like that. Turned out they were super OP, and he was completely wrong, right? And like that was basically right after a conversation that me and him had, where I was trying to explain to him like the difference between a Hammerden and a Blizzard sorceress, and why nerfing a Hammerden or a Blizzard sorceress was like different than the other. It had specifically to do with that nerf thing that we were just talking about, like when they were talking about nerfing the Hammerden, and he was so sure of himself that like the Blizzard sorceress was just as good as the Hammerden, and like the Hammerden was nowhere near as good as the Blizzard sorceress or something like that. I can't remember the exact details. And I literally broke it down for him point by point and told him everything that I could about like the differences between the two and why the Hammerden was stronger than the Blizzard sorceress, because the Hammerden could go anywhere because magic damage isn't resistible. And then he literally puts out a video with everything I just told him. And he also blocks me too at the same time. So he blocked me and then also put a video with everything I told him in it. And the funny thing was it was all wrong. Like every single bit of it was wrong, because they put out the Sunder Charms, and the Sunder Charms proved that the sorceress was going to be super overpowered. So the Blizzard sorceress ended up being like the most overpowered creature like in existence, and was like dominating over the Hammerden for a while. The Blizzard sorceress won't be so overpowered my butt. And then finally the Blizzard sorceress got nerfed, and it went back to like what it was. But like the whole thing was just stupid. The whole thing was stupid. And like later on, a couple people started messaging me about like things that Macro Bioboy was stealing from other content creators and like Reddit posts and things like that, and then not giving people credit for their work. And like, you know, I don't really like care one way or the other. It doesn't like take up a part of my soul, and I don't think about it on a regular basis. But y'all make me laugh because you're like Macro Bioboy, you guys are friends, right? And I'm like, I mean, if you count friendship as him banning people from his channel when they mention my name, I mean, I guess. Skolm, that's the name of the content creator that brought it to my attention, was Skolm. Skolm was the one that actually like did the testing. I'm gonna link his channel in here for you guys in case you want to check him out. He does a lot of Necromancer content, both in Diablo 2 and in Diablo 4. And I haven't really thought about it in a long time either until you brought it up. I think it's the first time I even mentioned it in like over a couple years. I don't really care. He's got his YouTube channel, I got mine. People want to watch him, that's fine. He wants to steal stuff from other people, that's fine too. Like, I don't care. I ain't got no part in it. People come on my channel and tell me he's stealing stuff, on the other hand, though. Like, that's weird. It's a little weird. As long as they want to be helped. Cody. Did you just tooted? Cody, I think he's tooted, buddy. Oh no. Cody, that's those raunchums. That's a raunchum tootum tootum rodum tootums. Oh goodness griefus. There you go. I found it. Took me a little while, and I had to type in various other things to find it. This was 2 years ago. There's been a couple comments actually on my channel like this. And of course, so filtering through all the comments and actually finding this stuff is not easy, but like, because I've got, I don't even know, like hundreds of thousands of comments at this point. I've got like over 3,000 videos, and I've got like so many comments on every single video, live streams, like comments in the live streams. Like I can't find stuff anymore to save my life. But this is just one of many comments that I've gotten, like about macro stealing stuff. And I don't know if it's true or not. I do know that right after me and him had a conversation, all of a sudden he had a video up with everything that I was talking to him about in it. That's all I know. Like, and I mean, I don't really care. Steal content if you want to. Did kind of hurt my feelings though when he was banning people from his channel that would like mention my name though. That was a little much. Like they're just excited to talk about something that I mentioned, and like you just ban them. Like, ah, how dare you mention that name here? You could not mention the unholy name of Ginger in this place. Like, dang, all right. Seems a little bit rough, but whatever. As far as I'm aware, I'm pretty good terms with Phil. I'm on pretty good terms with Cooley. We've done a couple collabs together. Like, I mean, I've never had any beef or anything, like any really kind of communication with Llama. Llama did invite me to his little, like, trivia day thing, but I don't know, just not really interested. That was a lot of beetles. Yeah, pretty much knew that was coming. It's like I can take out the individual beetles pretty fast, but I definitely don't want to get surrounded by them. Or maybe I do want to get surrounded by them. Let's try Blade Sentinel and let's see how it works. Oh, champions here too? Dang. Yeah, I'm just not really in the mood for that kind of stuff right now. I just want to play the game. I just want to have fun.
Who goes there?
Maybe I'd kill it, or maybe my memory would completely fail me and I wouldn't be able to come up with the names. God forbid. Are the questions at least challenging? Like, I mean, I haven't even like looked at it. I'm being perfectly honest. Haven't even like given it a glance over. It's not really something most YouTubers do. Like, I just don't really watch other YouTuber stuff. Dude, I'd forget my own name if I didn't have a name badge. Hey, where's my name badge at? Yep, I did a version 3, Agent Smith. You didn't see the version 3, Bow and Mancer? There was a version 3. I did a version 3. I refined it even further. I even made it on ladder. That was a ladder character I did that last season. I find that watching other people's stuff tends to corrupt your own creativity. It's a little bit of an odd scenario, but basically, like, when you watch other people's YouTube videos in the same vein as yours, it starts to corrupt your creativity, and like, you kind of lose your own focus on who you are. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe if I watched other people's YouTube videos, I'd get better. Maybe I'd get more viewers. Maybe it's a bad thing. Maybe it goes the other direction. Maybe I lose my personality and what makes me special, and like start to like automaton robot like regurgitate the same stuff that everybody else is regurgitating. But then again, I have like a special hatred for certain types of content, so. Can any of you guys guess what content type I hate the worst in the Diablo 2 universe? I wonder if you guys know which one I hate the most. I think I've always hated it, by the way. Like, even back before I was a YouTuber, I think I hated it. I'm gonna type it over here on a notepad so you guys can't see it, and then I'll bring it over if you guys guess it. Alright, I have it typed over here so you guys can't see it. As soon as, if you guys do a couple guesses, I'll unveil it. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know if any of you guys are correct. I don't know. What does loot runners mean? What does that mean? Am I misinterpreting what loot runners mean? I can tell you speedrun is definitely not it. Like, I don't like speedruns, but like speedruns can sometimes be fascinating for me depending on how they're done. Like, I like speedruns that are done in a normal way. Like, I'm fine with speedruns that are done in a normal way. Like, I just don't like the ones where they like exploit the crap out of the game in like every way possible. Alright, I'm unveiling. We have unveiled. Oh. What's up, Deviance Purple? Dreams, Dragons, and Doom on one character. Yeah, this is the type of content I think I hate the most. Not only is it disingenuous, not only does it have like absolutely no real bearing in like the real game, not only does like it misrepresent like how the game mechanics work and that 1,000 drops could potentially be like somehow like translated onto another character, but like the entire like content type of this is just disingenuous. Like it doesn't mean anything. Like, if I did 1,000 runs and I got like a freaking like 10 Sojas, are you gonna do 1,000 runs and get 10 Sojas? No, you're freaking not. Like, and on top of that, like, depending on whether you do it offline or online, or like, there's a bunch of different things, like what player count you used, all sorts of other things come into play. And like, people go to these and they look at these, and I don't know what they're looking for when they look at these. Maybe they're just looking to see what dropped. I don't understand the appeal to them. Because like they're not like factually representing anything. For all you know, they cheated and shoved in a bunch of items just to make the run look like it was interesting. Like, I just this is like really lowbrow content for me. Like it's like the lowest brow content you can make, in my opinion. It's below speedruns. Like, speedruns I don't like from a certain perspective, but like I can stomach speedruns as long as they're done legitimately. As long as you're not just like passing everything and like exploiting everything and doing like everything you can to glitch the game in your favor. Like I can stand speedruns when they're normal speedruns. Like, I've done some X number videos. I don't remember doing those. Yes, Boogus, what you doing, buddy? He's being a good boy. Ah, yes, because I played 1,000,000 characters. Yeah, but I didn't make a video of it chronicling the items that I found and then writing them down in a journal. Today on run number 739, I found You'll never believe what I found when I did 1,000 runs of Mephisto. 1,000 runs of Andariels, and I found what? Oh, man. I mean, in Sweet Phil's defense, he just plays the game. He's just playing the game. He's just having fun. Like, he don't care about the mechanics so much. He don't care about nothing. He's just playing the game, having fun. That's it. Just playing the game, having fun. I'm alright with that. I ain't mad at Sweet Phil for what he does. He's good at it too. Plays that rock metal in the background. Gets his wigathon going. Hey, I do have some thumbnails where I make stupid faces, Miles. I do. There are some where I make stupid faces. Of course, that wasn't really my decision. That was the thumbnail designer's decision. I just went along with it. I'm like, whatever. It's like, I'm paying for it, so I was like, I'll just give it a try. We'll see how it works. I got some silly ones. I got some silly faces. You'll see some of my silly faces. Let me see if I got some of these silly faces I can show you. Hold on. Let's pull up some of my silly faces. Let's see. Yeah, here you go. That's one of them right there. Oh yeah, that's a good one. That was season 10 launch day. There you go. That's another one. You got some more faces in there. That's a stern face. That's the stern one. That's the stern face. Get the stern. You gotta have a stern face. If you don't have a stern face, then what's going on? There you go. Like that one. How about this one? What's this one? There you go. That's a good face. You guys know you like that one. Yeah, I got the You don't watch Sweet Phil because you can't stand the music? I tried playing some of Sweet Phil's like heavy metal, and I don't know how he does that without having like a headache the entire time while he's playing the stream. Like, it's not disagreeable in terms of like listening to it for short durations, but like, and maybe that's the key. Like, how long does Sweet Phil like stream for? Does he only stream for like a couple hours at a time, or does he stream for like 8, 10, 12 hours? Like, because that might be the answer to the question. Like, maybe he only streams for a little while, and that's why he can put up with the music for short durations. Because like, I can't put up with that music for like 8 hours straight. Like, I start getting a headache, and like, I start getting a headache from it. I don't know. Yeah, I go show up and stream Sweet Phil streams every now and then. He's always a hoot. He had me on his interview things, like back when Diablo 4 was launching. His Sweet Phil podcast. That was pretty cool. Random tomahawk popped out of that monster's butthole. Oh man, it's gonna be a while coming through this freaking maggot layer, isn't it? I just try to be who I am. Unfortunately, I'm absent-minded. I forget things a lot. I have to write things down, so, like, otherwise I'll have brilliant ideas and then just completely forget that I had them. Like, not exactly sure why my memory is so bad. I was driving down the freaking road the other day, saw a flower on the side of the street. I knew exactly what the flower was, couldn't think of the name. 5 minutes later, I'm like, that's right, it's a dandelion. And like, well, why did it take me so long to remember that it was a freaking dandelion? Like, why? I can picture it in my head. I know what a dandelion looks like. You know, like, but apparently I just don't remember the name of it. Like, Off Meta Michael. Is that guy that used to, like, mention me in every single one of his videos? Dandelion's a weed, not a flower? Well, dang. Oh, a lummaroon. Oh, look at that. I got a lummy lum.
Tell me your troubles. How may I
I felt like, I'm trying to remember if that's the guy that I'm thinking of, because I'll talk shit about somebody that, it's not the person that I'm thinking of. I don't want to talk crap about the wrong person now. I don't want to talk crap about the wrong person. Mentions. Yes, Off Meta Michael. That's the guy. He mentions me in everything. Yeah, I kind of felt like his builds were a little too off meta. Like, my main complaint about his videos, because he... And the only reason I even knew they existed was he literally mentions me in every single video. I don't know if he stopped mentioning me in every video or if he just stopped putting out videos, but, like, boy, he would mention me in every single video. Like, so it would pop up on my feed every single time. I guess that's one way to get somebody to look at your content. Like, just mention them in every single video, and then, like, and then you don't have to worry about it. They're gonna see you, like, on every single video that they make. And you guys might think I'm joking, but, like, I'm not joking. Like, I'm not joking. Like, see, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's Anacake Live. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Like, there's Cooley. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Like, do I have to go on? Like, it just goes on forever. So, obviously, I've seen them, right? They're too off-meta, in my opinion. Like, a lot of them are just, like... What's the term that somebody used one time to explain a build? It was a term that they used specifically to explain when a build is more about story than it is about functionality. Like, when a build is designed around an idea of a story, and, like, you basically build a character based on this story. Like, you're building a story, right? You're like, oh, this is a vampire, and like, the vampire has, like, weakness to sunlight, and so you give him, like, fire, like, negative fire res or something, and then, like, some of the builds that he was creating, like, he would throw on an item, and it really didn't seem like the item had any purpose in the build so much as it was just there to, like, fit the theme of the build. Like, putting a dream helmet on a barbarian, for instance, like, that has basically absolutely no use on a barbarian whatsoever. Does essentially nothing, right? But, like, it looks cool, and, like, you get, like, a shiny aura on your feet and stuff like that. And I felt like a lot of his builds were like that, where, like, he was really just looking for a theme and trying to, like, fill the theme, less so to try and make a functional character. And, like, when you make an off-meta character, off-meta characters are already going to be subpar, like, based on, you know, like compared to a meta character, right? So, like, if you take any of the off-meta builds that I've created and you put them into a place where they're, you know, up against, say, like a Hammerden with, like, an Enigma and like optimal gear, they're always going to look like trash by comparison, right? But, like, a lot of the builds that he was creating were trash by comparison to the off-meta characters that I was creating, right? So I was creating off-meta characters that were designed to be optimal in at least their own way, so that they could try to compete with that Hammerden, right? They're not, like, lagging behind by a mile. But his, a lot of the times, were, like, even by comparison to the off-meta characters that I was making, seemed like they were many factors weaker than even the off-meta characters that I was designing, which were already many factors weaker than the hammered in, like that you would compare them to, right? You're like, how is this compared to a hammered in, right? And you're like, oh, well, it's not really that great. You know, it can't really do like P8 really fast, but it's able to do like P5, no problem, right? And then like, then way down the road over there is like the super duper uber like mega off meta build that's like theme based that barely does P1 in hell. And you're like, I mean, yeah, I guess it does P1. Like, it can do at least P1 in hell. I mean, P2 is too difficult, but... I mean, there's something to be said for at least optimizing the off-meta builds to make them somewhat competitive, I guess is the term I'm trying to look for. Like, competitive. Like, they need to be competitive in some way. I mean, they're fun builds, I guess, but, like, you could make a fun build and still make it competitive, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, there are ways that you can make that same build, make a couple tweaks here and there, and, like, make it competitive with some of the other builds in the game. It seemed to me like he was deliberately making choices to, like, prevent that competitiveness, like choosing options that he knew would make the build less effective just because they made the build shiny or, you know, like, I don't know. It's hard to explain from a standpoint, like, as a content creator, like, the difference between making a build that's functional but fun and the difference between making a build that's fun but not functional. Like, the build has to be at least up to a certain standard in my eyes, otherwise it's a failure. And I've kind of felt like I've made failures in the past, like, because I know, like, I've made failure builds in the past. I've tried to theory craft them, tried to make them work 100 ways, and, like, they just don't work. And it's sad because, you know, like, you want the builds to work, but, like, if they don't, like, meet a certain minimum requirement, they're just not viable. They're not viable in any way. Like, they gotta at least hit a minimum level. And yeah, I mean, I'm not a big pre-buffer. Like, I don't do a lot of that pre-buffing stuff. If your character takes like 5 or 10 minutes to pre-buff up, I mean, that's just not acceptable. Yeah, but that's the whole thing, though, Agent Smith. Like, just because you're an off-meta build doesn't mean you try not to be competitive, right? Like, you still want to try your best. Just because you're in an off-meta category doesn't mean you're not going to try your best in that category. Like you still want to try and push your build as far as it can go. And that's like a no-brainer for anybody. Like, anybody who's making a build in a game, they're not going to just, like, settle and be like, well, I'm only at about 50% of the power that I could possibly get, but this is fine. Merc died yet again. Merc died all the time. Merc is always dead. Rhyme gonna hit the Merc line. Merkin dead. That's a dead and Merkin, yeah. The Merkin dead. Got the Merkin head. Anyway, enough talking about that. I don't make off meta builds to make off meta builds. I just make builds that are fun. Like, yeah, you know, I never once considered any of the builds I made to be off meta. Like, not even once. Dude, that lightning barb actually made me like barb in Arvin. Like, I think I had hated barbarian for a really long time. I actually, like, almost, like, despise barbarian. I don't think it's a good class in Diablo 2. I think they did that class dirty, and, like, it just didn't really get a lot of very good abilities, and the only reason people play it is because of find item. But, like, I agree. The Thor barbarian, the lightning barbarian was the first time I really had a lot of fun on the barbarian. it was a very interesting creation that like actually kind of renewed my interest in the barbarian as a whole. I actually tried to make several variants of that build, by the way, and none of them really worked quite as effectively as the lightning version, unfortunately. I tried out a fire version, utilizing like dual Hand of Justices or something like that. Or was it dual Phoenixes? I can't remember. One or the other. Maybe it was both. Maybe I tried both, and it just wasn't really as good. Then I also tried a cold version using like dual Dooms. And like I think I tried another option as well, and that just didn't really function as well. It wasn't as good. The lightning version really is just the best version. Like, it really is. It's the best version by far, and there's like I mean, it could be made a little bit more optimal, I think. I had even considered adding Dream into the mix at one point, but like it didn't really add a lot into the build. It didn't take a lot away from the build either. Like, so it was like a net neutral. I think it was a net neutral option is what I ended up finding out. It was just really expensive, and like there was no reason to use it. I try to think about what's the best way to combine Decrepify and Conviction. I mean, why Decrepify? Amplify damage is so much better. Well, I'm kind of flying through Maggot Lair. I like it. I'm gonna put some portals up though, just in case I end up getting my booty cheese clipped. A barbarian build that Cooley did. Which one did he do? Like, was it a Berserk Barbarian or something? Well, this is gonna take a while. Where's my Merc at? Get your butt up here and start firing some of them ice arrows, please. Immune to physical monsters, but they have very little health, so I mean, there's that. So speaking of Whirlwind, and speaking of builds that actually make the Barbarian fun, have any of you tried out my Whirlwind Barbarian with 2 Flesh Ripper Fanged Knives? Ethereal. Zod. I've played Whirlwind Barbarians before, many of them, and never really been very impressed with Whirlwind Barbarians. I think they're actually kind of trash. And the first time I ever enjoyed a Whirlwind Barbarian, really, was that Double Sting Barbarian that utilized 2 Flesh Rippers. And very enjoyable playthrough with Whirlwind. I was really surprised at how good the double Flesh Rippers worked. I even compared them to double Griefs, and they outperformed double Griefs by a mile. There's a video somewhere of me like comparing them, I'm sure. 2 Zotted Flesh Rippers was faster and more efficient than 2 Griefs. I'm not joking with you. I played it, I tested both, I went back and forth, I messed around with it. 2 Zotted Flesh Rippers was by far better. Not just a small margin better, but way better. It was easier to pinpoint targets, it was easier to dish out damage, it was easier to kill single targets, it was quicker to kill crowds. The entire thing is just better. mean, it's not really a matter of like Flesh Ripper versus Grief. It's a matter of the range. So Flesh Rippers are very good weapons, yes, and they do compete with Grief because they have lots of stats on them. They have, you know, Crushing Blow, Open Wounds, Negative Targets Defense, makes it very easy to hit targets. You don't need as much attack rating, yada yada yada. The thing is that Flesh Rippers are a range 0 weapon, basically the same range as like punching something. And Griefs are a range 1 weapon, 1 adder, so that means +2 because you have the base range of 0 basically added together with the range of the weapon, so it ends up being a 2. Some websites represent it as 1, some websites represent it as 0. Whatever they represent it as, it's basically either a 0 + 1 or 0 + 0. Flesh Rippers are essentially 0 + 0, which means they're the shortest range weapon in the game. When you're whirlwinding, you're not really like performing an AoE attack. Like, it's never really been that way. You don't perform AoE attacks with whirlwind. You're just attacking really fast. Well, the Grief spread the damage out too much, and the zero range weapon, the Flesh Rippers, allow you to pinpoint damage on the target much quicker and allow you to apply large amounts of damage to a single target, which kill the single target much faster than the Griefs can. The Griefs are spreading the damage out too much, and then you have the regeneration and all the other stuff coming into play, and so it basically like doesn't perform as well as being able to just pinpoint kill things with the Flesh Rippers. The other thing is that with Grief, you're stuck with Venom, because Venom is part of the calculation. With Flesh Rippers, you're not stuck with Venom, so you can actually use Poison Dam and Small Charms and get the full damage output, which is a whole nother thing. So, like, being able to actually use the full damage of Poison Charms allows you to get even more damage off as you're whirlwinding through, whereas Grief applies Venom, which basically stunts all poison damage. Yes. Flesh Ripper makes it more direct in general, which allows you to apply the damage to a single target and kill that target almost instantaneously. Basically focusing in on a single target and actually dishing out a large amount of damage to that one target. It's probably the best case scenario for Whirlwind. Instead of all that silly stuff where you like whirlwind around the edges and you try not to go into the pack and like whirlwinding, stopping, starting, doing the dance of death and all that other stuff. Like, it's just a much more enjoyable experience across the board. Gotta go get some more potions. I'm running low of potions. Yeah, I think I actually saw Cooley's video on that. I mean, Whirlwind has changed significantly from patch to patch. Like, it doesn't like stay the same. Like, there's so many different things that like have gone now. Like, things that used to work that don't work anymore, and like two-handers used to be the best weapons to use with Whirlwind, bar none, and then ever since they changed the calculations, it's dual wield. Dual wield is the best weapon to use with Whirlwind, bar none. Like, two-hand doesn't even compete anymore. You don't use two-handed with Whirlwind anymore. You use one-handers, or sorry, dual wields. You always dual wield with Whirlwind. Does Grief work with Smite? Yeah, it works with Smite. It's not really, in my opinion, the best way to build a Smiter, but the North Star Smiter is my favorite, which uses Astrion's Iron Ward. Ah, 3-socket blade bow. So the Berserk synergy doesn't work. Agent H. That's the problem. It actually generally makes your damage worse, not better. I'll explain what the Berserk synergy does to kind of give you an idea of why it makes it worse. Let me get to a safe spot here where there's no monsters to eat my face. So let me explain this really quickly for you so that you can understand why the Berserk synergy sucks. So let's say you're dishing out, I don't know, like 15,000 damage a strike in physical damage. The way that the Berserk synergy is worded is that it gives you, I think, what is it, like a 20% or something damage increase as magic. So it gives you 20% damage as magic. So how you would think that it works is probably something like this. Like, this is how I thought it worked anyway. Is that, like, it takes you, like, 15,000 and it's, like, plus 20%, which is, like, 3,000 additional damage. And so you just get, like, a plus 3,000 damage. 3,000 damage. And that's it. Like, that's how I thought it was. But that's not how it is. So how it actually is it's like this. So let's say you're dishing out 15,000 damage. So same as before, we'll use the same thing. So 15,000 damage, physical. And then you get like a 20% magic bonus. What it actually does is it takes 15,000 damage and subtracts 3,000 damage from it, equaling 12,000 damage. Then it adds 3,000 magic damage to the total, resulting in a total damage of 12,000 plus 3,000, which equals 15,000 total. So basically what the magic synergy actually does is it takes your physical damage and converts it. It doesn't actually add, as it states, and it converts that physical damage into magical damage. Now, the reason why this is bad and why it overall reduces your damage output is the problem is that now you only have 12,000 physical damage instead of 15,000 physical damage. And on top of this, if you utilize something like Amplify Damage does not work with the 3,000. So now you have 3,000 of your damage, which is not getting bonused by Amplify Damage. It's just not getting bonused at all. So not only are you not gaining damage, but you actually effectively lose damage in an optimal situation where you can keep your Amplify Damage up on a regular basis. Because if you have 15,000 damage and you can basically increase that by 100%, right? So let's say that the monster had 0% physical resistance and you were able to bring them down to negative 100, then you're going to get plus 100% damage, which is going to bring you to 30,000. So you're going to get 30,000 damage per hit when the monster is amped. The problem is, though, is that when you have this synergy active, you're only getting 100% of 12,000. Which means now you're only going to 24,000 instead of 30,000. And so you spend 20 points to get this. 20 points in the synergy to get this. Only to realize that it's actually reducing your damage and making Amplify Damage less effective as well. And it seems really, really weird to have a synergy like this that not only does it like not seem to add the damage on top, because if it added the damage on top, I think that would be great. But what it's actually doing is it's converting 20% of your damage to magical, which is essentially probably the worst thing that you could possibly do, because it lowers your overall physical damage. It lowers your damage when Amplify is applied. It lowers your damage return, when you're life leeching, and in general makes it more difficult to damage targets that have low physical damage. Now, it does increase your damage versus targets that have high physical resistance, because anytime that you're fighting a monster that has really high physical resistance, that 3,000 is going to do more. But anytime you're fighting a monster that has really low physical resistance, the 3,000 does relatively nothing, and much less than the physical damage would on its counterpart. And then on top of this, if that's not enough, and there's more, just set it and forget it, The other problem is that all the Ubers have extremely high magical resistance. So whenever you're fighting an Uber, like for instance, if you're fighting, say, Uber Diablo in D2R, Uber Diablo has a relatively high magical resistance. He has a magical resistance base of 50%. Which means that you are going to do less damage versus any monster that actually does have magical resistance. Now, granted, he also has 50% physical resistance, but you can apply amp to him and you can bring that down. You cannot apply amp to him and bring the magical down. And if you go to some of the other monsters, like if you go to, say, Uber Mephisto or Uber Bale, let's look at Uber Mephisto. Uber Mephisto has even more magical resistance. If I remember correctly, he is sitting at 75%. I can't remember exactly. Let me pull up his page. I don't want to give you the wrong numbers. Yes, he's at 75% magic resistance. Okay? So 75% magic resistant, that means that if you were to put 20 points into Berserk with your Frenzy and you go fight Mephisto, you're now losing damage on him because that 3000 is now only 25% effective, and his physical resistance is lower. He only has 20% physical resistance. So when you're fighting like Uber Mephisto or something like that, not only does it not effectively give you more damage, it's actually hurting you overall, because he has much higher magical resistance than he has physical resistance, and you could potentially lower the physical resistance if you wanted to. So you could potentially bring Mephisto all the way down to like negative 80% physical resistance with Amplified Damage Curse, but you're not touching his 75% magic resistance. That's not moving. There's no way to reduce that. I mean, in my opinion, like, every character should have fun going in there and killing Ubers. Like, I don't think it should be your focus or anything, but like, I mean, why not have everybody go in there and kill Ubers? It's fun. Alright, this has got to be it right here. Like, there's nothing left. But my point is, Agent, is that overall, it's just better to focus on the physical damage. Like, that's all it is. It's just better to focus on the physical damage. The 20 points to get that magic synergy bonus is just wasted. Like, it doesn't do anything for you, really. It's not enough. It's not a significant enough portion of Frenzy to actually be useful, and it pretty much just overall brings your damage down. Berserk is stupid. You don't even need more than 1 point. You just put 1 point in it. I don't even, if I remember correctly, you don't even need more than 1 point Berserk for it to be effective. VFX gasms? You don't like VFX gasms? I mean, I don't really like Hammerdens either, but cutting out the Lightning Fury Amazons, I mean, that's a little much. Have you tried a Lightning Spears on? Those are really fun. Oh my god, there's so many bugs. Vile Drool the Hunter. Like, it's not like I'm taking a really long time to kill these guys. It's just like, there's a lot there's a lot of little punks in the way. Like it's eggs, doohickeys. Can I not hit that egg for some reason? Like, is this just an unhittable egg? Oh, I can hit you now, though. I love that these things just, like, travel forever. Like, you could just keep casting them and just, like, keep hitting everything. Hell's even going on in there? Like, I'm just gonna keep casting Blade Sentinels and just see what happens. Cold worm the burrower, burrowing the coldest worms. Worm cold the burrower, burrowing the cold. Dude, this is like one of the most filled rooms. Usually, they're usually not this filled with maggots and stuff. Like, what the hell? Finally.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore. I can't.
I just like to have fun with all my characters on like any content they can do. I'll take them into Ubers. I don't care. Take them in there. Let's see how they perform. You never know till you try anyway. Some of the characters have surprised me. They've been pretty good at Ubers. Like, a lot better than I thought they were going to be.
Tell me your troubles.
Like, my Vengeance Paladin was pretty much invincible. Like, he just stood there and just laughed. Like, I mean, yeah, his damage output was a little slow, but like, I'll be danged if he didn't just like stand there and laugh at them the entire time while he was getting wailed on. He was like, "Oh, you guys are hitting me." I remember at one point, like the whole kinship like died around me, and I was just standing there in the center of the group and just laughing. I was just like, "Oh, you guys, what are you guys doing? Are you guys trying to kill me or something?" And I remember at one point, like I was so surrounded that I was almost ready to die, like because of the fire resistance. And then I remembered I had a Rising Sun in my inventory with Fire Absorb on it. Threw the Rising Sun on, and like I was literally just healing. Like they were shooting me with Infernos, and I was just healing. And I was just laughing because I was just invincible in the center of like a sea of freaking Venom Lords and like Uber Diablo trying to bash me in the head. It was pretty good stuff. There's one thing the freaking Vengeance Paladin does really well is he's nigh invincible. Like, granted, you can't do anything about magic damage because you can't get like additional magic resistance except for that stupid safety shield. But like, man, he was like invincible, like 90% all reses and like absorb out the wing wang, and like he was just standing in the center of like 1,000 monsters, just like sipping water. Like, yeah, it's kind of hot in here, I guess, a little bit. Maybe we could turn the AC up a little bit. It's getting a little steamy. What's up, Boogus? Why you huffing? And you's puffing. Huffing, puffing, puffing boy. That's a huffing, puffing boy. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. What's the matter, buddy? Do you gotta go pep do? Do you gotta go do pep? Do you gotta go number 1 or is number 2? Do you gotta go plop plop fizz fizz over what a relief it is? Or do you gotta go shoot shoot boot boot? Shoot 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 boot boot? Or listen listen to the cat is pissing? Is that what you gotta do? Listen listen the cat is pissing? Or do you gotta go plop plop fizz fizz? Sit down on us talking, just talking. I don't care which one it is, just we gotta go. Ain't gotta do it. Have I lived in Virginia my whole life? Yeah. I mean, I went to other states and visited and stuff like that, but I've never moved to another state, if that's what you're asking. I visited West Virginia. I've been there a couple times. Actually, like 4 or 5 times. I've also been to Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee. I've been to Tennessee, Washington, D.C., of course. I think I drove through Maine one time. I don't remember if it was like anything serious, but I know I at least drove through there. I mean, not Maine. What is the thing? Maryland? Is it Maryland? I drove through Maryland. What's north of Washington, D.C.? Sounds like a date, Agent Smith. I'll wear my best suit and I'll put on some makeup, and we can go out to the movies. We can watch a flick together. Buy me popcorn. I like popcorn. I better wear my Red Robin shirt. I don't know. My Red Ribbon Army shirt. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. The girls in Kentucky, you like it there? Favorite DBZ moments? DBZ moment. Specifically DBZ, or like just like the Dragon Ball franchise in general? Like, I think my favorite one is probably not Dragon Ball Z. It's actually kind of like a mix of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Super. It involves the original fight with... every time I tell this story, I feel like I'm not doing it justice. So, in the original Dragon Ball, spoiler, Goku is, like lands on the planet, yada, yada, yada. He gets found by Gohan, Grandpa Gohan. Grandpa Gohan raises him until he's like the age of, I don't know what age he is when he leaves the nest. I can't remember. Was he like 5 or 6 or something? He wasn't very old. So anyway, he leaves because, according to him, he couldn't find Grandpa Gohan anywhere, or Grandpa Gohan died or something like that. I can't remember. But the story is actually that the full moon came out and he transformed into, big giant monkey. I freaking love Krillin. You better shut up, Tomek. Anyway, so he transforms into the giant monkey and he kills Gohan. He kills Grandpa Gohan. He doesn't realize this until later, but later on he does realize that he's the one that killed his grandfather, and that he really regrets it. Continue on through the Dragon Ball saga. He eventually gets to a tournament, and in the tournament there is a masked fighter. Unbeknownst to him, the masked fighter is Grandpa Gohan, brought back to life by Babidi, who is essentially like allowing him to see his father, his grandfather, for like the last time, basically. they end up fighting each other, and it doesn't take Goku very long before he realizes that he's fighting Gohan. Because, of course, Gohan is the one that trained him. And it doesn't take him, it doesn't take a genius to figure out, like in martial arts, that like you're fighting somebody that you fought before. Right? But that's not my favorite part. Now, he breaks down into tears when he finds out it's his father, or his grandfather, and like, it's a very touching moment in the Dragon Ball story. But my favorite moment, by far, actually came in Dragon Ball Super. In Dragon Ball Super, they're trying to prepare for the tournament, and that's when, what's his name? Why am I forgetting the name? The pink guy, bubblegum pink guy, Boo. Yeah, Boo, not Majin Buu, but Boo. That's when Boo, basically like falls asleep, right? And they have to go resurrect Frieza. So they're going to resurrect Frieza, and they had Babidi, of course, because Babidi is the one that can bring people back from the dead temporarily. When Goku goes there, he remembers that was the place that he fought his grandfather. He doesn't say anything, and it's a very silent moment, but in the distance you see Goku, and he's fighting. And what he's doing is he's reenacting his fight with his grandfather. I think that was my favorite moment in the entire series. All the series. Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball G Super. All of them. Like, he's literally, remembering, like, blow by blow, the fight that he had with his grandfather. I think that was by far the best scene. I mean, that's a good scene, too. That is a good scene, too, Charles. Don't forget, he pats that thing. Pat, pat, pat. Gotta fluff it up before you lay on it. Yeah, give it the old tap, tap. Oh my god, why are these guys, like, picking on my freaking bird? Like, get out of here. I mean, Bulma was a little hoochie when she was growing up, so, like... She freaking flashed Roshi and, like, didn't have no panties on. She was definitely promiscuous, that's for sure.
Dark magic. And a dreadful tune.
Remember, she wanted the Dragon Ball? She wanted it. She wanted the Dragon Ball so bad. Roshi said that if you show me your underwear or something like that, like, that he would give him the Dragon Ball. Turned out she didn't even have any underwear on. Hey, look, it's one of the worst weapons in the entire game. The Viper Fork Man Catcher. About the only thing this weapon has is speed. Damage sucks. Attack rating sucks. Poison damage is barely there. The Viper Fork Poop Catcher. It's not even worth taking back to sell. Apothecary Diaries. Did I watch that, or did I see it and then not watch it? I don't think I've seen that one. I think I saw it. I think some people had recommended it, and I just like... I looked at it, and it didn't really seem very appealing to me. Why? Is it better than the name suggests? It doesn't sound interesting. I've become somewhat of an anime snob in my older years. Castlevania was okay, but I got kind of bored with it. I definitely enjoyed the first season. I don't know what happened in the second season. I kind of fell out. Well, I wanted to see if I could kill one of the sarcophaguses. I can kill a sarcophagi. That's interesting. I didn't think I was going to be able to do that. What happens if I just, like, stack these on there? Let me see. Not bad. Put a little Blade Fury action in there. Hey. That's pretty good. Get all 5 of them running. It's not bad at all. Beefy sarcophagus. Yeah, so I have a pit player 6 Hell sarcophagus, so they got some good HP. Guess I must not be putting out as bad damage as I thought. I wonder if you can make a character just like immune to damage with damage reduction and like physical damage reduction. Kind of an interesting, like, theory idea. Maybe we'll have to, like, play around with it one day. So, like, think about it like this. So if you have a character that has enough physical damage reduction and, sorry, PDR and MDR, like, how far would you have to go before your character is, like, nearly unkillable? I mean, I don't know how much damage, like, I think the maximum damage that anybody can do in the game is like 1500. I'm pretty sure, like, I think I've, like, tested it before. Like, there's some monsters that can hit for, like, 1500 damage, but I mean, if you had a significant amount of PDR and MDR, I'm not talking about physical damage reduced by, that's a different number. I'm talking about the, like, plain, like, this type right here, like the DR and the MDR, like this. I mean, this, like, physical damage reduction, like, could be interesting to add into the equation. And you, obviously, you also want your resistances capped and stuff like that, but, like... I can't remember which goes first in the calculation. I think resistances go first, right? And then PDR goes second, or is it PDR first and then resistance second? I can't remember. It's been a little while. That was a lot of monsters. I think the hardest hitting monster is Uber Iswal. Uber Iswal hits for like 1500 flat. 1500 flat, I think, is the highest he can hit for in a single hit. And that's with mitigations. So that's with like a decent amount of physical mitigation, like resistances, etc. I don't remember how much like physical damage reduction I considered to be like an average amount. It was probably like 15 or 20%. So like with 15 or 20% physical damage reduction, he can still hit you for like 1500 damage. One, two, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, hold down the door. That's pretty impressive. What about Neelathak and his stupid corpse explosion? I don't know. I don't know how much damage he does in a single strike. It's fire and it's also physical, so you could mitigate a large portion of it. That could be a fun, like, proof of concept video one day. Like, just try and make a character that can survive Neelathak's corpse explosions. To see, like, how far you can take it. I mean, one side is easy. It's pretty much just get 95% fire res and work in some absorption for fire. The physical side is a little bit harder. You basically need 50% physical damage reduction, but even then, that's not like the end-all be-all of what you need. You also need like the unfortunately absorption doesn't really do much, but from what I understand, absorption does count as basically like MDR and PDR, which is like a whole other thing. So technically, any absorption is also MDR PDR, which is interesting. Not the percentage absorption, but the flat absorption. Oh god, not a diddy did. I was reading up on that a little bit too, and that jank made me like... Apparently, like, one of the, like, husbands was basically, like, cucking. Which is where you, like, watch your wife get, like... I don't understand that whole kink. I ain't gonna kink shame, but, like... We were joking about the cuck chair the other day. Like, the chair that's always in the corner of the... of the hotel rooms. It's like near the bed so you can see the bed, but you're not like in the bed. It's like the cuck chair. I mean, basically autocast. I was trying to say it in a less offensive manner, but yes. And what's up, autocast? How's it going?
Good evening.
How much damage does this give? 12 min is a lot of min. It's not really that impressive. Add something else on it, maybe. Is enchant worth with exploding potions? That's a good question, actually, because exploding potions are technically like a ranged attack, and ranged attacks do actually obtain a chant. I don't know. I've never thought to test that in my entire life. Well, Merc died, but Fangskin's dead too, so...
Serpents. I expected worse. Not enough honor.
What am I even doing here? Let's get the hell out of here. I mean, yeah, it would. It would take you a really long time. Yeah, it definitely would take you a long time. I don't really see why they wouldn't. Technically, it is a ranged attack. Technically, you do throw them. And technically, they do hit the target. Oh, they even benefit from things like throwing mastery. Interesting. They explode, too. Wonder if the fire damage would go into the explosion. It certainly would be an interesting way to have some fun with a run. Yeah, I asked AI a question the other day and I was like so dumbfounded by the answer. Like it was so bad. I just... I'm not even sure why they call it AI. It's not really AI. I guess it's just a buzzword, and the truth of the matter is they want you to think it's AI because that makes, like, raises it up in the grand scheme of things, but I mean, it's basically just like a very complicated flowchart is really all it is. It's like a very big and very complicated flowchart. You guys know what a flowchart is, right? Like, you probably used them in school at some point or at some sort of job. They probably had a flowchart for you to follow. They look like this. Like, this is just no actual, like reason why I chose this one, but this is what they look like, right? And, like, really all AR is, like, super complicated flowcharts. They're basically, like, the most ridiculous flowcharts that you've ever seen in your life. Like, something like this. See if I can get this image up on the screen. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. They're literally something like this. Like, they're very, very, very complicated flowcharts. Like, to a degree that most people probably would never want to, like, try and read one. But they're basically just very, very complicated flowcharts. Like, somebody took the time to, like, design the flowchart, and then what adds to it is that the AI program has the ability to add more into the flowchart and make it more complicated. So, like, as time goes on, like, there's ending solutions where it's like, do we have an answer to this problem? No. And then it's like, and then it starts adding more into the flowchart, more ways to make it more complicated. And they make the flowcharts very complicated. But, like, for the most part, they're just really well-designed, very advanced flowcharts that eventually start building themselves after a while. So, like, after a certain period of time, the flowchart is essentially self-designing. Like, it's building itself, neither good nor bad. Like, sometimes it's building bad parts of the flowchart, and sometimes it's building good parts of the flowchart. But, like, that doesn't matter, right? Like, it's just a giant, like, web of flowcharts. Yes, and gates and Zor gates and all sorts of stuff. Like, it's nothing. Like, it's not a real, like, AI. AI would be something that can think and, like, you know, come up with answers on its own. And for the most part, it's just referencing these flowcharts. Like, it's, and yes, it's oversimplifying it a little bit. And somebody might even say that to me. They'd be like, "But Ginger, you're oversimplifying it. Like, they're more than just simply flowcharts." And I mean, in a way, they're more than flowcharts, but in a way, like, I'm 100% accurate. They're pretty much just flowcharts. Like, it's not as oversimplification as you think. Like, it's actually more on the nose than you would believe.
The sanctuary. Amazon's obsession.
I don't think it'll really be true AI until the AI can actually be creative on its own without, like, relying on other people's works as a result. I was having a whole little conversation with the AI, like one of the Grok AIs, and I was just like
Tell me your troubles.
having a conversation about, like, what makes real creativity. Man, the AI is... I just don't know, like, what to think of it. It doesn't have any kind of creativity on its own. There's no creativity there. It's literally just rehashing what other people have done, like the training data that it's doing. Like, there's no real creativity. And I tried to force it to be creative. Like, I tried, but since it's prompt based and you have to put in a prompt to make it be creative, the problem is that you're always being the source of the creativity in some way or another. Like, even if you tell it to not use any of its training data, like, you're still technically prompting it to make something, and then your prompting is what inevitably causes whatever the thing is to be. Like, since it's prompt based. Like, for it to be truly creative, it would have to be able to create something on its own with no prompt, and I don't know if it's capable of that. Oh, I forgot to get my Merc back. She's definitely going to be useful here, so let's go snag her real quick before we start rolling down the line. What's up, David Anderson? Speaking of Anderson, like, who wants a Johnny Mnemonic 2? You thought I was going to say Matrix, didn't you? No, the common denominator there was Keanu Reeves. You got it wrong. Keanu Reeves did Johnny Mnemonic. I freaking love that movie, by the way. I like it better than the Matrix movies, to be honest. If you've never seen Johnny Mnemonic, I would highly recommend it as a watch. Like, very, very good, like, old style, like, hacker kind of a movie with, like, wetware. They basically have, like, data installed in their brains. It's pretty cool. They got brain data. Who doesn't want data installed in your brain? Come on. That's like the best thing. Like, brain data. Dude, is he like just out of reach? That's upset. Oh, no, there we go. Ex Machina? I think so. See, I'm gonna need a lot of mana potions in here. Can you help me out, Merc, or are you just gonna stand there and be useless the entire time? There you go. Oh no, never mind. Back to being useless again, I see. I always thought Idiocracy was like an amazing movie. I love that movie. Never heard of Johnny Mnemonic? Johnny Mnemonic. Ta 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 na ta ta na 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 na. Johnny Mnemonic. They got a dolphin that surfs the web. They got a web surfing dolphin. That's him all hooked up to the VR world. Yeah, look at that. Mm-hmm. 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 Boom, 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 boom. It's a good movie. I like Johnny Mnemonic. It's one of Keanu Reeves' better movies. I like all Keanu Reeves movies though. Like, so I'm kind of biased. I might have, you know, like, I might have Keanu Reeves' kids if he asked. Oh my god. That is a lot of ghosts. We're gonna have to ditch these ghosts. Oh my god, there's like 10 trillion ghosts. like the ghosties. They're mean, don't like ghosties. Yeah, Bill and Ted's good too. Okay, so to kill ghosts, we need an excessively large amount of mana potions. I don't like it.
Greetings.
Mm-hmm. 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 Altered Carbon? Yeah, I saw Altered Carbon. It's neat, I liked it. I at least saw the first season. Very interesting concept. Not a concept that I haven't seen before, but an interesting concept. It's been in a couple like sci-fi movies and stuff like that. I've seen it a couple times. The ability to like exchange your consciousness for somebody else's, like that's something that's been in a couple movies. Altered Carbon is an interesting story. I mean, I can explain it to you guys. It's just not like they don't explain things very well. Basically, in the show Altered Carbon, there's a specific person. He is, I don't know, kind of like the ultimate detective or the ultimate like soldier or whatever you want to call it, right? Like he's the ultimate of ultimates. He exists, and he has existed for a very long time. In the TV show Altered Carbon, basically you can change bodies, so you can change your consciousness to a new body. You don't necessarily have to maintain the same body, and your consciousness is stored on these, like, was it a crystal or a disc? A cortical stack, that's what they called it in the show, a cortical stack, which is a device that's implemented in the body. And so basically, like, if you can essentially implant a person's, like, being into a body, as long as the body has a cortical stack. Doesn't matter what this body is. And so in the Altered Carbon show, there's a little bit of a disconnect. A lot of people don't realize what the hell's going on. Like, that's not his real body. Like, the first season that you see him, he's just got implanted in somebody random. I think in the second season, he's in, like, some sort of military drone or something. But essentially, it's always the same guy in the show. It's just a different body, like, so they use it as a chance to change out the actor, essentially. Which is an interesting way to change out the actor. Like, basically, you're changing out the body, but the actor is the same. So the person never dies, essentially. And And in the show, like, he goes through the process of trying to solve whatever case he's been assigned. A lot of the times, like, he owes tons of money to whoever it is that, like, resurrected him. So he's trying to, like, do right by the person. Half the time, though, it turns out that the person who resurrected them also happens to be the person that, like, killed whoever it is that they, you know, like, wanted him to, like, research, which is kind of funny. The whole thing usually ends up being rather silly. He spends a lot of time, you know, like, obviously doing his detective work and finding out the answers, which a lot of people don't like. He ends up fighting tons of people. The thing is, though, is that, like, he's usually fighting people that are, like, ancient. Because just like him, basically everybody in society can be, like, immortal through these cortical stacks. And so some of the times, like, he's literally hundreds and hundreds of years into the future, and he's still, like, meeting people that he knew from, like, 1,000 years ago, which is silly. Because they're also still alive from 1,000 years ago. Another interesting concept from this is that, like, some people can't always afford a new body. So, like, there's two different classes in the, like, castes in the show. So there's the cast of people that are called, like, the Immortals, that basically live forever. And they always can afford a new body. They have an infinite number of clones, essentially, that they can, like, reconstitute to, so they don't really care. They die, they get, like, put back into, you know, their body. Then a whole nother thing comes into play, which is, like, permanent death. So if somebody destroys the cortical stack in a body, then that equals permanent death for the person who the cortical stack is destroyed. And permanent death is treated as a much more violent crime than, like, killing someone. Like, if you go up on the street and you kill somebody, it's not even a big deal. But if you destroy their cortical stack, you are essentially murdering them in full, and they can never be resurrected, at which point it's a much more serious crime, and you're likely to go to prison and all sorts of other things for it. If you are too poor to afford a clone, and you get killed and your cortical stack is still in place, the interesting thing is that, well, you can still be alive, but, like, they'll just put you in a, like, a database, essentially. Like, you get put into a database of people who are waiting for bodies. And, you know, like, if your body ever comes up, well, you know, good luck, I guess. Like, maybe you'll have one eventually, maybe you won't. You know, you're essentially, you're at the whims of the government, like, whether or not they want to resurrect you, or whether anybody wants to resurrect you at all. Like, you're stuck into like a data machine. I'm pretty sure that's what happens to the main character on many occasions, is he ends up getting stuck in the data machine, and at some point or another, some rich person ends up resurrecting him for him to, like, solve some crime, and then that's when the entire story begins, like in Altered Carbon. So, like, each story ends up being, like, another resurrection. So, like, he gets resurrected again, and then, like, that's when he owes whatever, and he has to do the bidding of the person that resurrected him or whatever. It's a pretty cool show. I actually really enjoyed the first season that I watched. I haven't really picked up the second season, though. Not yet, anyway. Definitely a good show, though. Definitely a good show. Well, he's on ice as long as his cortical stack is still in place. So that's the whole thing. Like, in Altered Carbon, as long as your cortical stack is okay, you're fine. So they call it, in the show, they call it real death. So when a person truly dies and cannot be brought back by any means, it happens when a cortical stack is destroyed and also the consciousness is not backed up in the cloud in the satellite array orbiting the Earth. And if the cortical stack is destroyed and not backed up, people experience, finally, real death. So real death is like a thing that barely happens anymore because of, like, well, you know, number one, they can back up your consciousness to the cloud. Number two, your cortical stack might still be in place. Number three, like, you know, maybe they can upload you to a new body, or there might be another way, like maybe there was a copy of your consciousness somewhere. Some of the people had like copies of their consciousness. Apparently, like in the season 1 and season 2, there's like 30 years like difference between them. There's also double sleeving, which is a whole thing, which is basically where you have a duplicate of oneself with another cortical stack. So like you can essentially have two people, like you can copy yourself. Oh yeah, let's not go this way. I gotta deal with all those ghosts by the waypoint. Yuck. Let's just run as fast as we can this way. Maybe they're not there anymore. Oh, and I forgot about the poor people that don't have cortical stacks. So there are some people in the show, if I remember correctly, that have no cortical stacks, and they're basically just regular humans. And if I remember correctly, the regular humans have like no way of coming back because they're not in the cloud. They don't have cortical stacks. Like they're not connected to anything. They're basically like peasants in the show. They're poor peasants. I can't remember what they called them in the show. Oh, there was the religious group that refused them. That's right. I remember it was something specific. Like there was like a specific reason behind it. God, I'm gonna go through a sea of potions to get through these freaking ghosts. I mean, there's every possibility that they're already dead. I mean, if we're bringing religion into this, I mean, there's every possibility that the person who died, like the original person, when your original body died, that your soul went to heaven or hell or whatever, like, and you're gone. Like, I mean, I don't know exactly what it is that they think, like, because in the show, like, I get the feeling that they're basically trying to say that, like you shouldn't live forever and you should die or whatever, but, like, maybe they already did. I mean, is what's recorded on the cortical stack really your soul? I don't think so. Because they basically make it seem like people are, like, doubling themselves. Like, could you copy your soul and put it into another person? Like, that doesn't seem very likely, right? Like, whatever makes you you is special. So, like, if they're religious, then they should already believe that, like, when you die, you're dead, and that's pretty much it. Which maybe that's the other part of it. Maybe they think, like, the people who are still alive are, like, I don't know, like, walking computers, basically, or something. Just a shadow, essentially, of what was left. Yeah, the clone's not you, you're dead. It's just another you. Like, now there's another theory, and the other theory is that, well, like, maybe, and this is just a theory, that your soul follows, like, your consciousness. So, like, as long as your consciousness exists, your soul follows it. Which could be another thing. Like, maybe your soul even comes back from the dead. Like, if you've been dead for a really long period of time, right? And you still are in a cortical stack, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, they put you in a body. Like, maybe you literally come back from the afterlife. like pulls you out of heaven or hell and puts you back in your body. Like, I mean, that could be an interesting like concept too. Like that maybe the soul is like attached in a way. Well, so it just like it returns. Or maybe there's no such thing as a soul, and maybe we're all just biological computers. Meat suits.
Good day.
Philosophical questions that nobody can answer because nobody's died and came back to life. One day, maybe. A rare ring. So I need every penny I can get. It's probably worth some gold. I mean, if I'm lucky and the amp procs quickly, then like they die quickly. But I mean, that doesn't always occur. Like. Dude, this has been like 90% ghosts. If I can kill anything else here, it's been like 90% ghosts. That took way too much effort. Oh my god, it's not it. Sadness.
I can't carry anymore.
I'm gonna four-way this damn thing. Dee-doo-dee-doo. Dee-doo-dee-doo-doo. Dee-doo-dee-doo. Dee-doo-dee-doo-doo. Dee-doo-dee-doo. Dee-doo-dee-doo-doo.
Good day.
Dee-doo-dee-doo. Dee-doo-dee-doo-doo. Dee-doo-doo. Dee-lee. Dee-loo. Dee-lee-doo-dee. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo-dee-doo-dee-doo-dee. Ba-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na. Da-da-na-na-na.
Good day.
Ba-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na. Alright, back to Arcane Sanctuary yet again. I wish I could just run by this stuff, that'd be great. Did I ever watch The Magicians? How does that sound familiar? Is it a British show? You know, I don't remember. It sounds-ish familiar, I guess. I've seen a lot of shows. I don't vividly remember it or anything, that's for sure. Oh my god, I actually killed him. Kind of impressed with myself there. That was pretty impressive. I mean, I'm slowly working my way through. It's definitely painful. Pain, 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 pain. So much pain. I don't know. Pain, pain, pain. We got some pain, pain, pain. Who want no pain, pain, pain? I got that pain, pain, burn, 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 burn. And are you kidding me? Harry Potter's not adult enough for you? Like, what? I feel like Harry Potter was pretty adult. Some pretty morbid stuff in there. Dumbledore dying, freaking Harry's parents dying. Some pretty sad stuff with, what's his face? Why can I not remember his name right off the top of my head? Had a lot in common with Harry because they both lost both their parents. God, I'm so tired of getting freaking my mana sucked out. Neville, yeah, Neville. Yeah, Neville. Thanks for that. I don't remember names very well. I'm terrible at it. Yeah, Neville. Neville was both of his parents were killed too. Frickin' Snape tortured him too. You know, Neville, to this day, Neville is the reason why I don't think that Snape is a hero. Neville was especially tortured by Snape. Like, Snape went out of his way to torture Neville, and it was really in the movies you don't see it as much. Like, if you watch only the movies, you don't get to see that part. But like when you read the books, like Snape really went out of his way to frickin' torture Neville. And it's really quite just awful. I don't need like to prove it to you, because like if you watch the movies you would know. Like in the movie when they bring out the what is it called, the boggart? I think it's called a boggart, the one that like takes the form of your most like the thing that you fear the most. And what does Neville's boggart turn into? Neville's boggart turns into Snape. Neville wasn't just like tortured by Snape. Neville was like deathly afraid of him. Like, Snape literally tortured Neville, like, very badly. Worse than all the other students. He was bad to all of the students, but he was worse to Neville than he was all the others. Here's an AI response. Let's read the AI response. Public humiliation. Snape frequently belittled Neville in front of his classmates and even other teachers. He would make mocking remarks about Neville's lack of skills or mistakes, which was especially damaging to Neville's confidence. For example, during the dueling club, Snape ridiculed Neville to Gilderoy Lockhart. Later, in Defense Against Dark Arts class, he tried to undermine Neville's abilities to Professor Lupin. Targeted torment in the potions class. Snape seemed to take pleasure in making Neville miserable during potions legends. His constant criticism and harsh treatment likely contributed to Neville's struggles in the subject. Threat to poison Neville's toad. In particularly cruel incident, Snape threatened to poison Trevor, Neville's pet toad, with a potion that Neville made. This threat demonstrates a willingness to inflict distress on Neville and his beloved pet. While the potion ultimately shrank Trevor and Snape had an antidote, the intention behind the threat was clearly to cause Neville anguish. Being Neville's boggart. Perhaps the most telling sign of Snape's impact on Neville was that Neville's boggart, a creature that takes the form of one's greatest fear, appeared as Snape in his grandmother's clothing, which was the counter curse, was to do a ridiculous, which put the grandmother's clothing on him. This reveals the depth of Neville's fear of Snape and his fear of being seen as a failure, a fear that Snape seemingly exploited. And the general harsh treatment. Snape's behavior towards Neville was consistently rude and dismissive, making Neville feel inferior. And basically just across the board, if you read the books and you go example by example, it was just awful. Like, the way he treated Neville specifically was one of the worst. Even worse than Potter, and he treated Potter terrible. Like, how Snape treated Potter was already bad enough, but he took it even a step further. I don't think there was anything wrong with Snape's backstory. I think Snape was just a jerk. They showed a snippet of Snape's life in the old days, and they showed Potter, Senior, essentially, dealing with Snape, and they made it look like Snape was getting tortured or, like, ridiculed or whatever, bullied, essentially, by, like, you know, what was his actual name? James. They made it seem like Snape was getting bullied by James. But the reality of the situation was that Snape was bullying other students. And James came to stop Snape from bullying other students. If you actually look into the backstory of what happened, Snape was actually the villain in that particular situation. And that's why when I talked about earlier that context is the most important thing, like, you have to know the context of why James was doing what he did to Snape. He was doing that to Snape because Snape had been caught torturing other students. He had made up his own curses, the Half-Blood Prince curse, you know, the one that Harry tried to use on Snape, and Snape's like, how dare you use my own curses against me? Sectu Sempra? Yeah, Sectu Sempra. I don't know. I love talking about this subject because there's a lot to it. And I feel like a lot of people like side with Snape because they think that he was bullied and they think that he was like somehow mistreated when he was younger, but like he really wasn't. He made so many bad decisions. He hung out with the wrong crowd. He literally made curses to torture people with. He was given a choice, like, to choose, basically, to be a Slytherin or to not be a Slytherin, and he chose to hang out with the bad crowd, knowing that they were bad. He joined the Death Eaters of his own accord. Like, he had Lily there, like, with a handout, trying to help him to come back to, like, the good side, and he refused, because, of course, he couldn't have Lily, and that's all he wanted. He was okay with Voldemort killing children as long as, you know, they weren't important to him. He didn't even know that, like, when he gave up the information on Lily and James, he didn't even know that it was Lily and James, but he knew that he was giving up the information for people to get killed. He was fine with people getting killed, he just wasn't fine with Lily and James getting killed. Or rather, Lily specifically. He was fine with James. He wanted James to die. He also didn't care if and this is the part that really gets me. Like, he was also fine with Potter dying. Like Harry Potter. Like, he was okay with Lily's child being murdered. But he was okay with James being murdered, and that's, like, I can even see that from a jealousy standpoint. Like, that's just like a jealousy standpoint, right? Like, you're jealous somebody else has your lover, right? So you don't want that lover to be around, but like but when you are okay with the child of the person that you love being killed, like, do you really think that they're ever going to love you after that? Like, they have a child and you got that child killed. Does he really think that Lily was ever going to, like, love him back after he was literally the reason why his child would have died? Like, assuming that Voldemort actually succeeded, assuming he didn't kill Lily, assuming he succeeded in killing Harry Potter, and Lily was the only one left alive, did he really think that Lily was going to be like, "Oh, Snape, I love you so much. Thank you for killing my husband and my child. They were a nuisance anyway." Like, is that what he thought was going to happen? Like, did he thought, like, that Lily was just going to, like, fall down on her knees and, like, be thankful that he got her husband and child killed? From what I understand, and this is just what I've been able to, like, piece together from the story and what other people have kind of theorized as well, is that Neville reminded Snape of himself. So when Snape was in school, he was a very weak, very unconfident person who did not, like, assert himself properly. And from what I understand, Snape saw in Neville the person that he used to be before he gained his confidence and before he figured out who he was going to be as a person. And so from what I understand of the story, Snape was literally torturing the crap out of Neville because Neville reminded him of who he used to be. Some people think that maybe he was torturing Neville in an effort to help him better himself. Some people think he was just torturing Neville because he reminded of himself and he didn't like the fact that he was reminded of what he used to be, which was a sniveling little turd, essentially. And Neville is not exactly the strongest character in the story. He's very unconfident of himself. He has the ability, but he often, you know, like, lacks the ability to come forward and actually show that he has the ability. Like, he stutters. He does pretty much everything wrong that, like, Snape was also doing wrong, right? But, like, hating oneself is crazy, and then applying that hate for yourself, like your earlier version of yourself, to someone else is also kind of crazy. Like, the fact that Snape was literally applying the hate for himself to Neville was nuts. The movie Snape is like, and I've kind of like compared the two as well. Rickman does a really good job portraying the character as he was intended to be portrayed, like, by the directors. But I do believe that the directors definitely hid a little bit too much of what made Snape evil in the story. And Alan Rickman is a very charming person. He just is. He's just a very charming person. And so he gave the character a little bit more of a kind of like a likable character, like a likableness to it that probably wouldn't have otherwise been there. Some people actually refer to it as Alan Rickman Snape and Book Snape. Book Snape is basically evil. Like, he's almost entirely evil. Alan Rickman Snape is more conflicted, right? He's neither evil nor good. He's somewhere in between, and he's portrayed as much better than the books portray him, that's for sure. I don't think you can read the books at all and come to a conclusion that Snape was a hero. Like, I feel like if you read the books and you read the book Snape version, Snape is most definitely a villain. He's a villain through and through, even to the very end. Like, he stays true to the principles of what makes him a villain. And just because you're a villain doesn't mean you follow Voldemort. And in this particular case, he doesn't follow Voldemort because Voldemort is the person who killed the love of his life. Despite the fact that he's a creepy person that literally loves someone who's already married to someone else and has a child, but still has this very odd, creepy obsession with the person. And I just don't understand that whole dynamic. Alright, Agent Smith, you have a good one, man. I'm probably heading to bed here soon. I gotta go to work tomorrow. I just don't see how anyone can see Snape as the hero. I just really don't. Like, he's such a villain character. Like, everything he did, like, from the beginning to the end, he's such a villain character. I think ultimately it comes down to motivations and understanding, like, why he did certain things and, like, why those actions were kind of unforgivable.
Good day.
I mean, I'm not going to say anyone deserves to be picked on or bullied on or anything like that, but this wasn't a normal school, and these weren't normal kids. I mean, we're talking about witches and wizards. We're talking about, like, the frickin' Slytherin that has a supremacy of, you know, like, oh, you're not a pureblood wizard, so you're not, you know, you're a mudblood. And then they would literally go out of their way to torture and belittle mudbloods. And that was one of the things that the Slytherin did on a regular basis, and Snape participated in it. Snape wasn't like an innocent person who was just like minding his own business and happened to be like tortured by someone else. He was a Slytherin member who was participating in the bully and ridicule of mudbloods, because that's what Slytherins do, who literally designed his own curses to use on other students, who was then bullied by somebody else at the school. I mean, yeah, I mean, if we use the old, like, D&D alignment chart, I would put him on lawful evil. That's where I would put him. Lawful evil or maybe even chaotic evil. Depends on, like, I think he shifted. I think he was chaotic evil when he was in school and when he was a child, and he started to move toward lawful evil as he grew up because he realized that lawful evil was the way that he needed to go to, like, fix things. Like, he didn't side with Dumbledore because he was a good guy. He sided with Dumbledore because that was the way that he was going to get back at the person who killed the love of his life, who had absolutely no interest in him, but, you know, no big deal, and who also had a husband already, and who was also, you know, already had a child, and the child was already growing up and was like a year old. But besides that point... Well, this is going to be interesting. No ghosts so far. Cross my fingers. Looking pretty good. Flame Bang. What's up, Flame Bang? I gotta pull back a little bit. Flame Bang is gonna bang my flame. Do I prefer if people watch me on YouTube or Twitch? It really doesn't matter. I get paid on both. Whichever one you prefer. I hear that Twitch is a little bit better in terms of, like, delay. Like, the delay is a little bit better. Some people have reported to me that, like, they felt like they were able to, you know, have better conversations with me because there was less of a delay in the conversations on Twitch, but... I don't know. I tried putting, like, low delay on YouTube as well, so I don't know. It really depends on the day too. Like, sometimes, like, sometimes they're just different. I don't know. You can shoot me a Prime sub over on YouTube, David, if you want to, like, help out the channel. Prime subs are free. They come with your Prime subscription if you have Amazon Prime. You get a free Prime sub every month that you can, like, hand out to other people. So that's a thing. And that's money in the bank right there that you don't even have to pay for. I think I might be out of gold to resurrect my Merc. Yeah, YouTube also has that whole, like, being able to rewind the stream thing, which is nice. Like, it's only live on Twitch. Like, that's it. Like, you don't get the ability to rewind or anything. I forgot about that. That's a good point. Oh, well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, David. If you have any questions, be sure to ask. I mean, I usually respond to most comments. I try not to be an asshole, usually. Times have been rough for me lately, though, so maybe I'll take it out on you by mistake. And if I do, I apologize for it in advance. I am just a human, after all. At least I hope I am. Or maybe I'm just an android and I don't know it. Could I be an android? Maybe I'm an android and I don't know it. How would you know if you were an android? Would you be able to tell? No, no, not my cortical stack. I fail captcha tests. Oh, that's great, King Boo. I love it. I just start failing captcha tests. Like, damn it, I can't figure out this captcha. Can somebody do this for me? You know, there was actually a thing where, like, somebody gave an AI a task, and it involved, like, delivering something to somebody or whatever. Like, and the AI had to, like, actually physically get an object to someone. And the AI went on to like Fiverr or like one of those like little things where you do like pay somebody a couple bucks for a task and hired somebody to fill out the CAPTCHA so that it could sign up for an account for something. I can't remember what it was, but like they actually went to a website that does like, you know, small jobs and hired somebody to do it for them. It's worth money. No, that's probably worth money. Maybe we can go res our merc. Currently, Twitch pays 0 from advertisement. I don't think so. I think they pay from advertisement. I can't remember how much. I think they're about the same split.
Greetings.
You got a fetish sprinkler? Oh no, not a fetish sprinkler, man. You gotta watch out about those fetish sprinklers. You can't just be sprinkling your fetishes all over the place. That is just not polite. I mean, it's okay to have a fetish, but you can't just be sprinkling it. Like, don't be sprinkling your fetishes all over the place.
There's no trouble a mud can't cure. Hello.
What if I'm an organic android? Like, what about that? I could be an organic android. Like, what is it? Wasn't there that one, like, was it like the Aliens movie where they had that one guy on there? It turned out he was an android the entire time. He was like, he had like milk for blood and like a bunch of other weird stuff. Could be an organic android. Well, you can't confuse Diablo. Diablo isn't confusable because he is, you know, he is Diablo. So, like, you can decrepify him, but you can't confuse him. He is confuse proof. It wasn't milk in the Aliens movie? Man, I've been bamboozled. Ah, not red blood. Oh man. What if I'm just like a cockroach or something with white blood? Like, you never know. Could just be a cockroach. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, we found it, boys. Time to kill Dario.
Tell me your troubles.
Good evening.
Didn't Winona Ryder play an android? I don't know, did she? Androids.
Yes, citizen.
I do believe I can increase my max resistance for cold, which would be nice. Let's do that before we go down. He does have pretty high level Holy Freeze, so. Alright, so we got 85% cold res. Let's do one more pre-buff before we go down. Let's hit a portal as soon as we get in. He knocks me back all the time, which stops me from attacking, and then of course as soon as he stops me from attacking, he hits the Merc, and then like, Merc's dead. It's a pain in my butt.
Hello.
It's definitely not what I intended to happen there. I need to kind of like pull him up against the wall so that he stops pushing me back.
Who goes there?
And that way I'm just like tanking it directly. I think that would probably work better less interruptive on my damage type. Problem is, he keeps going after her, so like, I don't know. Alright. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. We did it. Beautiful. Beautiful. We need to take this stuff back and sell it. We broke. Full plate mail. Pilum's probably worth some money too. We can come back for the rest. I don't care. Do Thaw Pot stack? The duration stacks, but not the effect. So you drink multiple of them, the duration of the potions stacks.
I am overburdened.
Yep. 100%, David. He loves to drop scrolls of down portal.
To the ends of the world.
Except for when he's quest bugged, and it's really difficult to quest bug him.
Listen. Hello.
The greetings. That's actually a pretty good Yari. I gotta be confusing everybody this time. Like I'm like, yeah, that's a pretty good ring, and that sells straight to the NPC. Like, oh my god, that's a really good armor. That'd be great. I would love to wear that. Sell it straight to the NPC. Greeting, Jared. Good evening.
Good day. Welcome.
Hi.
Alright, I think that's pretty much it for me. I'm not gonna tackle Act 3 tonight. I gotta get to work tomorrow. So I think we will tackle this tomorrow. We'll see. I'm doing pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing pretty good. I think we got this. Magic only player 6 assassin run. I think we've got it. It's been going a lot better than I had anticipated. My equipment is much better than I thought it was going to be, given that it was magic only. And even though I am only using magic only equipment, I still have capped resistances. I have 22% physical damage reduction. I found some pretty good pieces of equipment, like the Rainbow Amulet of Life Everlasting, which was a really good find. Jeweler's Plate of our Ancient Armor of the Whale. All sorts of really good stuff. Evening Sir, Black Bogs, or Flesh Ripper? Definitely Flesh Ripper. Black Bogs is no good. Get that stinky stuff out of here. Flesh Ripper's way better.
It's all about that negative defense. I mean, Merc's doing pretty good too. We got him a duress, or her a duress. Oh, little insight cedar bow, nothing too fancy, but it's something. Add the apothecary diaries to my list. What is it on? What streaming platform is it on? Yes, Cody, you ready to go peep us doodas? Is Apothecary Diaries on Prime? It is. It looks like I did kind of start like the first episode for a couple of minutes and then for some reason put it down. Okay, I'll add it to my list. Adding it to the watch list. I hear you, buddy. You ready to pep-a-do? Cody said he's ready to pep-a-do and he wants to go right now and you guys suck. That's what he said. How about you say hi to everybody? Do you want to say hi to everybody, Cody? You get snacks. You know your appearances are paid. You get paid appearances. He said paid appearances. He said, I like pay. Come on. Come on up here. Come on. You gotta come say hi to everybody. Everybody wants to say hi to you. They know Mr. Kubus the Monsum dog. They said they said this a Monsum and him's a dog. And we know all about this Monsum dog. He said him's the goodest boy. Him's the goodest. Except for when he farts horrible nasty farts and stinks out ginger. But we like that because we watch him suffer and laugh at him. Got some crunchums. You like those crunchums? I got some good flavors. Yeah. That's a good flavors. That's a good flavors. You like those flavors? What's up, Shanazberry? You raiding me? Oh man, you raiding me right as I'm hopping out the door. Oh god, no lickums. Don't do the lickums. Don't do the lickums. Why you lickums? You wanna fight? You wanna fight? Would you like another one of these? Yeah. That's a good one. You like those, right? He said, yeah, them's pretty good. He said, you got them more them's. That they got a good crunch, and I like crunches. That's a good crunchums. Alright, good crunchums. He's a good boy, huh? Do you like snacks? Goody, do you want tacos? Goody, do you like snacks? What about your alligator? Does him get snacks? Does alligator get some milk and bones? What if I do this and scratch down here on his tum tum? What if he gets tum tum scratches? Huh? What is this right here? Huh? That's some tum tums. Oh no, got some scratches in there. Oh no. Oh no, get some scratches in there. What's up, Snosberry? You just closing out with the buds? I'm just closing out too. I'm hopping out of here. Cody told me that he's got to go pep-a-do, and if he don't hurry up and get do going, that he's going to get upset, and he's going to fart in my face. That's what he said. He said farting. He's going to do tootins. Big old rootin' toots. He said, yeah. He said, I'll do toots. So I'm gonna do some big old toots, and then I'm gonna toot right in your face. How about that? What's this down here? There's a tum tum down here, and I'm gonna tickle this. What if I tickle this tum tum? What if I scratch it like this? I go. It's a down. You stuffy. The weaker spots. Those are weaker spots. All right, buddy, get down. Love you, monster. Alright, it's time to end my own stream. I never do raids, because I never really think about it. Like, let's see if there's somebody to raid real quick before we hop off. That was definitely not the button I was looking for. There we go. Let's see who we can raid. Trying to see if there's anybody online I know. Grinding and tired of insurance. That's interesting. Fat pumpkin. D2R streaming until I get raided.
Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 Lux Cravings.
D2R until I get raided. A raid will add 5 hours to the stream. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Drop in and let him know I want to collaborate.
Level 2? Is it level 2 or I think it's level 3.
Let's raid Fat Pumpkin real quick.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow. Ellie Mist.
Ellie Mist. What's up, Ellie Mist?
Hope I didn't butcher your name. Oh my god. I just need... Okay, now I just need to stream for 5 more hours, but I'll be free.
There, we did a raid. Look at this, guys. I'm spamming
Thank
emotes.
you for the raid, Ginger Gaming.
Now he has to stream for 1,000,000 hours.
I will be free. Thank you guys. I'm getting rushed by this gentleman. Because literally anything is better than playing through the game as Barb. But you guys probably know this, right? So, since I got a follow before the alert, we have the dancing penguin for 5 minutes, then I'll have the alert for the raid. But worry not, it's coming. For now, I'm just doing a Warcry build because it's like the only build with AoE. So, yep. It is also possible that my PC crashes. If it does, I just reboot and come back. Even though it's still kind of annoying.
Yes. Alright. I'm hopping out. Alright, guys and gals, it's been fun. It's been 8 hours, 13 minutes, and 36 seconds. And I gotta go to work tomorrow, so that's the only reason I'm leaving. Anyway, as always, be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button if you enjoy the content. If you're thinking about maybe becoming a member to support the channel, that would be really appreciative, because, you know, money goes a long way to support the channel and keep me from being homeless, which is nice. And as always, keep watching.